The blood-thirsting begins. Welcome back, one and all, to the EGC Masters Finals 2025 playoffs. I'm, of course, Killer Pigeon. Joining me, as always, is the man that always sounds more British than I actually do, despite the fact I was born here and he wasn't. It is, of course, Myriad for an epic day, mate. I mean, I don't know how to say this without it sounding like I'm memeing and lying to everyone, but Beastie and Marine Lord facing elimination in the lower bracket already.
That's why, this very first game here on our day, that's what everyone wants to see, right? Marine Lord last week, of course, knocked down to the lower bracket in stunning 3-0 fashion by Wham. So Wham got his revenge for the King of the Rockies finals. Very well done, so indeed. And now the question on everyone's mind is it the end for Marine Lord today?
It's kind of crazy to think that we're able to say that this early, right? Him and Beastie, people that you would always expect to be there on the final weekend, already at risk here. And I mean, it's been kind of a crazy show of force when you remember what happened in the upper bracket. Wham 3-0'd Marine Lord, right? Beastie got 3-0 by Vortex. Lucifron got 3-1 by Anatan. Louis got 3-1 by Poppy Ball. Like, technically, there was no close set anywhere in that upper bracket, right? Like, there's a little bit of a nibbling at the ankles, but there's very clear dominant forces coming out ahead.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we're more used to closer sets at this level, especially in the top 8. That's what they're known for. Long, very arduous, hard-fought games. Beastie, I can give the benefit of the doubt a little bit because he's coming back after a break, right? It's tough to readjust back into your seat. So, I mean, 3-0, definitely not the result he expected, but it's very difficult just in a span of a couple of months to climb back to the level that you were before when everyone else has already been improving during that time without any breaks. As you mentioned, Marine Lord especially, that was a tough set for him. That was definitely a tough set. And he mentioned before how when everything is on the line, he plays better. So when he has a second chance like this in the lower bracket, this has happened before where he did go down to the lower bracket and then, of course, went on to win the tournament. But is it going to be the same today? It definitely makes it way harder. He has a longer climb than the ones in the higher bracket, and there's no further errors allowed.
No, I mean, it makes it sound like maybe he should have joined Team Liquid. Upper brackets are for pussies might be the mantra he needs to take on, as General Mate's Marine Lord is at risk of elimination here in the lower brackets of the EGC Masters Finals 2025. And in his way is no easy opponent. He's going to have to overcome the beast from the east, Louis MT of Team Elephant, if he wants to stay alive.
Looking at the stats here between these two, they definitely favor
stats, yeah.
Who you would expect Marine Lord, right?
81%
81% win rate in series, 71% for Marine Lord in game counts. Total of 3 wins series for Louis, 13 for Marine Lord, 18-1 games for Louis, and 44 for Marine Lord. So if we do follow these numbers, Louis MT is in for a hell of a tough set. But as we know, the very last, well, not the last one, but EGC tournaments prior, Louis MT did manage to take out Marine Lord in the finals. I forget exactly which tournament it was now, but that was quite an event indeed. So Louis has done it in the past when it mattered most. Can he do it here again today?
Yeah, I believe that was EGC Masters Summer, and it was a close set, 5-4 in the end. It really did go the distance. And, it's kind of interesting, actually, because, seeing this as the opening map between the two just gives me flashbacks to how things ended up looking a bit worrisome after the group stage. Remember, Anatan able to slay Marine Lord on this map in that losing series for Marine Lord in the group stage. It was a little bit of a different matchup. I believe that was Order of the Dragon versus Knights Templar. This time around, we're going to get Shushi Mongols. A little bit more of a traditional matchup on Kawasan. Shushi were for a while looking like the unstoppable pick because of a particular meditation garden opening.
Not much has changed either, right? The berries are still there. The space is still open for that juiciest of meditation gardens, allowing you to produce villages and ships at the same time, which is normally the blocker that prevents civilizations from doing the very play that Jushi likes to do here. But looks like Marine Lord has a bit of a worry, and this is one of the perks of Mongols on this map. Sure, the Khan, it's like a scout. It doesn't do great damage, but he does actually do 2 damage a hit, and, well, look at this, KP. He's changed his mind yet again.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think he hadn't scouted it yet, He just checked over and saw the fish. The reason why he didn't go for the Central Meditation Garden is the expectation is that Mongols will have a Rax. You cannot go for that play if they do. But he got a glance of his scout in the center, saw the dock drop, saw that Louis being greedy, so he gets to be even more greedy. And this could end up being a fatal flaw in Louis' plan, because this is exactly the opening that Shushi used to beat the crap out of you and kick you out of lobby by 10 minutes.
Now, Mongols have some great opportunities here to prevent this, potentially. Of course, the dock for them, they can access arrow slits basically instantaneously once they reach the feudal age, courtesy of that Uvu. And you can see the most annoying of mosquitoes. Yeah, Tao gets rushed. The villagers are pulled by Louis as well. And the advantage definitely is for Louis here, but extra villagers are pulled by Marine Lord, so he should be able to get it up.
I mean, the thing is, like, it's not advantageous if that outpost goes up, right? And he knew with that choke point, but the way this has been designed, Marine Lord hugged it close, so it would have been difficult to get in with Shivs out. So kind of an awkward affair, and love the way that Marine Lord doesn't finish off the outpost. He just leaves it at 80%. If he needs it, construct it. If not, refund it, and that will be your rebate to go straight into the docks. Oh, he's actually going to go on with it. Okay, interesting. There we go. Okay, it was just a misclick. This makes more sense, because you want that dock straight away. Look at the amount of wood he's now working with. He could mirror both ponds if that's how Louis wants to follow this up.
Exactly. The margins here in the early game when it comes to resources are so fine. Every single individual resource matters. And speaking of individual resources, only one hit left on this villager, but the village, just in time, the garrison comes in to save the villager. Louis salty about that one, I'm sure.
It's just the succinct details that make Shushi in China so reliable and powerful at the high levels, right? Those village placements, optimized, can be the difference maker between you winning or losing games. We've seen it so many times in the past. And it's going to be a great morale boost for Marine Lord to open up here. Double dock now. Stays around for the shoreline fishing, gets the archer ship out. So he doesn't try to mirror both ponds. He just wants to starve Louis where he's invested.
His stone's about to finish here for Louis as well. He does have that stone prepared in the bank. Louis actually greeding out at the same time. He's going to go for the secondary pawn behind this. So, is this a play thinking that the arrow slits will be enough to actually win him the pawn outright? Or is it already a preparation ahead of time in anticipation of the timing here from Marino that it might be just too strong for him to resist? We do have the investment into that springboard ship, though.
He might end up being a little bit too late here. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Remember, Shushi builds much quicker. Usually need 30 seconds. The springboard ship takes about the same. But now he has to basically spawn and get across the pond. And it ends up actually just being a springboard out this side, right? So he's going to get blocked on the second dock. And he's already outnumbered here. It feels like Louis is going to get forced to pull another villager in the next minute or so if he wants to feel safe.
Demo now on the way for Marine Lord to complete the necessary trifecta to deny any kind of water play here from Louis. The springboard ship, Louis Empty does have two of those fishing ships there, but it's not really going to be enough. The detonation comes in. Oh, he's holding it. There we go.
Yeah, but the fishing boat dodged it. That should have been at least one fishing going down, but Louis moved away at the last millisecond there. I believe was that a manual detonation from Marine Lord? It looked like it.
Yeah, I think so as well, right? Wanted to perhaps get the fishing ships at the same time as the springboard ship. Of course, the springboard ship didn't quite have the low health needed to be killed by that demo. But getting those fishing ships low as well would certainly help. But didn't quite manage to finish them off, so good little save here by Louis.
You start to see how this can turn into quite a grim affair, playing against Shushi so easily. At this point, Louis MT, he's not really able to use his economy easily. The good news is, though, since we last regularly saw this matchup, we have to remember that shoreline fish did get buffed, right? So a little bit more food there, a little bit better gathering rate. Doesn't hurt as much as it once did. So there is a little bit more lifeline to work with here. In fairness to Louis, he doesn't have an incredible TC placement to maximize the wood value.
Double springboard ship now here for Marine Lord. Demo out as well. Still a big advantage in terms of naval military here for him. And the demo once again moves in, but the springboard ship this time is low enough. And the detonation gets it.
And he gets both the fishing boats as well. That was huge. That was insane value. Not one fishing gets away from that. So now he doesn't have a repair squad here to actively up him. It means even if he starts to shove this away, he won't have any economy. Meanwhile, Marine Lord is now creeping eco on both ponds. And
the secondary pawn, Louis, only has the one fishing ship there and can't quite afford anything at this point in time. The food is not there. That's the issue when you're put behind like this with the fishing ships. Sure, the shoreline fish has been buffed, but the fishing ships can't actively gather and they're forced to repair all the time. Not only do you miss out on the food, but the wood is getting drained as well. And we saw earlier that meditation gardens, the income is just astronomical. 150 food a minute. Yeah, it's insanity.
I mean, that's almost the perfect one you can get. I think you can sometimes get a gold vein also in range of that, but like, he's 175 resources overall. It's an absurd advantage to have. And you're just seeing how easy it is for him to flex that advantage. Like, this is the type of matchup and situation where, you know what I said at the start, 10-minute GG? I wouldn't actually blame Louis from approaching that quickly here. He also just got forced to react on land. I wonder what he was setting up the back. He chose Keshiks, but Marine Lord switched it on him. He opened Shug, baits the reaction, and is already prepping spears, which means even on land, he should have an advantage.
Yeah, the tried and true composition here. It's been so potent in the past, Juganu and the spears. Louis is going to mirror with Keshiks in turn, which is going to be good in the short term, but once that spear count starts to climb, Louis will need archers to back them up, but it's so difficult to afford in position. Already we can see in the income, Marine Lord firmly ahead in every metric outside of wood for now, which is just even not the position you want to be in as Louis. He does manage to trade out quite well on the second pond, however. Takes out the galley just there for Marine Lord. It looks like Marine Lord is not reinvesting there, so it is going to be a split on the ponds after all.
He's going for a fast castle build, right? So he's just going to switch it up, make it full land, lance the spam, and at that point, you know, Louis MT, now that he's going to have to take time to think about bulking eco on this other pond, he's going to end up 2 steps behind. We also have to remember Shushi not only get the tech up cheaper, they also build it substantially quicker.
That's one of the other reasons why Jushi Legacy is so potent of a pick here on this map. The cheap rage up and the faster rage up leads to some brutal timings here, which Mongols can often struggle to match, especially considering they do not have access to that premium knight that so many civilizations are reliant on in that castle age. More Keshiks now in queue for Louis. He's going to look to try and put on pressure, but by the time he's in position to deal that pressure, Marine Lord will already be up.
Yeah, and we know how it goes from there. Mount the Academy and spam, spam, spam. I mean, there is a world with this extra food in which you consider doing the monks, but I think he'll understand that it's just more important if he's seen the first Keshik to just directly contest that. And it will just give him great tempo anyway. Like, I think Mount the Academy has proven itself to be the better choice about 9 times out of 10. Like, the only exception being if you're maybe trying to go FC at 7 or 8 minutes. Nice connect on the gold, though. Hold on. Where did he put the spears?
Yeah, the idle time here is pretty significant. Marine Lord might have gotten a bit cheeky and looked to move out with them, or had them on the front, it looks like. He's going to move them in position now to reassert control over the gold. Stable dropped as well. Going to remake a scout here.
I wonder if Louis suspects. Like, that was a lot of people to see on gold, considering your opponent isn't building any boats out here at all. It might be a kind of alarm bells ringing type moment for him. Maybe he can try and slip his own tech up, but kind of tricky, right? Like, you go fast castle here as Mongols, what do you necessarily have over Shushi? And it is going to be the Shaolin Monastery. Okay, so Marine Lord, even though he sees the Keshiks, is confident that he can pull out and get the relics.
Yeah, definitely the greedier choice here from Marine Lord, I have to say. I guess with the fishing, food isn't as big of a problem for him, and the techs, although there's some good ones, nice snipe by the Khan, actually gets one of the villages there for Louis. He did pick up another one earlier as well. We see in the last minute that worker killed count has climbed up by 2.
Yeah, that would have been the fishing boats, right? He's been killing them on the west side pond.
Ah yes, there was one garrison, wasn't there? With Shaolin Monastery, I mean, Marine Lord has a good land army to try to move from relic to relic here, but is it really that big of a priority in this position?
It feels like you're sacking tempo, right? Like, if you go Mount the Academy, you get the supervision, and you just bomb out knights with pretty good food income for it. So, like, it does feel weird to kind of be supplementing yourself into very expensive monks that you technically don't want for fighting, or shouldn't anyway. Like, normally we see this build when it's true FC because it comes in so early you don't have the economy to use the Mount the Academy.
Exactly right. Knights on the way, as you mentioned, even now, despite the Shaolin Monastery, just makes so sense, especially later on. Once that number climbs, you do get the blacksmith, Dali horses, an additional 20% attack speed is so significant for these lancers, especially against Keshiks. It's gonna make all the difference. However, you gotta be careful with the mass before that, though. And this is what Louis needs. With so many Keshiks on the field, he needs to control and contain the military here from Marine Lord. The infantry managed to slip out.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like containment right now, does it? The Spearman and the Tube somehow walked all the way across map. Multiple outposts coming up. Louis MT's intent is very clear to Marine Lord at this stage. He is going to be upgrading those Spearmen into veterancy, so respecting the value they have.
Yes, of course, the Keshiks can contain those Lancers, but with so many spears, that infantry mass is unchecked there on the gold. Outposts are in position, though, so Louis will keep having gold gathering for now. We're not thinking about taking out that dock, but of course, the presence of military ships is something that needs to be respected even now.
Nice creep, pal. Move 2 monks already. Like, this is a pretty good timing. Wait, is he going deeper?
Oh, greedy boy. He's going straight for it, KP. He doesn't care. I mean, realistically, he's going to get away with it too, right? Louis MT doesn't really have the military to spare to watch over every relic at this point in time, especially not the home relic. And at the same time, Marine Lord now attacking directly onto the gold. The Lancer count has climbed significantly. Keshick charging directly onto the Jugenu. Spearman a little bit late to be in position there.
Archer's going to try to poke fire them down. The Keshiks are coming home now, but one tower already burned. Lancers are going hunting. Looks like it's just going to sack the infantry. Kind of hesitation here. Marine Lord's like, okay, do I go for the extra tower? Do I go for the workers? I feel like he should have been hunting for this, but it's the difficulty with Deerstone. Probably felt like he wouldn't be able to reach it due to the Yam. We'll be able to clock down at least one worker. But honestly, all things considered, doesn't really feel like Marine Lord has got that much just yet. He does, however, force the defensive arrow to be used for nothing. Vortex did just deploy, however. This should be the point where you want to leave. Marine Lord does respect it. Backs out now. Forces a lot of idle time. Does find himself a chip kill or two, but nothing critical so far.
He actually trades a lot of military for it at the same time, KP. That was just excellent control displayed there by Louis. Pulling the villagers towards the left, while at the same time cutting the reinforcements towards that right side with the military, forcing Marine Lord into a difficult choice where neither feels great. You go for the villagers, you run through the tower and keep losing reinforcements. But if you go for the army, you miss out on the villagers and keep taking arrow fire at the same time. Very well played there by Louis and Marine Lord. The timing, as you mentioned, didn't hit nearly as well as you would have hoped, and the destroyed value, that was a pretty grim tale for him at this point in time.
You gotta ask the question, is one playing chess and one playing checkers, right? Because although that did look a little bit weird from Marine Lord, when you think about it from the perspective of buying time, look at the minimap and notice what's missing bar one. There is only a single relic still up for grabs, so he did insulate himself there. He threw away the tube that you really don't want in castle anyway, and he's already ramping now aggressively into crossbow and spear production.
Wars now coming by Marine Lord. He saw the sheer mass of Keshiks there from Louis. And now that they're going to become veterans, they're going to trade out pretty decently even up against these knights and naturally villagers. And this eco has to be protected from Marine Lord, who now sees the raid coming in. The outpost is in position. Villagers are running for their lives. Reinforcements going to meet the Keshiks, but there's not enough here. One Lancer almost goes down instantly to the charge. But Louis, that's going to be enough to back him out for now.
He knows there's got to be more than that. And also, it's just they're hugging the tree lines. It's a little bit hard to actually get your full DPS. Does see the monk, so maybe he can still snatch one relic away from Marine Lord. But we have got more control coming in. It's going to be Sacred Site focus now. Marine Lord just trying to inject even more gold to continue to inflate this lead that's already 20 military in favor of him.
You know, when you think about it a little bit, this map is, for those who remember, the OGs, like the pit. You know, there's 3 lanes here, and each of them you kind of want to have vision and control over them, but except without cliffs, it's going to be water instead that splits it, which makes it a little bit trickier and more dangerous.
Yeah, I think also, like, there's a lot more... The weird thing is, like, this is the opposite of pit in some ways. There's a lot more focus on the center than the flanks, right? Because obviously it's quick route access. If you get pushed off of water, great for food. Still has some gold in there as well. There's a lot of justifiable reasons to kind of control the epiflow in that area. Marine Lord with a bigger military force will always be able to do that. Relic has at least been picked out by Louis, so he will pull one back. question mark now is how good is Kurotai?
Always feels like a small victory when, oh, all the relics are taken, but I have my home one. Take that. Kurotai, though, that is the question, isn't it? It comes in through as the charge. Now directly to the backline. Bits miss micro there from Louis. He's going to have the backline on the front. And now the charge comes in directly. Yeah, this is a lot of damage coming now from Marine Lord.
Yeah, he's got too much on the burst. Like, the Keshiks at this point, the crossbow count is good enough to insta-kill one of them. With the defense arrow, it's a little bit tricky at first, but that's just a short-lived dream. Volo coming in to steer them away, but they were always leaving in this direction. Considering that was the Kurotai buff advantage, when you look at the numbers and see they haven't shifted in terms of difference, you start to get worried.
That's the tricky part about the Kurotai. Normally, when you do go Kurotai, it's for that all-in end-game maneuver. But sometimes, like here, you're forced to use it purely for survival, which never feels as good naturally. And with this center control that Marine Lord is now establishing with the towers, he has so much food access here for himself, and he can just keep pumping. Almost double the count of Lancers now to Keshiks, which is a very bad position for Louis to be in. Crossbow count is building, but again, Marine Lord is ahead in that metric as well as spears, which Louis is also producing. He just has more of everything at this point in time, and the upgrade advantage to boot as well.
You know what else is pretty crazy? It's like, look at the switch back to Chuk. It's a really good time to do it. He's even got bot magazines on the way. Your opponent just got forced to do crossbow spin. Chuk knew wiped all of that. It's such a sick read, and Marine Lord even setting up some full production to ramp up this aggression. Kurotai gonna go for the deploy. He's gonna be a clash over the previous gold vein location, so not actually reaching the worker just yet. Gonna be another defense arrow to buy some time, but time ain't gonna last long here. The Keshiks get decimated. A retreat by the villagers, but a push through inevitable. Marine Lord is making this Kurotai look like a Kurotai.
Even with the Kurotai and the sprinkled emplacements, there's not enough meat on the bone here for Louis. He is tucking tail and running, kiting desperately with his range mass, but the units just keep falling, bodies keep forming, and Louis looks like he's on his last legs in this game.
Nice close to flatline this stage. I mean, he's got Pasha set up to have that food pump still being good. He's actually winning on that metric. Food income better for him. But it's starting to look like a bit of a dark affair. The idle time definitely adding up here. And, you know, if he's struggling to access gold still at this point, think how this is going to look when that second 4K drains. With the comp he was going for, it should have been erasing pretty fast. So he will stabilize for now. The gap is smaller between them. But Marine Lord, now knowing the full extent of the situation, he's taking a different approach. It's not just let me go in Ooga Booga. He's getting Trebs in to give him a way of breaking the base with minimum losses.
That's right. Marine Lord knows just how many springwood emplacements here there are. He saw it when he entered that base. That was close, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, it turns out repeater bows beat all, including boats. Scares the springwood chip away. He's actually docking. He's like, okay, you know what? Maybe I do think about sieging your base a bit, but it's even easier to end this game by cutting you off on your food. You know, like a millionaire daddy saying that his son can't have the latest Porsche. He's taken all that food away.
It's just such a logical move, isn't it? It's useful to think of the map in thirds and zones of control, and now Marine Lord is establishing his control over that center zone here, and part of that, of course, are these pods. Cutting off the food income here from Louis is slowly going to starve him out, because with control of that center as well, Louis has nothing to lean back on. Demo comes out, but Marine Lord is in good position here. He might hit 2 lances here. Yeah, he doesn't even want to detonate it.
Target now coming in. Yeah, this is like Louis creeping this the whole time, but I think while the idea is cool, you know, you have to keep in mind Marine Lord's army is already substantially bigger, and it's now buffed by food that you no longer have. This is not the type of Kargana you see Reddit threads about, bemoaning how imber it is. This is the type of Kargana that could easily end up feeling like a death cry.
And a death cry is soon to commence, I feel like, because normally when the Kargana goes up, that is when the push begins, and you have some sort of buffer in terms of time. But here, Marine Lord is already angling towards this push. Yeah, exactly. He's already in his face as it goes up. And you can see, of course, the Trebs. 2 shots is all it takes to kill these outposts. Sure, they can be repaired quickly here by Louis, but look at that wood. It is draining quick time.
Yeah, Marine Lords isn't. He just queued up 2 more trebuchets. I mean, we've seen how often the anchor point is a single cannon placement. You'll be lucky if you get that up. Moving in on the outposts. Dive coming through the tube. Easily going to make quick work of the Spearman. Lance is just so damn tanky. Brute forces through. Well, on the edge of being outside of Kurultai buff, there's not even really an army left to use it anymore. It's a handful of crossbows. And after I said Duke, what usually ideal in Castle Age, Marine Lord finds the perfect situation to essentially end the game with them.
We do have the elite upgrade for the crossbows coming in, but how many crossbows will be left alive by the time that finishes? We do get the horse archers as the first batch. Not the worst, but not the best either here for Louis, especially with so many Zhuge-Nu on the field. So much eco damage dealt as well behind the fishing. Most of it we can see Marine Lord close to doubling at this point in time. The trebs have been added, as you mentioned, 3 now on the field, so no out-repairing that.
And this is where you just get the slow siege of death. I mean, good news is your Mongols, you can always move the entire base. Bad news is the ball ache, and if you have to do that, the game is pretty much over. As I mentioned, Chu make very quick work of anything that is packed up.
If only this was a campaign mission where the mass migration of the Mongol base just goes off the map into the next mission.
Yeah. You're like, your goal is to hold back the Shushi for as long as possible, so the main forces can escape. There you go. That's what's happening.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice here for Louis MT, but that's not going to be an option. And just to add insult to injury, Weak Power next on the menu from the Kaghanet.
Hey, what are you on about? That's perfect. There's a giant castle in your face. You got to get rid of it somehow.
Oh, let's get up in with that. But it's always funny seeing the elite Kando at this point. He just took a full blast of bolts from 20 Zhuge-Nu, and it's just half health.
Must be outperformed by Jean, you know? He's got to hold his own. So, we've got one hand cannoneer. Don't be deceived by the gunpowder noises. It's not a full force here. Marine Lord has decreased on the food income. I think he's starting to over-gather on the pond. We do often see this, where people will burst gather for a timing attack and then end up with nothing for the next minute or two.
Yeah, we can even see it, right? The fishing ships struggling to actually find any more fish to gather, at least on when it comes to deep sea fish in this case. He has the wood needed to reinvest fully on that second pond. I think that might be on the cards for him, but it's only one dock at this point in time. Plenty of gold to work with as well for him.
So painful. The amount of villages that are getting added out by just a treb. It's some of the... Wait, what are you doing?
Oh,
yeah, we probably forgot that in the schematic, an escape point. So the big problem here, right, is like trebs usually look underwhelming when they just don't move a bar, but then you really have to think about the amount of resources being used, i.e. wood to repair, but also workers having to repair. Like, that's when you realize how toxic and oppressive trebuchets could truly be.
Trebuchets 3 is enough for Marine Lord here. That is the magic number.
Is he trying to snipe it? I think he's trying to use the PvP power to snipe trebs.
He can do good damage.
He does have Kurultai though. But the problem is, like, you don't have bonus damage against siege, so it's never going to change anything. Dive now coming in. Marine Lord looking for the final killing blow. Louis MT, like every Kaghanet builder, in denial, delusional about the outcome, believing in the RNG, but he just got another Wee Pow Q off. This is over. Marine Lord will take the first in this elimination series. Best of 5.
Last remnants of Louis MT's army and base are slowly getting cleaned up. Marine Lord is now marching unchecked through the remnants of what is left here for the Mongols. GG is cold. Louis, now a game down against Marine Lord. Looking in prime position going forward. He does get the secondary map pick now after this, however, so I'm quite curious to see what he's going to pull out.
Strong start out of the GOAT of AoE4, the most decorated player we have in the scene. I mean, we said it was kind of weird to see him in the lower bracket so early, but he wakes up and reminds us that he's no pushover. Of course, definitely a great pick for this map. Can't really take that away from him either. I feel like Louis went for something a bit more traditional, and also, you know, in theory, it could have worked, but the problem is, you saw how this really began. It was the Meditation Garden, the read by Marine Lord. When he saw the dot play came in from Louis, he did not hesitate to cancel and move out, and from that point on, really, it just felt like Marine Lord had control of this game.
Oh, this little villager. He was sweating. Just gets away there.
But luckily,
In the nick of time.
yeah, luckily there's 8 rooms in this inn for me to stay in. And oh, the low price of nothing? Don't mind if I do. And man, these demo ship connects, like that manual detonation was a little bit scrappy. Like you saw a great dodge from Louis, but I think the follow-up one was really just kind of emphatic on this pond, right? When he lost both the fishing boats, you couldn't think about rebuilding Springalds. And from there on out, you just kind of looked at the game in this concept that Marine Lord was always ahead on economy, and it never really changed from there.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes even in those cases, using the demolition ship, although you don't have enough damage to destroy the Springboard ship, just dealing damage to the fishing ships, forcing them to garrison and not repair further, that's often all the damage you need, like in this case here for Marine Lord. And slowly, you can see the result after that. Good trades after good trades allows him to win that southern pond and then delay on the northern pond as well.
Oh, look, it's those win statistics you were talking about before. It definitely paints a bit of a more depressing picture, but I would honestly, if you just look at the last 3 results, right, I think that's more important than the fact it's 3-12 overall. The fact that Louis beat him in one of the 3, the fact that, yes, one of them was pretty dominant, but the other one was fairly close. I mean, it shows you the type of player Louis can be. I think the big challenge here, though, is like, you're kind of seeing it. Just the longer the series, the better Louis seems to look. The shorter the series, statistically, the worse it seems to be.
Yeah, Louis is a grinder. We know that. He plays so many hours. And he gets very comfortable in not only longer games, but longer series as well. He doesn't mind going the distance. He has that youthful energy for him. Of course, being quite young compared to Marine Lord at least. And that can definitely pay dividends in these longer series. Of course, Marine Lord has so much experience, an absolute veteran and legend of RTS at this point. So he has the experience on his side. Louis does have that vigor and hunger when it comes to this. So it's always an interesting and exciting clash to watch like this, old versus young. Can Louis do it? Having map pick here is such a useful advantage for the loser. It's a good little necessity, really, when you're a game down like this, and can be enough to turn the tides. Quite often we have seen that being the case. Many series just go back and forth because of those map picks for the loser.
No, can I just highlight how kind of comical it is when you say the old versus the young? And every time I see a picture of Marine Lord, the babyface killer, I almost feel like at this point, Marine Lord, you need to grow a mustache, right? Like a mustache or like a beard or something to convince us that you are actually old. Because that man, like he actually, like he's not a spring chicken, right? He's 2 years younger than me. He's 30 years old. But every time you see him, you would assume that him and Louis are like the same age. Like maybe, you know, maybe he went to like a foreign exchange student program and they actually took classes together.
That's the thing, right? It's clearly the diet and the running that Marine Lord's doing is paying off quite well here, keeping that youthful look, that flawless skin. Of course, having seen it myself in person, it's always nice naturally. But we have the next matchup here on the way. It's going to be Kalauga as the pick here for Louis, which surprises me slightly, as Louis is known for not being the biggest fan of these water maps. 2 did manage to slip in through. Technically, Frisian is, you can argue it's a water map, hybrid, I guess, but there's not much direct naval interaction there. But we have JD here for Louis, up against Marine Lord Stuklak. Not a matchup I've seen before.
No, it's very rare. I mean, not many people pick Jean at the moment. Tuklak, typically seen on maps where you wouldn't even necessarily think about Jean. Like, actually, Tuklak seems more like a pick you'd aim towards Frisian Marshes, but that's where the strategy changes so much with this snipe format, where you have your ideal pick, but it doesn't mean you're going to get it. So you have to be conscious of that when you're putting in these picks. It's like, okay, if this was an old school draft, you just save Tuklak all the way to Frisian. It's the way it works. But here, you know full well, with that being probably the most consistent map that Civ appears in, your opponent's likely to snipe it out. And then what? You're left with Tuklak for either Lipny or Dry Arabia, which feels pointless. So, like these just kind of pumping out there, making your opponent make a choice. But it just feels comically Louis MT that he picks French and Jean. Like, something tells me this guy maybe likes French Knights.
If you're a Louis MT enjoyer and fan, that can definitely be confirmed, especially JD, right? We have seen him prioritize this civilization for a very long time now. He plays it in a sublime fashion, I have to say. And he's going to look to pull it out here again, hopefully to great effect. And JD is one of those civilizations, just as we witness utter darkness for the moment. Just bear with us, of course.
No.
Here we go.
When you see that, you just got to type na until you get a ya. And we have got a ya. It is underway. We are into Kalauga. Remember, Marine Lord is leading this set 1-0 up. And he's already looking to open with aggression. It's a Spear Dark Age rush out of the 2 clan.
A very promising start from Marine Lord, I have to say. And this actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it. It's easy to make the mistake of thinking, oh, well, Tughlaq is the Delhi variant. When has the last time you've seen Delhi open in the Dark Age? But Tughlaq has a really nice early economic bump with those worker elephants. You always start with 1. You don't need that initial lumber camp, which is normally a blocker to a lot of these openings for many civilizations, Delhi included. You don't need the mosque that Delhi needs either, for that matter. So very nice read here by Marine Lord to think of this ahead of time.
That was sick, though. He cancelled. Yeah. Louis, he was going to go for a dock. When he saw what this was, he immediately just cancelled and pulled back entirely. And he goes for a short wall. I actually respect this approach, because it's understandable. Like, from his POV, it's Tughlaq. Of course they want to dock. Their boat's even attacked. They've got all the reasons in the world for it. Spirit's going to get around the back now. I mean, John could just frontline this and make it very hard for you to lose any workers.
Yes, but Marine Lord is there just in time as that wall doesn't finish. So this is definitely going to be a nuisance here on Louis' side. He still has a decent amount of gold to gather, but the garrison comes in on the TC. 1 village, 1 spear, I mean, takes so much damage and eventually falls to the villagers, yeah.
Yeah, the wolf almost let him get away with that as well, hilariously. The damage got split between the wolf and the spear in the end. You see what I mean with Jean? It's like, oh no, I still need a little bit of gold. What will I do in this situation? Oh yeah, she's got 150 HP. Oh yeah, she heals over time. Oh no, she's been body blocked on the pathway. Wait, where are we going? Louis, you still need more. This is not enough.
It's not quite enough. JD taking a lot of damage here. And oh wait, actually, does the amount that JD carry, is that enough there?
I does have. The other villager had enough, but he pulled it back prematurely. He's already dropped off what JD had. No? Did he? No, yeah. Did he switch resources?
Yeah, I think he accidentally went on the sheep, KP, and that's always such an unfortunate blunder to make in these situations, but it happens so easily. You're worried about so many things microing at the same time as checking the gold you need. This is a big problem, but that's the nice thing about this map, KP. The back gold is always guaranteed. So, although the front gold makes it so easy for the spear rush to be very effective, realistically, you can even long distance gather the necessary gold that you need from the back, and it won't be too big of an issue. The main issue, of course, is the lack of night access here for Louis, at least for the time being.
Yeah, that's why I'm a bit surprised, like, he actually went with the mining camp. Like, with this type of approach, I thought he'd just try and reclaim the gold in the front. But if he's going to keep 2 out on gold, by the time he techs up, he'll at least be able to afford the first night, get some counter pressure in. Not a bad idea as well, considering that the gold has spawned forward for both players. So it's an exposure point Marine Lord has to be concerned about also.
I think it's a very JD-specific decision here by Louis to go for that mining camp. Even if Marine Lord decides to wrap all the way around towards the back, by that time, JD is almost fully healed already, and then can contest these spears directly in melee herself. Or if she can't, well, Louis MT just switches back towards the front again, where, you know, Marine Lord at best will have 1 spear waiting for him again, something a few villages can deal with. So, good decision making here by Louis so far. School of Cavalry, almost completed already, and only now is Marine Lord starting his Dome of the Faith. So still opting for those elephants. The hero elephants did get nerfed, shave in power in the most recent patch, and the Tower of Victory did get an additional 5% attack speed, going from 15 to 20%. But of course, I mean, playing Raider elephants in Feudal Age against a Knight civilization, one of the 2 best at that, yeah, bold decision.
I wouldn't mind it for the raiding potential, and also the logic being is like you expect Jean to eventually add in archers. So like there are worlds in which you can go for a few stable units, but if you play Tower of Victory, it makes you so dead obvious in what you're doing. Whereas with Dome of Faith, you know, you don't necessarily have to build elephants. You could instead just kind of sit on this landmark, maybe get a few imams so you can heal between fights. And then, if the play plays into Castle Age, you have a strategy very similar to what the Delhi do all the time, where you can just vacuum all the relics up straight away.
It's definitely nice being able to train those imams as you're aging up. Gives you such tempo when it comes to those relics. Forces your opponent to have an additional factor to worry about, which can be a big difference maker here. First knight has hit the field, and these spears, they're low enough to the point that a single knight can quite handily deal with both of them, and we hear the notification there. JD has also now reached level 2, and we don't have a choice yet by Louis. Oh, although a little bit of his micro there on the knight actually doesn't charge and is late on the attack, causes him to take a significant amount of damage.
A little bit worrisome with the delays here. Like, I mean, realistically, there's a world in which Marine Lord could have been sneaking the second dock. He hasn't in this situation, actually. He's just chosen to be on the one. Instead, focusing on blobbing up now. And we do have walls on both sides. So LouMT is pretty much just kind of offering 2/3 of the fishing eco up to Marine Lord without too much contest.
LouMT playing extremely safe as well. He's taking no risks, almost overly safe in this case. Double wall to block any kind of military ship move out onto the rivers. Heavy cost there.
Yeah, and with this many spears coming in, I imagine Louis is going to have to give and just play into archers soon. Louis, by the way, like, I'm not surprised at all he's still playing range John. I feel like I've seen a decent chunk of melee John with a few John games coming out at the moment. But Louis has always been about this range John because his target goal is always mid to late game. In fact, he was one of the very first players to actually justify range John as the meta, right? Regularly going for it and then playing into these deeper castle and pure age stats.
It makes good sense here as well against the Tughlaq dynasty. In the past, we've often seen JD up against French, for instance, is virtually always the ranged JD to be able to snipe out those knights and gain an advantage. And here it's a bit of a similar philosophy. We have these bulky units for the Tughlaq, the healer elephants, the raider elephants, which are now in queue. And being able to snipe these out on the exit is so useful for Jean. And it's going to give her an immense amount of experience, of course, all dependent on the cost of the unit, which, well, these raider elephants, although they are 20 food cheaper now, they still give a lot of experience.
Still runs a hole in your pocket. A negative on your bank account, it feels like. We do have arch ships now coming in. That has going to creep out towards the left side, so it looks like we're going to get secondary dock place. And Marine Lord is extending his food eco gradually. I'm kind of intrigued to see what's going to happen here if Marine Lord can't edge out an advantage in feudal, though. Like, I don't know if you've been feeling it as well. Tughlaq's castles, even before the nerfs, the changes, kind of feels underwhelming unless they win big in the second age.
Yeah, a big part of the reason is the additional cost of the upgrades, right? The speed is great, but oftentimes, especially if you want to go for a fast castle age, the main limiting factor is the economy and the cost of the things that you need to afford, which, it being so much heavier for Tughlaq Dynasty, makes it difficult to lean into it too early. And, you know, JD, I think, is one of those civilizations in the game, one of those few ones that just do such a great job of punishing these castle timings. And Louis undoubtedly knows that, continuing now to heavily invest into these knights. He might actually fully lean into the knight play. I don't think we have an archery range yet. And this is something JD does even better than French, courtesy of that consecration in the feudal age. The decrease in that food cost allows them to swell these knight numbers so scarily quickly. But as I said, that the archery range is on the way.
Yeah, I think like the other reason as well why Tughlaq feel a bit weird for the third age, they just don't really get anything out of their landmark straight away. You know, like if you think of, I guess Jean's not the best example because you get a guild hall, but the guild hall, the value you get there is the moment the age starts, it's a ticking time bomb. Like if your opponent doesn't do something, it will do something for Jean or French. That's the thing I still find weird is like, you know, Tughlaq players, I've even seen a few now trying to do the compound defender because it just feels like a lot of the games, you could click on the House of Learning by the end and nothing has actually been queued.
Yeah, a lot of the upgrades feel very situational in the House of Learning. Some great value potential there, but actually materializing that value is easier said than done. Whereas especially now, with the cheaper Tughlaq forts, one part of the defender may gain some more traction. We'll have to see whether that's on the cards for Marine Lord here. Now, we do have a second galley now in queue for him, but those walls are still in position for Louis, so his fishing is very much safe for now. Yet he doesn't really want to invest into military ships at this point in time. Raider Elephant Does discover the gold gathering there, but although it's a very strong unit, not quite a knight, so there's not as big of a threat of the villager dying too quickly. As I say that, villager dies quickly.
Yeah, it's like, it's so weird how these raider elephants kind of creep up on you. You think it's just easy to shiv them down. Their health pools are huge. Also, it feels bad to run onto them. It's a similar logic of like cataphracts. Like, ha, we've got him. He can't go any. He's running away. Same with these units, obviously on a delay with the stampede, but it does make you think twice about getting too close, especially with villagers that can almost die to just the trample alone.
You see there, 22 experience. What that raider elephant is worth. Definitely a chunky amount there. JD already a third of the way towards that level 3 with not too many skirmishes having gone on by now. Louis circling around the base now for Marine Lord, looking to do the exact same thing he just suffered from. Looking for a raid here. Might creep into the wood line here very shortly. 2 worker elephants there for that efficient gathering. Great reactions here from Marine Lord, and this is where Tugla can actually shine a little bit. I mean, those worker elephants, they can do a great job of blocking charges.
Yeah, he even actually intentionally pulled one further back. You saw it there, right? Like, gets them out of formation, keeps one even more staggered, because the sooner you intercept a charge, the sooner your opponent loses that movement speed advantage. It takes him longer to gap close on the real target. So, sick little micro there. Marine Lord getting ready for the Castle Age, and he's got a lot of spearmen to get value out of vetting up already.
Even a fortified tower here on the front for Louis. Gonna keep that gold quite safe. Not wanting to get pushed off of it whatsoever. Actually gathering from gold mines now. Which is quite effective, of course. It means that if you get idle on one, the other one will still be available for you. And it is going to be the compound of the defender here for Marine Lord, so...
We're cooking. This is a weird landmark at the moment. Because 20% stone discount is a lot usually. But... only discounts the Tuklakabad Fort Foundation, so you end up getting 20% off of 425. It's still decent. It definitely helps with the timings. Sorry, is that 400 overall? Okay, yeah, so you save 80.
Yeah.
So it's like, it used to be a 425, so they made it better, but in a weird way, because it's a percentile discount, kind of made Compound Defender, I don't want to say worse, but indifferent to the change, if that makes sense.
It's a strange one, isn't it? It makes total sense, right? I mean, the Tuklakabad Forts are cheaper, but because of that, the Compound Defender gives less value, so it's a bit bittersweet, doesn't it, at the same time? Let's see how big of an impact it does make here. Normally, we haven't seen Tuglak lean into these Tuklakabad Forts early whatsoever. Even getting one now, which might be on the cards for Marine Lord, as we see there was some active stone gathering going on. He might go back to it very soon. Even then, this would be an early timing for a Tuklakabad Fort here from the Tuglak. There's some interesting bonuses there with the governors.
There is. I mean, you can either choose to, you know, pop the opens is like choosing to inflate your worker production rate or the discount on tech, pretty much offsetting almost the entirety of the increased costs that Tuklak gets, which means, you know, you're kind of evening out, just getting your techs in 5 seconds instead. Just a huge advantage. But he's going to wait. Like, it's kind of similar to Delhi in the logic of, like, you can't easily rush them. It just feels like you're throwing away any castle potential to do so because you need all that food and gold.
Royal Institute here for Louis MT is a very bold decision indeed, especially an age behind like this. Of course, with so many knights on the field, I do see the merit. And Louis MT, I guess, doesn't really want to lean into that late game. It feels like he just wants to kill, which he's going to have to do because now with the front gold idled, it's getting a little bit trickier, but the Knight Mass is looking really healthy. I'm not really sure if there's enough spear on the front here for him.
Priming for the veterancy. Knock at the tower down to half HP. Louis will end up losing a few workers for the effort. And still got the back gold. So Louis still going to have gathering. A lot of people still actively giving him gold. Marine Lord does catch the backstab attempt. Sees it early. That makes Louis hesitate. So we'll have to pull out of this. And now the rotation continues. Marine Lord hasn't really been challenged yet. So doesn't see a reason to go back.
This is a bit of a scary position to try to emulate though, right? When you start to wrap around like this, especially with such a slow infantry-based army, only the few elephants there counting as cavalry, makes you so susceptible to a full collapse and backstab, especially from these knights with royal bloodlines now halfway complete for Louis. And you can see Marine Lord, of course, perfectly understands this, so he's not going to take the risk here. Risk would be indeed high risk, high reward. Instead, going to try to push these knights out of position to secure his reinforcement line. Manages to do so for now.
Yeah, already has a crossbow switch coming in, so slowing down not the worst idea in the world. I don't think he ever confirmed that it was Royal Institute, right? So he's going to get a little bit of a surprise here of the Royal Bloodlines detail, but if he continues to blob the crossbow count up, it's really not going to matter that much to him. Louis is getting a bit crafty about this, though, switching into his own range now with the Arbitrier.
Arbitrier, to this day, the very best crossbow unit in the game. Not even come close, and the amount of elephants actually makes the decision a little bit questionable here for Louis. There's just not really any armored units here for Marine Lord whatsoever outside of the one healer elephant and the one lancer. Of course, that's another thing about Arbitrier, they're good anyway, but not necessarily the best choice here. Nice raid here by Louis. Catches 2 villagers there out of position. One building the racks, one heading towards the stone, it looked like. Good pickups there for Louis. Much needed.
Marine Lord, he's taking this opportunity to go in deeper. He's actually going to look to intercept on the dock. Demo ship did just get queued, but this is a lot of burn. Yeah, that demo ship is not being born. It's a perfect denial. Just didn't wait for the greed. Okay. What? Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Oh my god!
Line for Marine Lord is almost evaporated.
No way. He had it as well. That's the craziest part. Marine Lord, he stopped it. He let it burn down in the end, waited just a little bit, and it almost cost him the entire spears. Not just that, Louis sneaks in, catches a bunch of workers on the stone at the same time. But don't worry, he's got a Elephant there, which means probably by the year 2025 in-game, that Spearman will be full HP again. Like, seriously, he's got so many almost dead spears there. What was that, 30? 30 plus that had the health pool of 6.
And the impeccable timing of that night raid is exactly what made this happen here for Louis. Marine Lord dealing with the raid and the dock at the same time. Gets caught like this and another villager goes down here. The raids just continue. Louis MT smells blood and is going to keep circling like a shark. Dive, raid from the back, and now coming in from the front as well to meet the villagers that are retreating to safety.
And the army is taking so long to get back here. He just had the quick route across. All right, how does health bars looking? Okay, I take it back. Elephants are still ridiculous. Like, wait.
Okay, what am I seeing
half
right
the
now?
damage is already gone.
You know, I was even about to say, you know, oh, it's only one healer elephant. It'll take a while for them to heal. Yeah.
That's what I thought, right? But then, oh yeah, it's 2 healers, and and they still heal as much as they did. Of course. I mean, this is without herbal medicine. Like, I don't think you would have got it for a single heal elephant. But the fact that that calamity of practically every Spearman at Death's Door has already had over half damage reset is ridiculous.
Now Marine Lord on the defensive is going to re-secure himself on this gold. It was the entire army there. It was like he split it in 2 to go there on the stone as well. So Tuklabat forts are going to be on the menu for him at this point in time. Yeah, he catches it. Louis does find it being built. Gets a nice little bit of damage. I don't think any villages go down there, however. Good reactions by Marine Lord.
Yeah, keep up. And let's see which one is going to go for. Ook is pretty popular just for the tech discounts, but it makes no sense at this stage. He's pretty much got everything he wants. You can see the tier 2 tax. So instead, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him maybe Emir Warriors, not that logical against Knight Arbitrier. Yeah, you could just go for maybe Multan, faster producing TC. It's a pretty safe beginner choice.
Yeah, there it is.
That helps us. Carly, wait, what? Which one did he go for? He's upgrading the fort before he chooses the governor. He hasn't, because you can tell when they choose a governor based on the banners at the front.
Yeah.
So he's making it a real castle first.
Yeah, clearly Marine Lord is a little bit scared in this position, and he has every reason to be after that damage taken.
That's kind of sick, actually. He's going for Sawan, so this gives you the extra gold, but also the healer elephant's damage buff. So you're going to be able to deal with these Royal Bloodlines Knights more easily just by blobbing spears.
That's what I meant earlier, right? There's so many of these unique little bonuses from a lot of these governors for the Tughlaq dynasty. And Marino's going to look to lean into one of them right now. That damage buff, I don't know if we've seen it in action just yet beforehand. So I'm quite curious to see.
It's very rare. I feel like most people only get it because they got a lot of relics. And he's only got 2 so far. Plus he's like added in a second heal elephant. So I think it is just about getting kind of like the Inspired Warriors buff, essentially. And, you know, because it was starting to feel like this is the type of situation where you would have wanted the House of Learning for the spear buff, which is quite rarely useful in Castle. But now, we've got to skip out into Imperial. Look at this. Palace of the Sultan is already on the way for Marine Lord.
How does he do it? I will never understand. Just like that, the palace is on the way, and what a great landmark it is as well. Demo connects onto the knights, but with the royal bloodlines, it barely even looks like they got pickled there.
Wasn't he just
heal after this?
Didn't he just build all these farms literally 1 minute ago? How is he, this guy, how is he now building into Imperial while having to just dive into, what, 20 extra farms? It's just insane.
He just sneaks up on you. Like, it almost makes no sense. He just takes so much damage from these raids. He's kept like a turtle in his base, and he's like, okay, you know what? I took all this damage. I'll just go imp. I'm like, what?
It's a weird civ with imp as well, because they don't have any... It's not like a castle defensive landmark type thing for Imperial, right? It's not this insane booster to protection, right? He went for getting a level 4 governor straight away. But look at what he chose. It's Oop. So all of his Imperial upgrades just got heavily discounted.
Significant indeed, especially with such an early timing on this Imperial Age. And in combination with the Tughlaq fort there for the additional gold, doesn't only have 2 relics for now, but it's still going to make a nice little difference there, the additional 20%. And as we upgrade, the fort is only going to increase further here.
I just want you to process what's actually about to happen here, by the way. As long as he's got 1 good gold vein, he's getting a 35% pet discount because of that governor. 35%. So he's offsetting the 20% malice to get fast X, and then getting a 15% discount on top. It's pretty freaking wild and quite genius here. He already has elite spearmen, elite archers, going blacksmith tier 3 isn't hard. Even the idea of university techs is now incredibly affordable.
Indeed, and the blacksmith upgrades priority is so big here for Marine Lord, range damage as well as ranged armor for these troops. And this is the kind of timing he really wants to hit there, because the Red Palace is on the way for Louis MT as well. But the mangonels on the defense might make quite the difference here for him, and yeah, Marine Lord agrees. Yeah. He's gonna sit back a little bit and play this safer.
I don't think you have to rush urgently here, though. This is not a Guildhall build, so with Rollins 2, when your opponent goes Red Palace afterwards, it doesn't feel as defeatist, because they should have already got the value in Castle. So, yes, you're going to get elite status on your knights. There's some nice things in there alongside that, melee tech, etc. But it's not like you're getting this insane booster because Royal Bloodlines is finally on the table. Like, he's had it the whole time. He just hasn't been able to slay Marine Lord.
Where is that Red Palace exactly? Looks like it was placed very defensively on that wood line. So Louis feeling the pressure at this point in time. We now do actually have 2 healer elephants though here for Marine Lord, so really leaning into that bonus.
Yeah, just 2 though, right? Like it's not like it's about the power healing, because at this stage in the game, it's very hard to actually consistently keep units alive based off of healing. The logic being is there's just so much burst. You know how it is. You get to this stage in the game, 100 military units, it's just a meat blob and go. A lot of things are going to die, so just think of it more for the buff factor. Same with why you still run prelates in the mid-late game with or the Dragon or HRE.
Exactly right. That buff is going to make a significant impact here. One thing that isn't great here for Marine Lord is, of course, because there are so many units, or very population inefficient spearmen, archers, crossbows, that makes them a bit less potent than something like OTD, right, with their bigger, bulkier units. But still, there's going to be a lot of damage dealt, and in turn, a lot of healing, and as a result, a lot of buffing.
Okay, we are rocking Elephanto fun time here. He just started scaling into the Elephant Governor, the one that gives bonus health to elephants producing range of it. So, bit of a weird way to use it because it's a fixed number. War elephants don't actually benefit as much from that governorship. There's still extra health to work with, and war elephants themselves are still pure monstrosities to have to deal with.
Veterancy coming in for Louis as well. The archer's some ways out still. He doesn't want to take a pitched fight until that occurs, especially now that he's adding more archers. I mean, with such a heavy infantry ball here from Marine Lord, it really is important to have that ranged mass, especially when it comes to archers. You need to be able to clear those spears for these knights to really start shining. Bombard on the field from Marine Lord is going to start picking away at those mangonels. Only one hit away from death,
God,
and that's enough.
Elephant. Look at this one raider elephant. What is the range on that healing? Seriously, that's ridiculous. He's nowhere near them. He's staying alive, he's getting buffed up damage, and the idea here, like, this is really genius with the switch into elephants. It uses the healer elephant damage buff well, because that unit should be taking a lot of the brunt and then requiring a lot of the healing. 20% damage buffer on war elephants goes a hell of a long way.
Exactly right. With war elephants now on the field, it's going to make it even trickier for Louis MT to find the kind of opening he needs to take a good fight. With sacred sites locked in behind this for Marine Lord as well. Undoubtedly Tuklabad forts are going to be placed on them as well for further security. Sacred site timer, raid menace. I mean, realistically Marine Lord could just hold his position here. As long as there's no sneaky raids by these knights, there's really not much stopping him.
No. It looks like he's in a pretty firm position at this stage. I mean, Louis feels like you need more military here, which is weird to say with 27 knights. It shouldn't feel that way. Just a war elephant, so a critical counterplay into it. I love the way he's kind of hugging around these outcroppings, stopping off at them before advancing past them. Bombard, of course, just keeping pressure up as Louis knows it's just a giant sniper taking out his units. And we have got decap attempt on the sacred site, so Southside sacred site is being taken away. Marine Lord's pressure play being removed by that single knight.
Incendiaro's detail here is very significant for Louis. That's exactly what he needs to start dealing significant damage here with his hefty backline. Now quite close to completion. Meanwhile, Marine Lord is going to go for elite infantry tactics, which is going to finish way before that Incendiaros, of course. Such quick upgrade time for the Tuklak. Only 5 seconds. Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. Okay, yeah.
We've got cannons now coming out from Louis MT. Marine Lord, he hasn't bothered to really upgrade the stables governor at all. The elephants aren't receiving additional buffs, really. Wonder... Yeah, so he's just leaving it a tier 2. Because remember, with Combat Defender, he can go all the way to tier 4. Which has some crazy buffs, but also a crazy price tag. Royal Elephants, that's a big clash. They're just going to headbutt their way straight through the center. Look at the health bars at the center mass of Knights. That's his front line already failing a bit. Gets one of the elephants down. Crossbow fire needs to be on point here. The heal elephants don't really seem like they're target healing, though. Louis, he's got a decent number of knights left over. The Marine Lord has got raid elephants coming through now, and this is the scary part. Need to be careful if they get too close. Looks like it is going to scare him off for now. Louis MT able to get rid of the threat on his doorstep. Kind of absurd as well, but Marine Lord is about to come back with a more powerful kicker here. He's queued up hand cannoneers.
Yeah, the cannons in combination with that incendiary arrows is going to allow easy snipe out onto those elephants, and without the healer elephants, it means there's no buff anymore here for Marine Lord either. But I think these hand cannons now, that'd be the difference maker.
He needs time though, right? That's always the challenge. I wonder if, like, the problem there, it felt like he was not buffing the war elephants at all. So they didn't get a DPS buff, they didn't have a glow on them. They weren't really getting chain heals. It just felt like the imams were spending time on every other unit that didn't really matter as much. A great fight from Louis, man. He just needs to keep this pressure going. We have to remember, like, economically, he shouldn't really feel in a good position here. I mean, we see in the raw numbers, Marine Lord has the lead there. So we'll keep pressing. Gets rid of the 4 too black a bad 4. The sacred sites are still locked in, so Louis is going to have to look elsewhere soon.
And the fact that Louis is managing all of this without the guild hall is additionally impressive here for him. How does he do it? Now pushing Marine Lord against the wall, really, gaining that mid-map control. And this large 8k gold vein is so significant for Louis, especially with the gold-heavy composition that he's opting for. You see a little switch into Horseman now, 3 on the field, but with newfound gold access here, he might rethink that decision.
Raider Elephants moving across towards the Sacred Site. I've got some emplacements coming in to make this more annoying for Louis to camp on. John doesn't really feel like her impact has been felt that much in this game because Marine Lord hasn't really been relying on things like Siege that Jean's great at sniping. Wait a second. Oh, look at this. He sacks the fishing boats to get the demo in. Great split. Louis MT says, I don't take demo ships to the face on my whole army. That seems like a silly strategy to winning games.
Yeah, very beautiful split there by Louis MT. He's the Archer Lord in this case, it turns out. Making sure not many of them take damage, and looks like the decap, which is so needed here for Louis, is going to come through. There's nothing here for Marine Lord to contest this further. His attention was fully set on that sudden Sacred Site, which he did prevent decap, but now Louis can rest easy a little bit, knowing there's no actual direct defeat timer looming over him. But the rematch from Marine Lord is significant, and this range mass could be out of position, but Marine Lord doesn't risk it.
I've got cannons to try and siege through the castles now, but it's starting to feel like the game is slipping away from Marine Lord a little bit. I mean, hand cannoneers are nice. You know, you're not see if it gets any obvious buff to them, right? Unless you get the Zeal type effect for your heal elephants. Really, like your bread and bar, it's meant to make you feel strong, I guess, it's Raider Elephants. I almost feel like if you want them to be good here, they have to do what the name says and actually start raining.
Speaking of raiding, we haven't really had a significant raid for a little while now, have we? Both players so set on this center, and it makes sense. This often happens in this sort of mid-Imperial stage where gaining ground is way more important than gaining some kind of economic lead, because it's so easy for an army to just march out despite a raid to try to contest the center. Every unit counts in this position, and you have to be in the right place at the right time. So Louis is slowly F-balling ever forward here. The siege mass is increasing.
And the other thing to this, like, it makes so much sense for Jean because you just want to get XP. Look how close that bar is. It's almost time for Jean de Blast to arrive. And I think that's the point at which Marine Lord's going to struggle here. You know, that attack speed booster on the best crossbow and the best knight in the game. That's something you have to be chiefly concerned about here. We have a weird micro ban with the knights, leaves the crossbow exchanging with their counters, and now the Raider Elephants to the trample! Jump straight to the back of the formation. Spear and the hand cannoneers follows up. Louis MT may have misread the state of the game. Maybe thought it was over a little bit too soon. The Raider Elephants absorb blow after blow to push Louis away.
Massive dive through with the stampede from the Raider Elephants makes a massive impact there. The range mass is forced to clear the Raider Elephants first before being able to deal with the backline unless Louis micros them each step of the way, which is so difficult in this position with everything else that you have to focus on. And once again, he loses his center advantage and access to this 8k gold vein. He has stabilized his food income, however. We saw just moments prior sitting around 800 a minute, half of Marine Lords. But now looking better than before, and with his keep in the center, he will be safe for now and will have the time needed to remass.
Honestly, after that fight, I just have one chief important question on my mind. Why is it they make you wear protective ear cups when you're on a firing range, but not when you're on an elephant farm? Because those things were loud. Oh my god, I had to take my headset off for a second. I don't understand why these Raider Elephants are still louder than anything else in Age of Empires 4.
You know, they're so loud, you can even hear them in the fog of war. Just doom and gloom out of vision. How many times have I just looked into the fog of war, I hear an elephant, I'm like, oh god, no, help me.
Do you want to know the weirdest part as well on top of that? It's the fact that when you're observing and you use fog of war, you can't hear them, even if they are right next to someone in a stealth forest. Yeah. But if you're in game, you can. Like, it's ridiculous. We've got another castle drop coming in. I mean, because of course, elephants, they don't have opposable thumbs. So they can't open the doors on the front of castles. It's a #1 counter. Raider Elephant's going to move in, though. They can counter the army. Trample through again. Louis, did we not just go through this? The elephant nightmare continues. And the hand cannoneers just keep cutting through anything that survives the initial bout. A reset once more, but an impending feeling of doom because Marine Lord can keep this up all winter.
These Arbal escapes are the only thing really keeping Louis in the game at this point in time. It's very difficult for Marine Lord to push through. And he agrees. It's going to be 2 bombards and make it a 3rd in queue now as well for him. He needs to clear them. And after that, the way is open to close out the game for him. So many good fights back and forth here in his favor.
What do you do from here if you're Louis? I mean, Robotiquins is kind of a nutty idea, actually. I get this bad feeling the Raider Elephants might just dive on top of you, though.
Yeah, in theory, they're going to do great against the Raider Elephants, but... I mean, with bombards and a good range mass still from Marine Lord, we know the Robotiquins suffer from their low range. It's going to be pretty tough to get the full value out of them, but I guess Louis might be running out of ideas at this point, slowly and steadily. I don't think he hasn't tried his spears, but that's what makes it a bit difficult for Jean to make a switch in this position. Consecration is already used. You cannot use it again except when you get new charges, so switching into a different unit type from a different production building that you do not have consecrated just feels so difficult and puts a heavy strain on your economy. So Louis is going to keep leaning into the cavalry, into the range mass as well. He's looking very healthy now, but the first central keep has fallen. The second one undoubtedly next, and Louis is scrambling. He has to raid now, and he's going to do exactly that. But he needs so much damage done repeatedly to make a dent in this Marine Lord economy.
It's difficult because you're seeing coming miles away, right? And also the other thing, can we check the fort levels? Because I've got a feeling it's at least tier 3 forts for the Raider Elephants. I wonder if he actually took it all the way. Because tier 4 forts for the Elephant Health, it's pretty nuts. You get 65 more HP. Okay, no, he's lost more. Like, he never rebuilt the stables one. So it's actually just the religious as well as the tech. Interestingly, he hasn't bothered with any of the other castles.
It's a bit difficult, right? I mean, even Marine Lord in this position might not be like completely confident of exactly how a lot of these bonuses work. There's a lot of information to keep track of. And at the end of the day, in his mind, I guess, if he just plays better, that should probably, hopefully, be enough for him. In this case, there's so much to focus on, so he's just gonna full central send it looks like, with 20 Raider Elephants as a front line here for the bombards, for this hand cannoneer mass in combination with crossbows, archers, spears. Marine Lord has so much on the field, even sacrificing economy in favor of units for the ultimate death ball to close out the game.
Yeah, you can see the farms are always just about well enough protected as well. It's just awesome raids at this stage. They're not doing enough quick enough. Like, there's a concern, a creeping concern that fight is knocking on your door in the next minute. And will you be ready, Louis MT? The man who only has 250 gold a minute, Jean, and 40 minutes into a game of Age of Empires. That sounds like a nightmare for Jean spammers.
As we mentioned before, there's no guild hall for Louis to lean into. His eco is exactly as you see it, anemic at this point in time. He needs a miracle really to recover in this position. Horsemen raid in, just there to try to snipe in on the bombards, but are met by so many elephants and they die virtually instantaneously. So many went down there as well. Not that horsemen are too expensive at this point in time, but Louis needs everything he can get. He can't even stay at 200 at this stage effectively. Jean did call the reinforcements. It's gonna be a companions as well as another bombard for him. But now, the School of Cavalry is down. The keeps are down. The very landmark town center is now under bombard fire and is falling quickly.
Has to react to it soon. Louis MT looks to spring forward. Marine Lord, why are we running? You've got an elephant, man. Get in there. Press Q to win. It's right next to the W key for a reason. Starts to march in. Doesn't activate just yet. He's waiting for that moment that Louis looks to turn on him. A few spears will scare him off temporarily. A lot of way being given here. He wants to invite him into the opening. But this would be a good time for a trample, actually. He's got the chase if he needs it. There it is. Activates it. Runs straight on through to send Louis home. All the way back to that loading screen with potentially just one life left. Look at how long it takes just to clear them. They just don't die.
With the spearman frontline cleared, it opens the way for the stampede of these elephants. Louis, though, with good kiting, manages to save most of his range mass for now, but so much has been lost. The rematch is going to be difficult for him. In the end, though, the fight doesn't look too bad. He actually has a way better range mass here in position than Marine Lord does. Another bombards are under threat. One goes down.
We've got a few more Raider Elephants. It's surprising what a few of these annoying son of a guns can do, though. Tramples again. And remember, the clutch saver for Louis, the reason he didn't just immediately just get like erased in that last fight, it was the Divine Restoration that just rejuvenated him to the point to hold on. But there's a growing concern here, right? Like, the Arbitrary they're like diamonds for Jean. He cannot replace losses. Whereas Marine Lord, even if he loses hand cannoneers, like, where the hell is he getting this gold?
It's the relics right up to 3 now, as well as the 2 sites with the bonus on the gold generation from the Tuklabat 4. The income is just staggering here for Marine Lord. He has all the gold he needs and then some. JD though, gets caught on the front line. She's gonna go down. There's no gold to replace her. There's no TC to replace her.
You have to hold on now for 2 minutes. 2 minutes without any front line. This is the inevitable ham. I don't know what you call it. What's elephant ham? The elephant ham of Tuklak. You want to win with them? Live by the elephant, die by the elephant. He's desperate trying to get that TC back up, but you know it's never going to be the same. Both sides getting reduced on the forward push, but you know who's got more military coming. This is just a quarter of the elephant army. And the Elephanto Apocalypse will close it out for Marine Lord.
Louis MT in dire straits after Marine Lord once again takes him down on his map pick here on one of his signature, most effective civilizations that he has available for himself. One of his favorite picks fails him when he needs it most. And now Marine Lord, one game away, one victory away from eliminating Louis MT and progressing forward in this loser bracket.
I just want you to think about that wasn't even those elephants in their final form. Like, imagine if he ever had gotten back to those forts. Like, and I think Marine Lord know afterwards, like, this is pretty good. There's an even better way to play this, right? He tried it originally, but he ended up losing the keep in the center, if you remember. That was giving him additional hit points. And it's quite a lot, even for those elephants, like getting up to 50, and he could even went all the way to 65. I love that we're actually finally seeing the forts in play. Like, they actually have relevance. And it's interesting, actually, because there's a world in which you can get every single bloody fort if you get to the Bakar, the food-generating one. Because that tier 4 would have ended up giving him stone as well. So there's definitely some potential. And you can see the way that the devs intended forts to be used. Sadly, I have to say, it still feels like it needs the fishing to pad it to make it look good. But we'll see how the meta develops. We did just have a big patch, but I mean, this fight, like, props to Louis for holding on as well as he did. I think really what helped him, you know, as we got later in the game, this kept happening, was we saw one big clutch fight, the healing, just getting the arbitrator that should have been all dead, basically up to full HP again for one more hold. But you always had that sinking feeling of inevitability. Like, you never feel good. If you look at literally every replay snippet that's remaining here, just keep watching Louis MT's gold income per minute, and it paints the real picture.
Yeah, exactly right. Without having access to that guild hall, it's just don't scale nearly as well, right? The whole reason you go for that Royal Institute is for that kill timing with the Royal Bloodlines in that castle age. If you miss that and are then forced to go Imperial Age later on, you're simply in just a worse position by every metric than you would have been otherwise. And that costs Louis MT the game here when he needs it. However, it's not quite over for him yet, as the next matchup is ready. And, you know,
how do you feel about
Malians, yeah, Malians is an amazing civilization here for Louis. But up against Marine Lord's China, not quite the beast that they were before, but especially in the hands of Marine Lord, someone like him, it's going to be a difficult match. But Malians as well, they've been on the up and up for a while.
Yeah, it just feels like they've been looking consistently better and better, right? Really never getting a crippling feeling to them. I mean, there was a while ago when they nerfed the Farimba build. I just don't feel like that took much wind out of their sails when people realized Sofa was still a thing and Fulani was always going to be there for them. And, you know, when Pro Scouts got nerfed, Malians didn't care. Malians was already the type of Civ that didn't pro scouts first. They normally want to do anti-pro scouts, and then because the way the anti-pro scout is they built scouts, they could do it themselves. So like, we've even seen details around the free cow opening, right? Like it used to be that goal was used to get pro scouts. Now you can just use it to set up your own economy and pad yourself early. Just a lot of chef kisses. While China on the other side has just been kind of getting hit again and again. Admittedly, necessarily, they needed to have those hits. But it has left China, I think it's one of the very few remaining civs that still justifies pro scouts a lot, but definitely losing a bit of pump to their timings compared to just like 2 months ago.
We've seen it recently that often the pro scout comes in on a bit of a delay, right? There's often that early military investment first, which China just does so exquisitely with the Imperial Academy. Just training units and having the Imperial officials. Suddenly you can afford all the upgrades you need, including the professional scouts, even after the gold income from it has gotten shaved down. And Louis, I do wonder what the idea is here for Marlins. We have seen such a heavy priority into the Sofa and Archer composition recently after, bit by bit, the Sofa is getting buffed and buffed a little bit. And now they're looking better than ever before. And although that composition is so potent, especially when you get to the Castle Age and can upgrade a mass that you already have, in the Feudal Age, it often feels quite difficult to pull off, especially against a civilization that can outmass you so tremendously, like the Chinese.
Yeah, I think with the Sofa, it's not even about direct fighting, it's about raiding, right? And that's where you're meant to have your advantage. Don't look to directly contest, look to go around. What on earth are you... Sorry, I think there's another killer pigeon trying to break through from the mod.
There's a tear in the matrix, it appears.
There is. Ignore him. Like if you see bunnies hopping through there, that's not what I do in my spare time. But this is going to be a bit of an interesting one, right? A true testament to it. I've seen China taking the knee against a lot of surprising civs at the moment. Maybe finally feeling like they're balanced. Like they found a place where they don't feel OP. And the weirdest part is that Marlins is one of those chief civs looking to take that S tier spot from them. Game number 3. Marine Lord on match point. This is Louis' last hope. If he loses any more games in this series, he is out of the EGC Masters Finals 2025. Let's see if Marlins can be a miracle worker.
Indeed. The very last chance here for Louis MT to recover in this series. And what a mountain has he got to climb. 3 straight games is what he needs to not only keep himself in the tournament, but also to eliminate the very best player in the world, the most consistent player, Gentleman's Marine Lord. And a tough job indeed on the Chinese. And looking at the spawn for Marine Lord, it's about what we would expect from him, isn't it? Let's be honest.
I'm sorry, but how do you even get this? Can we just look at the stone, the gold, and the berries? Like how? One of those should be at the front of your base. They're all behind his TC.
I don't know how he does it, KP. I just don't understand at this point. In fairness, though,
there's an if statement in the code where if your name is Marine Lord, something happens. That's my theory.
Something definitely happens for sure. Now, Louis, it's a bit of a bittersweet sport, I have to say. We have double front gold. The first one, it could be worse. It's slightly side forward. But the day packs aren't terrible, honestly. Those could potentially be secured by the classic 5 villager outpost play here. And with the Mansa Quarry, you can upgrade them and keep them relatively safe, but it's still not great, right? It's not great, and it's not what you want to see in the game, which means the most of the entire tournament so far.
Yeah. I think Louis in this one, the good news at least, if you open Sophie, you're kind of playing more aggressive. I wonder if we're going to get Pro Scouts, actually, is one of my main thoughts for Marine Lord. Considering the sheep dispersion is fairly even, he's probably going to feel somewhat tempted. But, there is a world in which you can kind of just shift out to that east side. It's not the most out there, greedy play to go onto the deer.
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Because although you can move onto that deer, it's a bit of a double-edged sword for China, because to get maximal value out of any move out, you want to go there with an Imperial official. But if you move there with an Imperial official, you ideally want to supervise as many villages as you possibly can And shifting your entire food economy so early onto a deer pack, although it's great in a minute, 2 minutes, early on, suddenly you're suffering and you can't even train units besides the villages that you're making as Imperial officials. So it's a bit difficult to do. Another reason why Pro Scouts feel so good for China, almost necessary, I want to say, in a lot of cases. I feel like without Pro Scouts, China kind of struggles in a lot of cases. Now, part of it is of course, they're so used to Pro Scouts by now that other playstyles haven't been explored, but besides that, it's quite difficult for them to make things work without it.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's kind of a weird feeling as well because, you know, if you're not going to go for Pro Scouts, you definitely have to go for Wheelbarrow early. So that kind of like skews the balance there as well, if you think about it, right? Like you're then spending 150 that you can maybe avoid needing to spend otherwise, at least in the opening. And then as a Civ that just inherently gets so much gold anyway, it just feels directly encouraged because of that. I mean, you see it for both these Civs. Like, that's why both these Civs are so good at playing the Pro Scout meta, is their ability to just inject gold at that critical point. Louis in this game, though, I'd be expecting this to be, with the mill already being dropped, the double cow umper quite fast at the start of the age. And yeah, first cow already queued up.
Interesting little variation here on Marine Lord's build. In the past, when he played China, he would open quite often with that village, but opts to go for the house instead here and go for the 5 age up on the Imperial Academy.
Oh, don't.
It's surprising, considering the cheaper village, right?
Yeah, that don't. If Crackety's around, that's going to kick him off on one again.
I agree with Crackety. Why no village opening?
So my theory is if you're going to place it somewhere away from where your economy is already functioning. So, for example, let's say you were going to move to and place a village on the tree line. That, to me, makes sense that you built a house first, if you see where I'm going, because then, like, you weren't going to have villages out near that tree line that early. So it's suboptimal to walk out, build it, come back. But you might want the village there now that you've got everyone on the tree line because it's a garrison spot. Admittedly, this placement, there's not really much excuse. It's maybe there was something Marine Lord had in mind that he was worried about, but I can't imagine that was the case. Like, sometimes you can excuse this because you're up against a Dark Age Civ and need flexibility where you want to put this pseudo garrison spot. But let's be totally real. Malian players are never in a million years going to Dark Age rush you.
It's been a long time since we've seen a Malians produce spears in the Dark Age. Sometimes it's still not the worst idea on the defense.
Offensively, yeah. Like, never offensively.
Yeah, that's a bold strat for sure. I'm gonna see it here. Maybe a full secondary pit mine here for Louis. No mining camp either, so not worrying too much about the future. Just getting that maximal gold income for as little cost as possible here. And yeah, it's just gonna be straight Pro Scouts here for Marine Lord. No units, nothing. He just wants that food in ASAP, and it's already coming in. There, supervised, underneath the mill, underneath the Imperial Academy, a lot of food as well as a lot of gold. The Chinese classic strategy that has been the boogeyman of professional play for so very long now.
And you just have the flexi here, right? That's the thing. I think one of the challenges with China, same as Shuxi in some ways, it's like this is the type of Civ that they can suck you into the cyclone of fighting and fighting and fighting, and then instantly just tech up when you think they're going to remass on fighting. And it gives you, like, no time to react to it, really. So that's one of the big challenges here for Louis MT, is gauging what Marine Lord's true intent is, and then prepping against it, as opposed to being stuck reacting to it once it happens.
It's just amazing how they managed to do it, right? I think the day is a big part of it, but the main reason is that Imperial Academy, that goal. The fact that you don't need to move out onto it virtually at all, even if you want to go Castle Age. Even then, only afterwards, when you need the extra gold for those knights, do you need to go on it. This leads to such a quick turnaround time to that Castle Age that's very difficult for civilizations to deal with. And Malians is one of those that can be susceptible to a castle timing when they're booming. Although they have the counters necessary in the feudal age, dealing an age behind with inferior units can really be a problem when it starts to trading out resources.
Sofas are messing up nicely for Louis, though. Like, the thing you've got to keep in mind from Marine Lord is, you know, outside the spears, Archer's situationally, there's not much you want to take with you to the next stage. So it really feels like you want to try and get some damage done now with this. And double the military mass, definitely an opportunity. He's at least going to be targeting out that wide pit mine. You mentioned at the start of the game, the Louis MT spawn being rough, and it's already showing its face.
So many cows out already here for the EMT. Allows him to pump sofas quite healthily early on. Already up to 6. 2 additional ones in queue. The Marine Lord is just full sending Ooga Booga. It's just non-stop units. Spears, horsemen, archers. Exactly what he needs to deal with this composition. This is where it's quite tough for Malians because they don't really like moving into the strike composition early on, especially when their food income is so severely behind. Half of Marinos currently for Louis, and it's going to keep staying that way no matter how many cows he adds, at least in the feudal age.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Marine Lord, if he has to walk away and just tech, do you feel good about this? Or are you kind of getting concerned? Like, it almost feels like Marine's put himself in a position now where he needs some semblance of damage done.
When you invest like this, you definitely need some damage done. You can't just, for example, now I don't think he can just pull back and go Castle Age for free. It just doesn't really work. You lose the map control, you lose the tempo, and that's when it can get really scary if the Malian comes in with the age up. So he's going to keep sending it, and he's going to chase here forward. Classic Spear Horseman against Sofa Archer. Of course, Marino has some archers behind it as well for that extra buffer, and it's going to prove pretty useful. He's going to push Louis empty back in his base so far, but he's done a great job with the micro, not really losing any sofas. Only one, and one archery looks like. Decent trade there, actually, for Louis MT. And you have to be careful as the Chinese, although you have this amazing food income, it's not really... That deer is limited, right? We mentioned time and time again, once it's out, it's out. And if you haven't done significant damage before it, it gets way harder. As we say that, though, the Imperial Palace is on the way. And this is the timing we're talking about. So fast and sudden.
It's ridiculous. It just ambushes you out of nowhere. And this is what I meant, like the Bane switch. The moment something goes wrong, oh wait, they're already teching? How? So Louis, I mean, the good news is this is the type of comp. These days, this feels good to now have to mirror tech with. It used to be you do Donzo and Javelins, and it would really put you in this weird position. Like, should I attack with this really slow army? Because I don't really want it once I'm in castle. Instead, he at least has a tech choice now when he hears that one coming in. Like, oh, I could maybe just try and follow this up now. I'm already 12 cow deep. I'm not really that far off of Fulani being really good.
Yeah, exactly. And once that Fulani is in, all you need is about a minute to get your upgrades, get your production necessary to keep up with the newfound incredible food income, and then you're golden as Malian. That is the peak that you so want to achieve. But will Louis even get there? He's still so far away from the age up. The cows are not full either. And to get a decent timing here, you have to sacrifice cows, which means you sacrifice food income. The Marine Lord is not going to let that happen for free. The Lancers start coming out now. We do have veterancy on the spears, it looks like. Not on the horsemen, I believe. Although it is coming in now, it looks like. Archer's also not veteran just yet.
Archers, there's not really many. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't get upgraded. There's only 6 of them, okay? Like, they haven't earned their place in the main army. It's mainly about the spear blob to deal with the sofa, which is going to protect him at home. And then I assume he's just going to use Lancer to kind of tickle raid while Louis is kind of contained. Wouldn't be surprised if Marine Lord is actually dropping a monastery as we speak. Yep, there we go. Like, he's already got good map control for it, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, getting those relics in behind is very important here for Marine Lord. Some players opt to just go full, go with the units and no relics whatsoever, just go for a kill timing. But look at this though, the mass from Louis is looking really, really healthy despite all of this, right? And he's getting close to that age up behind it, so a little bit of room to breathe, and suddenly he's able to match the numbers and even tech up behind it. He has to be careful now. With the Lancers arriving, is going to make trading out so much harder. But the Archers doing such a great job of sniping out the space, and once they are out, the Sofas can frontline pretty safely here without having to worry.
But look at the bodies. Like, it's these horsemen. The horsemen are actually getting good value on this chase. Spears still surviving long enough that the Sofas are kind of a bit paranoid. Will now turn for the fight with the assist of the TC fire. Will be enough to scare Marine Lord out of the base. Yeah, kind of reached that dive point where it wasn't a good exchange anymore, and it does mean could end up just losing the archers. Like, I don't know. It feels like Louis is just trying to min-max the life of the Sofas here. But my concern is the closer this army stays to your base, the worse the hit's going to be upon tech up complete. Look at the Lancer count already for Marine Lord.
Yeah, the Lancer count is a real problem, and although these veteran sofas, once they get the upgrade, are very potent, the issue is that you need imported armor for them to really make a difference, and it's such an expensive upgrade. Fulani itself gets interrupted. Yeah, this is a problem.
He sent it back out again, but the villagers, that's 3 worker kills for just a handful of archers. Tech up completes, yes, but Marine Lord now with a decent eco lead. And the cavalry count, I mean, just look at the reset here. 5 Sofa now up against 6 Lancers. Lancers that are raiding into the tree line and actively finding additional kills.
This is the kind of damage you have to find here as a Marine Lord. It's really do or die. You need to keep raiding, keep pumping, keep dealing damage. Stop this mass from reaching critical count here for Louis as the Malians. You just have to keep going, and he's going to do so. Another villager falling. Make that a second. Up to 5 kills now.
They have to gather right now. Louis MT has no food income, right? He can't just rely on a half Lani to get the Sofa mass going. Not against Pro Scouts China. It's just a never-ending queue of Chinese Lancers to send Louis MT to the aftermath. To the afterlife.
It's such a painful way to get caught, right? This is so classic. This happens so often for the Malians, especially with the Chinese. It's so painful. Just like you mentioned, he needs these villagers gathering, but if they gather, they end up dying. The Sofas are coming not nearly at the pace that they need to contest this mass. These Lancers will fall, but there's so many behind them as well that keep continuing. 8 in queue for Marine Lord, 6 on the field now total, and they just keep coming. As soon as he kills 2 Lancers, 2 or 3 more show up. Again, the villagers are idle.
Get out of here! The dose of irony here. Game number 3 against the Chinese prodigy kid. He pulls out the Chinese, and then he does exactly what the Malians are meant to be doing. Heavy cav flood that just never stops. He's still got 1.3k food income. He's moved out to berries on the left and east side. Marine Lord can keep this pumping for like, what, probably another minute or 2. He decides it's not worth it, though. He's going to pull back and regroup because he's already milked the cow to the point that it started to bleed. A 20 eco lead for the Chinese.
Maximal value being gained by Marine Lord as well. Even just these 3 spears, knowing they won't really do much on the dive, he just sends them to the pit mine. They're going to start burning houses one by one. Not only less gold income, but also potential population block for Louis, which, well, you know, at least that is a moment of respite for him because he has lost so much that he will not really reach that population cap for a while yet. But there is a bit of a lull now, to be fair. 15 workers have gone down for Louis, but suddenly he has just a little bit of breathing room. The Deco is suffering so much. He just can't match these numbers yet for Marine Lord. And although Sofa are very strong and they trade cost effectively against Knights, that relies on them having the necessary numbers to do so, and they need to exceed the Lancer numbers for that, which is not the case yet in this game. More villagers running around. He's going to go back onto the cows now to gather further. It's going to be a while till that food income really starts kicking in for him further. But the berries are out for Marine Lord on the left of his base. He just had to move out those southern berries now. The Lancer's flood has slowed down just a little bit here.
Well, for a moment, but back into the economy they go, looking for additional worker kills. Does get the charge through. Loves down 1. Could have shifted towards the goal, but actually just shows respect to the Sofa. Will retreat out. There is a concern here. Marine Lord may need to start thinking about shifting across the wood soon, or he's going to have to go much wider onto the boards.
Marine Lord putting a lot of respect on this Sofa now. Further spears in queue at this point in time too for him. Finds the gold workers. They're going to be idled out as well. They're going to go back. Barbican of the Sun now coming up for Marine Lord. There's going to be a drop on that forward berries. Not wanting to get raided there.
Keeps poking though. I like the way he's keeping the pressure up. Guarantees that Louis MT can't go out on the map and punish the fact that Marine Lord is now having to actively walk around for food. So he keeps on pushing him. The Spearmen were scouted out, so Louis MT is already correctly reacting with Archer play himself. Marine Lord has yet to put more on wood. It's kind of surprising at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Spearmen, right? They're quite light on the wood cost, and he did just opt for that Song Dynasty. Really, most of his composition, all it costs is food and gold. The spears cost just a tiny bit of wood at 20.
I'm
each,
thinking
but
for farms,
it's not much.
right? Like,
yeah.
like you have to start thinking about them soon, or you have to go extremely wide for those picks.
That's what makes me wonder, right? Is the boar an idea here for Marine Lord? Okay, never mind. Now we have that shift out onto the wood. All of a sudden now 17 on that wood line. So he's going to look to get those granaries and farms going. Quick time here quite soon. There they are, moving into position. Supervision on the lumber camp as well for him. Yeah, this is the kind of slowdown we were referring to, right? Once that deer is out and you get the song, that is sort of the Chinese moment where you just sit back a tiny little bit and don't dive as aggressively. Just preparing that macro for the mid-game.
It feels like Louis is stuck. It's only so long you can survive just in this back corner. Pit mines are starting to be sacked as well. He's been forced into Donzo's.
Yeah, the houses and the pit mine dropping now. Very stables under threat. This one on the front at least. Triple sight lock-in, you can see. Even Marine Lord is struggling to spend all that gold that he's now finding. A bit short of eco upgrade still. Only double broadaxe at this point in time. Despite all the movements around the map, there's no wheelbarrow, no specialized pick or horticulture for that matter.
It is a little bit weird, yeah. Like, I mean, at least he was mindful of the broadaxe for the timing here. It's 25 on wood, now 41. We are getting a mass farm transition in the next 2 minutes. It's the only window, realistically, Louis gonna have to try and get back in this game.
Problem is, with the amount of damage that he's been dealt, that's almost enough villager kills to completely actually cancel out the Fulani. The economies are virtually even at this point in time. Donzos have been mixed in by Louis MT as well. Marino looks for another dive, takes out one of the ranches and kills the cows. And this is so painful for Malians because, yeah, you have some corpses to gather from, but there's no placing a ranch there anytime soon again. And we know that the Fulani has an influence range and it's not really massive.
What do you do here, Louis? I mean, you can't just stay in your base any longer. You got to be feeling like this transition's coming. He's got to try and look for a raid, but like you highlight, I mean, the damage already done. 32 Lancers. If you leave your base for a second, there's no world in which 14 Sofa can raid harder than 32 can dive the base.
Definitely not. Definitely not, and Marine knows this. He's going to keep circling around the map here. Just consolidating the center at this point in time. But we do finally have that all-expensive, all-too necessary upgrade here for Louis. The imported armor now coming in. That's what's really going to push these sofas to be a fearsome unit. But when it's less than half the Lancer count, yeah.
Yeah, also the fact it just took this long. I mean, this long. Usually you're talking about that within the first 2 minutes of Castle. It shows you how dire of a circumstance it's been for Louis. That's a 50% increase in worker count currently, which is now just eclipsing the effect of the cow, especially now with the farms coming in. We're going to see it in the next minute. Marine Lord's food number is going to skyrocket.
Exactly right. His granaries are coming in quick for him, and they're going to boost. They have that boosted gathering rate on the farms as well, so better than regular farms. Combine that with the supervision. Horticulture is now finally coming in for Marine Lord as well. Foodie gun's definitely going to start boosting up yet again, exactly to where it was before when he had those deer. The third one is now coming in. Quite condensed here, not the most optimal placement of farms or granaries, but that's, you know, as long as the food is coming in, that's what really matters at the end of the day.
Feels like he can be a little bit suboptimal, a little bit subpar. He's got plenty of rope at this stage. Gold income as it is, with the 4, soon to be 5 relics. I mean, if this doesn't end with a brute force push, there's just a tech up waiting to happen. Not too far down the line, those farms now online. Marine Lord has even started to pad himself the eco techs. It's got the range damage increase. Archer blob, like, where did it come from? It's just all of a sudden up at mirroring the Lancer count, like. The speed at which he's able to pivot into this. And Louis, it's going to be difficult defense. Now with the archer composition, Donzos might end up getting stretched thin. Does need to move those archers upfield. Sofa just trying to raid and intercept a little bit. We'll get mirrored out.
Great timing is looking really nice here for Marine Lord, right? With the ranged upgrades as well as the melee now, he's ahead of Louis, not only in military count, but value as well, quite significantly.
It's the way you trade like this as well. At this stage, you really hope to have half your army being ranged so you can poke and prod. Like, that's the advantage Marine Lord just stripped away from a civ that you would expect to have it in mid-castle age. Like, Malians, they thrive off this archer mass, poison arrows with the scaling assistance of sofas. Just haven't really seen it at any true stage in this game.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how late that imported armor had come in because of the damage that he had suffered. Normally the timing that we saw on imported armor is the timing we see on poison arrows because it's an even more expensive upgrade than imported armor. But that feels like such a luxury at this point in time for Louis MT. 500 gold cost for the upgrade in just gold alone. And yeah, affording that in this position is easier said than done. Louis MT knows that he has to start finding some damage. I think he feels that there's potentially an Imperial around the corner soon, which is a possibility for Marine Lord if he just sits back for a little bit. He's going to push directly towards the center here. Bearing no expense.
It's around. It's an ambush. Lancers around the back. Scares him back into the front line. Louis, I mean, it was a Hail Mary. He wasn't to know just how big the number difference was, but it's been that way for so long. And it's time to put the Chinese kid to bed. Papa Lord has got to go deeper. It's an elimination of Louis MT, and the reigning champion stays alive with a dominant 3-0 statement.
Marine Lord once again proving that he is here to stay and is going to do everything in his power to make sure that is the case. Unfortunate ending here for Louis MT in the EGC Masters Finals. He's fought tooth and nail in this series, but Marine Lord, the machine at this point in time, just denies him every step of the way for a brutal 3-0 finish. Louis MT's hopes in this tournament are now crushed, but Marine Lord is here to stay and make a statement further on.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shame in it. Marine Lord always does this to people, it feels like, and he was saying that he felt like he needed something on the line, stakes. Well, he set them high, he set them early. He begins this playoffs as one of the first players in the lower bracket, then begins the lower bracket with the strongest performance that we potentially could easily end up seeing. Full stop. I mean, this was clean, right? I don't think there's really any room for Louis MT to have breathed. Maybe a little bit in that game too. There was a moment, the Tuklak, where it just kind of felt like maybe Marine Lord had thrown away the lead. You know, you have to highlight that demo ship. It's probably the most memorable moment of the series. How the hell did he come back from that? But I think that maybe makes you even more worried if you're a player on the other side, is the fact that he didn't play perfectly. He made like a big slip up there, but that slip up felt irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
Exactly right. At the end of the day, so much damage has been dealt to the Space. But they didn't die, right? They did not die. And with the healing access for the Tuklak with those either elephants, soon enough they were all healthy yet again, and he's back in the driving seat. But that really was the moment there for Louis to make a difference. Even in the first game, it looked like there were some chances there, but Marine Lord just, the execution, virtually flawless in all of these games, and it really made the difference.
Stop. You're going to make him blush. Let's go see if the man's red in the cheeks. I think we've got Marine Lord on the line for an interview to tell us how he's feeling about today. Because Marine Lord, big congrats, first of all, man. It's been a bit of a roller coaster ride for you, my friend. You know, the group stage up against Anatan, the experience against Wham. What changed with this week?
Hey, thanks first. What changed? I mean, I just get more practice in. I think the fact that I didn't practice for a long time before the tournament is hurting me quite a lot. Because usually I tend to practice for like a whole month before a tournament, and then I'm ready from the get-go. But this tournament I started practicing maybe like 1 week before it, and it's really, really hard. People are... I mean, you need to have so much knowledge with all the new civs, you have a new format, and you have so many maps that changed. Plus you have patch. So here and there you have small patch, and it changed a little bit some matchup. So you just need to work very hard and get more knowledge. So I feel like every week I have more chance of winning the tournament, but I still don't feel like I'm very confident for now.
So you prefer if we kind of extended the tournament a few more weeks, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting thought, right? Because like I've agreed with your thought process in the past. Like sometimes you can play the game too much. Do you feel like it's just the fact that it was an expansion? Like if this wasn't an expansion, but even if it just been a patch change, you could have been confident with your playstyle. Yeah, please, can you refrain from showing your pussy on cam? All right, it's a Marine Lord, not the potato cam.
Yeah, she's the brain, so I was showing her obviously, but it's a watching time.
Whoa! You got a Brainiac team? Okay, that's got to be against the rules.
Yeah.
Is it
She's
like
helping me.
left paw for like this landmark, right paw for that landmark? You know.
Exactly, she's very smart. Way more than me. Sorry, I forgot the question because I'm stupid.
All right, I'll say it really slowly. So, you know, your strategy, you're a big fan of this idea that actually taking a break can be good, not playing as many hours can be a good thing. Do you think that if it was just a big patch change, but not these new civs, that approach would have been fine for this tournament?
I think if it was just one thing, it would be fine. But maps are so different. You have a mix of maps, like you have Golden Knights, Kawasan. All the island changed because of the meta. Like you have a lot of nerfs and buffs that makes different civs good on all the island. And then even land maps, right? Because you have Sengoku now. Sengoku just got changed, so we don't really know how strong it is. It's just so complicated. And Sengoku feels very weird, like it's very strong, but in some matchup it doesn't feel very good, and in some matchup it feels very broken. So it's really hard to target where it's at. Same for Tulak, I'm not sure how you say. On water, on hybrid. It's very strong, but I'm not sure how strong it is. And like, I feel pretty good about my Tugluk, but against Jeanne d'Arc, I never got this matchup. So the idea of how you wanna play the Civ is you wanna hit a lot of timing. But Jeanne d'Arc, you really want to do everything. Other than that, you just want to defend. Especially if you go Royal Institute and you want to go first Imperial. So like, I've got my experience as Tugluk, for example, which is always pressure and timing. But against Jeanne d'Arc, it doesn't work because she has very strong knights, and it's just the Civ is very unique. So it feels like, even in this case, I was a little bit clueless, and it felt very hard to beat. I think I should have lost this one, but normally at the start of the game, I am ahead, and I should slowly snowball through the whole game. But I guess I made a few key mistakes that didn't allow me to snowball, and then you can't really wall against Jeanne d'Arc, so...
Would you normally advise people to get hit in the face with 30 spears by demo?
Oh yeah, that's not very smart. I was very surprised. I was like, yeah, there is no way he's gonna do that, because they are edge 3, and they don't get one shots, but to be fair, like if they are all alive, then maybe it's very scary. So yeah, that was very bad. Because actually, I think at this moment, maybe I had a decent timing to hit. I'm not sure. But I was actually trying to pressure, right? So it was a terrible thing to happen.
I mean, it was still impressive. I was saying it's more impressive that you recovered from that, because that, like, lesser players would have been kind of rolled over by Royal Institute. But, you know, final thoughts, I think, go to kind of Louis MT, you know, him in this matchup. How did it feel, this Louis MT versus, I mean, let's go back to Master Summers, right? The guy who beat you. You know, there's been questions on his performance more recently. Do you feel like he's finding his stride again, or is it, you know, is it maybe more a case that there's too many good players now, that we've heard that feeling that a lot of people have now caught up at the end of 2025?
No, I'm not sure. Like, I feel like he's a different player. Before the tournament he won, I think he was always playing his own style, trying his own stuff, like a lot of French, a lot of Jeanne d'Arc, stuff like that. And he was losing because of his draft. And then during the tournament he won, plus the next one, the Steel Series one, I think he was actually doing very good, and he was playing pretty much what I was expecting from anyone else. So pretty meta, I would say. And I think he was very strong at that. But since then, I feel like he's back to being a baboon, and he's just picking like so many weird civs. He loves Golden Horde a lot. He loves Jeanne d'Arc, French. So I'm not too sure. Like, I feel like his civ pool is getting him some loose, I think. Because his draft was pretty hard, right? Mongol Zushi, I think, is very hard. And the third game is very hard. Maybe Jeanne d'Arc against Tuluk is not too bad, but I'm not sure about it. I will not still favor Jeanne d'Arc. And I think he played very well the Malian game. But I still won in the end, because China.
Still number one, it feels like. And, you know, final question, kind of looking forward. Your next opponent, I think, wouldn't it be... Isn't it either Anatan or
Vortex or Anatan?
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which one do you think you're getting? Which one do you want to get?
I mean, the historical win rate between them two is very one-sided for Vortex. I want to play against Vortex because I didn't practice with him much recently, and I've been practicing a lot with Anatan. It always feels pretty bad to play against your practice partner. But At the end of the day, like my goal is to win the tournament, so I don't really care who I get, to be fair. But yeah, if I could get Anatan later on, it means we can practice more next week, and then we get an advantage against the other player that stays, you know?
That's a good strat. I mean, I will warn you, Vortex dealt with your scrim partner 2 weeks ago in KPMM. It was a 4-0, so...
yeah, but
we'll
that's not the same.
Svitaya.
Anatan is like me. We don't really care about the smaller tournament, we underperform there, and then we prepare for the big one, right? And I think Anatan actually is doing super bad in smaller tournaments. You could see the ATR was dropping so fast in KPM and other smaller tournaments. And then in big tournament, he's actually doing top 3, top 4, maybe top 6 at worst. So I think he's that's good. That's the best way to do it.
He's on the rise. Well, Emerald, that's all we've got time for, mate. Big congrats on the win. I'm sure you'll be watching the rest of the games, and we look forward to seeing more of you on the main stage.
And we love KPM, by the way, KP. Thanks. It's not rushing. I'm just saying it's smaller. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Well, I'm just saying, okay, if Vortex now goes and wins this whole thing...
Yeah. It's thanks to KPM practice.
2/3 of the KPMMs.
Yeah.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, always good to hear from the chimp himself. Confident man, Myriad. You know, kind of hitting on the head that he feels like he needs a bit more time. Do you find that to be worrisome to hear from him? Like, you know, Marine Lord, I don't think we've ever called him the Masterful Innovator, right? Maybe the aforementioned Anatan could thrive in this type of environment because of that.
Yeah, Marino is one of those players, right? He knows himself very well, but I would agree for sure. The longer time passes, the more comfortable he gets with where his strength is in the meta, his understanding, right? He is a perfectionist when it comes to figuring out exactly what is effective and what isn't. And the more time you have to do so, the better you get at it. Anatan, on the other hand, I know they practice together a lot, but Anatan is a little bit more wild in the sense that he really has his own style of play for a lot of civilizations. I mean, a good example, for example, is Byzantines. He's firmly of the opinion that Hippodrome is better every single time, no matter the matchup, for instance. He's been holding on to that horse for a long time now. I can see the potential, but, you know, to each their own, I guess. But Anatan pulls it off very, very well. He just has such a way of execution when it comes to doing his own style. It's so well thought out at the same time, and he makes it work. Great results, right, in these top 4s, at worst top 6, like Marine Lord said. I'm curious to see how that will go. On the other hand, though,
It
quite
feels
exciting
like
to see. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like, you know, it's your point. You know, we're in unexplored territory. People are still figuring out what does or doesn't work, right? And you know, this is the interesting thing: is like we've got these brainchild clashes that are gonna be coming up. Like we've got Puppy Paw versus Wham at the end of the day. 2 players that will be picking each other's brains constantly. That's one to think about. Then we got Luciferon versus Beastie. 2 completely different environments of practice, right? You've got Beastie, who has been taking a break from competitive. So his practice comes from, you know, creating content, maybe having a bit of meaningful fun, free-for-alls, playing some Outback Octagon, whatnot. Whereas Luciferon, yeah, he's got the Outback Octagon in there, but he's been playing the KPMMs. He's been screaming with his brother regularly. And as we know, Vortex and Luciferon are another example of those type of people that look fierce at new patches because of the amount of different permutations they're able to grind out.
It really is a massive advantage when you think about it. I think that's, besides obviously a lot of talent and impeccable hard work from this top 8, top 10 quadrant, I think having a person that you're able to reliably lean on for practice, for opinions, is such an invaluable resource to have. And everyone in the top 10 or top 8 for that matter has that person, right? Every single one of them. Vortex and Luciferon, Marine Lord in the past had Beastie, but now has Anatan, right? I know B still plays a lot with Anatan as well. Of course, the Canadian brothers. And every single one of them, I spoke to them about this. They really do admit that it makes a huge, huge difference, and it's an invaluable resource to have, and a big reason that they do so well. So leaning into that is going to make all the difference here.
You even had the brainchilds in the East, right? You had like Scarlet Devil, CSO, Louis MT. I think, like, to the point that Marindle was bringing up as well, I think maybe Louis MT struggled a bit more with the fact that I don't think CSO is as active in those scrim type environments anymore, right? Like, he's always been a player who's quite like his team games. But you know, when you incubate these different zones, you get kind of wacky different strats coming out, and it's what I call the classic meta clash. You know, you walk into a tournament confident that your idea is right, then you quickly have to discover, with great humbleness, that maybe 20% of what you thought was correct actually was.
That's what's really interesting, how each of these practice bubbles comes up with different ideas as to what's good, and then they get to put them to the test when it comes to these tournaments. It's always so exciting to watch happen, and plenty of excitement more to come, because we see the draft fully fledged out before our very eyes here. And Lancaster, still a bit of a boogeyman. They've had a shave, right? I think it was 20 less health, I believe, in Feudal Age for the Lords. Less damage as well, 2 less damage, I believe. Decent numbers there, but the thing is with Lancaster, the Lords were potent, for sure. But what's really strong about them is that aura, right? It's the 5% health additionally per Lord. The individual stats don't matter too much. I mean, as long as you can keep them alive, which, I mean, sure, 20% health hurts a little bit, but it's still so easy to pull them back, heal them, and then produce them yet again. And then besides that, the mana economy, right? The massive pump is still there. So still priority placed on the ban. And then things open up a little bit, right? We see China being taken away from Beastie and Japanese taken away from Lucifer. These two civilizations feel so close nowadays, right? And you see then they ban the other one from the other one, right? So then Lucifer loses China, Beastie loses Japanese. There's going to be Lucifer taking the Malians very first, and then Beastie taking Sengoku as his pick after Lucifer. And these make a lot of sense, right? The thing is, there's so many great civilizations to pick initially, like Byzantines is up there as well, but often these are more susceptible to getting counterpicked, like Byzantines, right? Byzantines has very high highs, very low lows, where something like Sengoku and Malians is way more reliable, so those are prioritized first. And then we see the secondary picks, right? Iobids for Lucifer, which Iobids, honestly, out of nowhere, has started seeing quite a come up, right? Because of a very specific unit, let's put it. And it is, of course, that Manjanique in the Castle Age.
Yeah, it's a pretty powerful time if you can find your way there. And even earlier, like, you know, healing. If there's anything that people have taken away from the Tughlaq Dynasty's introduction to Age of Empires 4, it's that healing in Feudal Age is pretty OP. And of course, Ibids have strategies there. I'd argue that we're starting to move to the point where the logistics wing is the most chosen of the wings for the Feudal Age, just because of the flex. Like, it's great for going fast castle against aggro play, because you can just basically stand on the gold and gather without dying. Or it's great for stopping fast castle players with just 1 or 2 units. So not surprised that comes out early. Not surprised it's been banned out here, actually. Like, it's a timing civ that can go into those Manjaniques as well on a map that would have been good for it, King of the Hill. Instead, we are going to be, like, that's a bit interesting, actually, that the Byzantines get sniped out, and he lets Beastie have Rus on arguably the best map.
I think it makes a little bit of sense nowadays, right? I mean, Rus has struggled to get a foothold since their nerfs at the season's end. Now they got a little buff. 25 wood cheaper hunting cabins, and on this map especially, that should make quite a big difference. But I feel like even at the peak with Pro Scouts, they kind of struggled up against the Ottomans a little bit. The Sipahi is no better horseman against what was their prime unit, the Horse Archer. On top of that, it's quite interesting seeing Beastie's draft, I think, because we have French JD and Tughlaq Delhi as well. Just the main civ and his variants after Byzantines. That's all he needs. A bit of that lean into the favoritism that Marino mentioned for Louis MT as well. But the game is now on the way. Beastie, in the color yellow, spawning on the east side of King of the Hill here as the Rus, facing Lucifer in the color red as the Ottomans, who's going to start straight away with the barracks. Very aggressive opening here from Lucifer.
Oh, yes. Game number 1 of this elimination series, and I can't believe it. It's just the beginning of eliminations. You never think you'd be saying Lucifer and Beastie for that. But here we are. King of the Hill could easily quickly make you feel like who's king of the castle, and only a best of 5. I mean, Beastie is a good traditional pick with the Rus. It's very strong, always has been on this map. Arguably the best map you could have picked on. And he even gets a great spawn to start off with. Look at that tree line. Yeah, this is actually ideal. Getting the secondary tree line next to the main lets you get more wood in range of the hunt cabin for better gold gen.
It is great value, especially nowadays. You can see the gold generation coming in quite soon. We'll be able to have a look And it's going to be quite juicy indeed. Naturally, of course, we have the corner. The main reason, well, the second main reason Rus is so potent here. You can get the most incredible meditation gardens in that, the most incredible high trade house, excuse me, in that corner once the time comes. But Lucifer has different plans. He doesn't want to let any of those shenanigans happen as he looks to directly contest these hunting cabins here. And that's one disadvantage for Rus here on this map, is the fact that the woodline is so far away. To get maximal value from these hunting cabins, you have to place them quite far out of TC range. He was thinking about that wall, but he realizes it's too little too late.
Yeah. So at this point, you can't go for it. I mean, I guess it's like, I'm going to say I'm kind of surprised, but I guess I'm not. People just don't like walling these days, even a small wall like that. Just feels like it's still so expensive in the mindset of the player, especially when you're going for a double hunting cabin beginning.
Exactly. It's something that feels in theory greedy, but it's all Rus does nowadays. I can't remember the last time I've seen a single hunting cabin opening, though it has happened relatively recently. Actually, Beastie, he's going full throttle with the investment here. It's just a straight up wooden fortress here to make sure this gets protected. And it's a good positioning, in fairness. It's going to protect the left one there, which is the most exposed one. And it's going to wall at the same time on the right side here. So big investment here from Beastie. But it was a big investment from Lucifer in turn, up to 3 spears now. And ooh, that's a nice little pull away from Beastie. He's gonna keep that wall going and building. It looks like that segment is also in range of the TC, so nice defense here, but I think this second hunting cabin is not in range, if I'm not mistaken, of the wood fortress.
No. That's so infuriating. I mean, well, he can repair though, right? So it's not too bad. It just depends if he wants to keep the scouts here or start moving them elsewhere. But not really any reason to rush them out right now, not until you release Feudal Age.
That's quite crazy, though. I mean, it makes sense that the ones on the right are not in range, but even the ones on the left, it's not actually in range, it looked like. I was certain that that's in range, but there is a sweet spot there where it isn't. Maybe see it again here. Oh. What? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. What am I seeing, KP?
Range indicators?
Squircle.
Just at this point, yeah. Oh yeah, the squircles. We can't forget this. Why didn't they just actually make a squircle? For those who don't know, like basically a square with curved corners. It's a squircle. It's literally how the ranges work on buildings. I don't know why they didn't just add that to the UI. I guess in their mind, like people just like circles more. Then why didn't we just use circles?
It technically is in the UI if you really want to stretch it. I mean, you know, if we zoom in, we can have a little look at the range indicator. You will see that there are dots as well as slightly protruding forward sort of spikes on the range that show that in those specific segments is tiny fractional tile of extra range, which is just, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it's already a weird opening, though. Like, even though Beastie is now fine and insulated, I think Lucifer has to be happy with this, right? Like, do you feel like the Spearman got enough value here?
I think so, right? Considering that these Spearmen will continuously provide value later on, you will need them to harass the Pro Scouts, deal with Knights potentially, which, I mean, is the only way Rus has a chance of fighting in Feudal Age, if we're being realistic in this matchup, is those Feudal Age Knights. It is going to be good. I mean, the Wooden Fortress is going to continuously give value as well. You will need it at some point for that boosted wood gathering. At the same time, you invested into these walls, are forced to repair these hunting cabins. It really hurts if you're Beastie. And although you haven't lost them, you know, the resources are suffering for it. And you can see the delay only now at 6 minutes just before is professional scouts in queue, and this is post buff on the cost of the hunting cabins, where Rus can get a tremendously fast pro scouts timing. Earliest can be around 4:15 or so, I believe, nowadays, and yeah, it's quite something to witness. And Beastie, I think he's not happy with it.
Already opening up archers, which It does feel a little bit rough when you know Sipahi are coming, but when you see this many spearmen, you have no real choice but to do so. It's just a follow-up detail that Luciferon's already being a nuisance blocking that deer timing. Wonder, Imam point? Yep, there we go. Has to be. Healer boys coming in. So Luciferon is looking to keep up that relentless aggression.
Scout from Luciferon may have overextended just a little bit and is only one simple slap away from death at this point in time, but of course there's the same movement speed as other scouts. There is no charge on Scout, so he will get away for now and regen. So this day pack has opened up for Beastie, but the first Sipahi is on the way. Additional ones in queue. And we have the barracks only now going up for Beastie. This delay, we can see, all because of that Dark Age, really hurts for Beastie.
Yeah, and also just the fact you're going spears. I mean, it's becoming a little bit more common, isn't it? Once upon a time, it would have felt taboo to have to adding spears. Now just kind of more broadly accepted. And it does make sense. Like, you don't really want to be building knights when your opponent could just run away from melee and heal. But still, it does make it a bit easier for Luciferon to maneuver around. I mean, we've even seen how Sipahi, when they've got the healing, can just contest spearmen directly. Ah, like that.
The scout went down as well. It's so painful here for Beastie already in this early game. I'm quite curious about the follow-up here for Luciferon. We did see even his unit production is just a little bit slowed down, but there's a good reason for that. It's the military schools. He went both of them by now, and they are already up and pumping for him. So there's great timing here for Luciferon when it comes to that. It does mean that Beastie will be able to secure this deer pack without too many issues. At the same time, so much struggle just to secure your very first and closest, safest deer pack. It never feels good, especially as Rus, as they meant to have one of the best pro scout timings in the game.
And also just the lay of the land. Like on this type of map, it's not like you get this lucky coin flip where the deers are necessarily like really far away and your opponent can't imagine a world in which they intercept them, right? Like it's kind of linear lanes here. So like Beastie will probably be forced to just kind of strip his safe deer north and south, which is great. But then the distance to kind of close in on that third and fourth stack, a little bit, I want to say, less realistic than some of the Dry Arabia spawns we've been seeing these days.
Yeah, precisely. It's quite far out for sure, so it won't be as easy as it really should be in his mind at least. Archer follow from Luciferon is here, and with that full track composition in play now, it's going to be quite effective. I don't think we'll see any more space from Luciferon until Beastie adds Knights, of course, but you know, without Knights here for Rus, it's a bit tough. Playing full infantry against the might of Ottomans in Feudal Age with the Sipahi, with the archers, and of course the Mechter to round out the composition and make it really potent. It's tough. The mass is good from Beastie initially here, so he's going to be able to start securing this deer pack, but, you know, what's really the end goal here for Beastie? Is it that Castle Age? Sure, that's great, but Ottomans are great at punishing that. This map, it's a bit harder to do so. Rus still doesn't need that much gold initially, but all this delay, so many units investment here from Beastie means that the Pro Scout itself in turn loses potency. There's less food to use in that Castle Age. It's going to be a bit tougher in turn, and the Sipahi count is climbing so rapidly here for Luciferon because of those military schools. Blacksmith by now is up and running as well, further boosting that production speed. Ranged undermesh now in quite soon for Luciferon. Beastie not far behind at all himself with it. That's going to be very handy for him here. But the Mechter might be the difference maker with the Imams coming in play as well.
It's always that meta that comes down to that extra armor that you just can't match up against if you go too hard into one type of composition or just the DPS. Like, it's really nice actually because when both sides are blobbing up archers, it's just going to give you a quicker kill point, right? So on top of that, we've seen what massing Sipahi can do. It does feel like Beast needs to skip on the age. He has the right idea. The problem now, the question is always, is this enough Sipahi to kill you? It doesn't seem like a lot, but you know as well as any, Myriad, it doesn't take many to break a player.
It really doesn't. The Sipahi truly in a league of its own when it comes to Age of Empires, and Luciferon is going to show exactly why. The moment the spears get even close to them, the Sipahi have no issues disengaging, and the additional attack speed from these archers means that that the Spearman melts so quickly. Slightness micro on the mech there, though, causes it to almost lose its life prematurely there. But Beastie is pushed away. And if we can just have a look, I don't think the whole deer pack is gathered yet. If I'm not mistaken. We can see there for sure. Oh no, there's still 3 deer here to be taken. That's, you know, pretty much half the deer pack, just under. There's 7 in 1, of course. And not even getting your home deer packs here as Roos feels absolutely terrible. High Trade House is on the way in the optimal position, but...
Look at the wall, though. This is how unsafe he feels. He knows it's greedy. He knows it's risky. And, I mean, he's actually being allowed that final tile. I think that would have stopped him. Like, that was basically the difference between being in TC range. It's kind of interesting Lucifer let that one go up.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to risk too much here, I guess, right? Just diving like that in towards the High Trade House. I mean, as I say that, he just doesn't care. He just dives directly in after the jump finishes. Many villagers got out of position here, however. None of them actually go down. Lucifer instead focusing on the army, a prudent choice in this position.
Yeah, but look, the Fortitude is activated, right? He's got the men-at-arms finally coming out, so that'll be enough to kind of reset that. The archers are in now onto the villager line. Hemorrhaging losses. Now, keep in mind, Lucifer, he's full ham-fist sending this. He's got nothing in reserve food-wise. There's no tech-up that's going to be coming quickly behind this. He just needs as many kills as possible. He's going to snipe down a few more. Good gate to get through by Beastie. That wall coming in clutch in the end. But now there is a little bit of a growing concern here for Lucifer, because a men-at-arms strat can snowball quickly from these type of positions.
Beautiful micro there by Lucifer at the end, just to split the archer damage right on the cusp of the range, making sure the last 2 low HP villagers are sniped, bringing the total up to 10 here in terms of workers killed. Big damage dealt by Lucifer. But like you said, indeed, this is almost, well, completely a full committal here by Lucifer. It's committal to the extent that only now is he moving out onto those deer packs, instead prioritizing the sheer timing of this aggression up until now. But the men-at-arms numbers are building for Beastie, like you said, and when these get out of control, it's going to be a big problem. The issue is, Sepahi, as I mentioned many times before, they just kite men-at-arms like range units because of our range and speed. It's quite ludicrous to witness.
I mean, it's a tricky thing as well. Like, the other thing I'm looking at is the meta has been queued up again, right? If this is just men-at-arms, it's going to fall flat. And I think that's why you're seeing Beastie trying to reinvest into archers, because double melee armor, Sepahi can actually start to trade against those men-at-arms. That has to be his chief concern. So it's not just enough to cheese MAA rush your opponent. You actually have to double produce like 2 different unit types while being 12 workers down. It's not as simple to navigate, and I think that's a big part of why Beastie also opted to go for the monastery pretty quick. Still, wait, what?
So many
you
going
cannot
down.
gather here. You do not have a permit. And remember, horse archers are actually worse at dealing with Sepahi now than they were before.
That they are, indeed. And Beastie is prioritizing them as his main damage dealer here, which I have to find just a little bit curious, honestly. I mean, sure, the Horse Archer can still be great, but even at Roos's peak, in the Pro Scout meta, oftentimes players specifically avoided going for the unit on this map because of the hills, because of the lack of space, and of course that priority towards the center hill, these static fights where Horse Archers cannot use their mobility to their advantage fully. The Beastie leans into them nonetheless here, now getting some space as well. Oh, well, he changes his mind about that one. Fortress gets spotted and does get stopped with the villager and the Sepahi. This still being an absolute thorn in Beastie's side. Another one villager besides the one on the hill goes down.
He's on berries as well. Like, this is the other grief point. He can't go for those deer, those ripe deer that have the great food gathering rate, because there's a few Sepahi back here. And now the Istanbul Imperial Palace, talk about a curveball that you would not have expected on a map that usually is decided by siege. Lucifron passes up free siege entirely.
I hope to all high that the Akinji will make an appearance here. Hear me out, KP. Akinji, destroy Horse Archers.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it. And then, like, if you scale in the castle, the damage is pretty decent to train into armored units, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the double shot, right? They absolutely melt Horse Archers even with Boyar's Fortitude, even before this patch when they're weaker. I mean, to be fair, now it might be a little bit different, as the Horse Archers are actually better against light units, outside of something like Horsemen, because of the sheer ranged armor. But against the Akinji, they might be better. I mean, you know, we keep talking about Akinji, it's probably a copium, but I just want to see them, man. I think that unit has potential.
Wait a second.
Uh-oh.
Lucifer on. Lucifer on. Lucifer. Just shiv him right now. Oh my. The split choice between running away and attacking him had me so worried there. Could you imagine? Like, this game looks so good up to that point. I mean, it's the beauty of Warlords and what they can be. Dodges the bullet. Good God.
Yeah. When the baseline on the Warlord reaches that final, you know, beat, that's when it gets really, really scary there. But Lucifer manages to get it just in time, still dealing damage behind this with the raids. Another 3 workers have went down. Make that another one to a total of 20. And he's not done yet. The Sepahi with the Fortitude. They melt all kinds of units, KP. Make that 21 now.
I mean, this is the power of them, right? It's the reason they're considered the best light cavalry in the game, and they prove it. Even when they're still just tier 2. And the funny part is, like, he hasn't gone for veterancy, even though he's still passively producing them. Knights are, of course, going to take the main stage soon. And we have to remember, BC's strategy here is pretty bad against Knights, right? Horse Archers specifically got target nerfed against armored units. They have lower base damage. Ergo, Knights handle fights with them better than they used to.
And especially, arguably one of the best knights in the game for the Ottomans, with that attack speed and the flexibility of the mech there, they can really become so potent. And once we have the improved vizier point for Lucifer to be able to produce them from the military school, we can start getting them for free as well. You can see Beastie, he is really leaning on this center. That is in fact the win condition of this map at the end of the day. 3 wooden fortresses on the way for him total. And the Sacred Side timer is already 1.5 minutes almost down here for Beastie. So he does have that going for him, however, but the issue is it takes so long for that Sacred Victory to come in. And with so much economic damage dealt by Lucifer, by the point where it reaches that a push comes to shove, he might have the mass needed to completely wipe Beastie when it matters most, but that's something we'll have to see, of course. Even springboard emplacements so early being prioritized.
It's interesting. Beastie just trying to rely on that clock, as often we see on King of the Hill. From a heavily behind position, it has to be said on economy. And really, even the military lead is kind of deceptive when it's primarily just Horse Archers here. I mean, just seeing it, up to 12 damage to double up, but of course the ranged armor increase means Lucifer barely feels a tickle. And also, like Mass Knights, I mean, it kind of gives you a very bulky unit to dive these emplacements. But I do like the idea from Beastie, because the wooden fortresses, we saw a few games of Roost recently where, like, actually rushing a castle feels like throwing, whereas mass wooden fortresses just gives you that cheap, effective defense force.
It's absolutely true. The stone cost cannot be understated. So much cheaper are these fortresses, while still being very tanky at the same time. The DPS per cost of upgraded fortress compared to a keep is way, way higher for these wooden fortresses. So very much worth it here for Beastie in this situation. Of course, the build time as well. The keep takes so long to build at the same time, and you can really use pathing to advantage even more with wooden fortresses, depending on the layout, than with a single large bulky keep. Beastie understands this and is going to lean into them. And as well as a full infantry composition behind this as well. I do like actually these Horse Archers like this from Beastie. So it's not a full investment. It's just enough to really be a threat on the map. Raiding from the north, raiding from the south, whilst building up that main military mass in the center. And it's paying dividends. 4 worker kills now for Beastie. Relic advantage too. So he's looking in better and better shape every passing minute. But you know, we can't forget about the military schools. And this mass from Lucifer is getting very scary.
Yeah, we have to remember, like, technically that was the area that they very clearly got buffed in, right? Like, Horse Archers, against Archers even, they got an increased attack speed, but the damage still decreased there. But against Villagers specifically, if there's no textiles, your kill point is no different than it used to be. You just attack quicker. So it was the one clear area. It was clear the devs were thinking about how do we keep this as a raiding unit. This ain't about raiding. This is about direct fighting. Lancers marching, Janissaries to back them up as well. 10 guns going off fast here. He has got the Saint's Blessing, giving the additional arm. That is going to matter a lot, but the Janissaries snipe the backline, going straight after the Horse Archers. He's trusting the Knights to just deliver the blow, but it's actually failing him here. Beastie able to push him back. The crossbows plus the men-at-arms making quick work of that Lancer line and putting Lucifron back as step one at trying to breach this.
Disaster for
BGG.
Lucifron here. Yeah, massive fight win there for Beastie, and that's all you need. One fight here in the center is all it takes to actually make the difference. The Saint's Blessing, in combination with those Spring Golden placements, you can see despite having a decent military advantage there, Lucifron, the fight really wasn't even close.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the kind of power of that Saint's Blessing when you know you can actually just get that single poke out, right? You have to think of what it really is there. It's going to be the 2 damage, 1 armor. It's a huge DPS difference. And men-at-arms, it really matters there just to keep that stoic front line. I think, you know, maybe in Lucifron's mind, he overvalued the importance of those Horse Archers. I think they were quite happy just trading out against the Janissaries because, like, realistically, the Horse Archers, as we already highlighted, aren't meant to be your DPS anymore. And the other interesting part is like that Saints Blessing against Janissaries, you know, for a unit that does 16 damage, it really did wholly put the reliance on the Lancers to break everything or the fight would fall apart. So crazy hold from Beastie, really convincing one after a rough start to this game. We have to remember, he was down 20 economy, yet he made it look so simple when you got to one big fight. I do wonder how this is going to kind of like impact the flow of things now, actually. Like, we have to remember, it's only best of 5s. Only takes 3. It's a huge boon and a morale booster out of the gate, especially from this type of position. It's interesting, actually, how often we see men-at-arms strats pay off on King of the Hill now that I think about it. Just something about the linearity of the map, also the safety of relying on a single sacred site forcing a fight towards them, makes them feel like an obvious cost-efficient knight. All right, looks like Myriad is gone. To the winds. He'll be back soon. It's you know what it is? It's probably smoke break. That's how you maintain that manly voice. So French versus Iobid's coming up for game number 2. Remember, folks, this is an elimination series. Believe it or not, one of these 2 players will not be seen after this series. Pretty intense, actually. Like, crazy to think. I mean, in fairness, when you look at the brackets, we set a high expectation. There wasn't really much room for mercy. We were always kind of neverly trolling towards this, but the fact that we have, you know, Beastie, Marine, the 2 most decorated players in the first lower bracket round, is still mind-boggling even now.
Are we back? Oh.
I think you're back. Did you enjoy your smoke break?
Yeah, something was a bit strange there. I mean, Virgin Media living up to their name, I guess, in terms of how they handle internet.
I tell you what, like, some of us casters are really doing a number on any hopes of EGC receiving big sponsorships, right? Thanks to Crackety, Vodafone's never going to sponsor AOE4, and now thanks to you, Virgin Media's gone. So I guess we're all just going to have to go with Talk.
Yeah, that was a strange one indeed. Or maybe EE for that matter. There's a few good options, but yeah, I think that was a questionable one. Normally it's completely fine. This very rarely happens, but trust that it happens when I'm mid speech at the end of the game there.
I was like, seems weird. No talk from Miro. We'll keep going though. And you got back just in time to see my favorite that happens so often. Sengoku attempt to be picked, Sengoku snipe. What do you reckon? Like, set your expectations. How many snipes do you think there's going to be on Sengoku this series?
Virtually every game, I think. Sengoku, even now, still just such a potent civilization. They have not only fantastic income feudal age, in the feudal age, but also an amazingly strong army in the feudal age. And although the shinobi themselves have gotten nerfed, the Yatai no longer take population, a small but significant advantage, and at the same time, the daimyo cost, sure, it's only 50 resources, but a bit cheaper, especially because stone it's not something you want to really mine early on as Sengoku, or even Japanese for that matter. It's just very annoying to fit in there in combination with the Yatai and your already delayed feudal timing. So the fact that they can get it very organically quite early into the feudal age with just a little bit of extra gold, all you need is just 3 on gold, and you normally want that anyway for the upgrades. Sengoku just feels so cozy and reliable nowadays, even on maps where there's not a lot of stealth forest. That's why Beastie prioritized them even here on coastal cliffs where there's just very minimal stealth forest, right? So no surprise to see Luciferon getting rid of it. Instead, we have a bit of a classic matchup by now. Ayubid up against French, and it is a counter to French, without a doubt, Ayubid, but on this kind of a map, I think it gets a bit trickier for Ayubids.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one, actually. Like, Marlian's, I understand the snipe there, right? It's a very polar pick, looked really potent here. The fact that he's just willing to play French into it, like, what do you think the game plan is here for Beastie? Because it feels like you're probably going to either be attacked or struggle to stop Ayubid's attacking.
Yeah, it's just a problem at the end of the day, because you need the knights to have any kind of die point here for Beastie's French. But at the same time, there's so many great tools available for the Ayubids to deal with that. If you're feeling big danger as the Ayubids going into that castle age, there's absolutely nothing stopping you from going for the military reinforcement wing. And those 3 dervishes, once you get the veterans here in, they can absolutely butcher those knights. And sure, you can make archers as French, but archers is pretty much the worst unit to have when you dive. You can go for spearmen, but then pathing works against you when it comes to dives. And again, they're a terrible unit to do dives with. And if there's already some good static emplacements in from the Ayubids, they will die very quickly, and then you can't deal with the camel lancers either. It's just very tough for French, generally speaking, in this matchup. If there is a front gold, however, for Ayubids, that is the sort of detail that can make it way, way harder for them.
Yeah. So it's going to come down to spawn in a lot of ways. Obviously, like, pro scouts, I don't think you... Do you do pro scouts here if you're French, or do you just play the map?
I think if the Ayubid goes very loose with that castlage, as in they go straight directly for it, there might be a good timing for you to actually go with the pro scouts directly for the Ayubids there if it's quite forward, and take them pretty early whilst having only a couple of scouts gathering your own day behind it. Whether that's something we'll see, we'll have to keep in mind, because the game is now underway. Luciferon.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
I'll have the honors, I guess. Luciferon in the color red as the Ayubid spawning in the north side of coastal cliffs here. Up against Beastie in the color yellow. As the French, one of his best civilizations, one that has actually been an immense force for him to lean on in the past when he won up against Marine Lord, the grand finals of another great EGC tournament. Now looks to rely on it again here, and there we go. It is that front gold, KP.
And it's interesting to think of the difference in dynamics. You know, you go back, start of the year, I think a lot of people probably ranked French. They were close to S tier, weren't they, back then? Whereas Ayubids, yeah, like maybe B, A tier. Now people just keep talking about Ayubids looking stronger and stronger. So it's definitely a potent pick for Luciferon to try to get back into it. And I mean, he has got the 4 gold. But even with that 4 gold detail, if this is a dervish wing, it is obnoxiously hilarious how often I've watched recently Ayubid players just stick both their dervishes on the gold vein and ignore the French knights.
It's actually so oppressive, honestly. It reminds me a little bit of, well, it's a bit akin to Tuklak, just simply getting 1 healer elephant on their gold, and it's like, you know, that's, you don't even need a tower, that's going to do all the job you need, at least initially. It's so potent here. You need 2 knights, I think 3 actually, to even out-damage the healing of those dervishes once the charge damage bonus runs out, that is. So, quite the key detail, but the forward gold is going to be a problem here for Luciferon if he wants to go naked. I'm curious how he's going to handle this. The food, of course, is an important detail as well. It's not only do you need the gold, but you need the food as well here for Luciferon. It is going to be logistics for him. Now 110 seconds out. Beastie did opt for that Dark Age wheelbarrow, and That's normally a key detail that confirms pro scouts in a lot of cases, unless you want to move out to the day whilst you're aging up, which is also common, and very much could be on the cards here for Beastie as well, with a nice little back dare past the wood line there on the right side. The main telling factor that will determine if we see pro scouts here ahead of time is that gold count. So far, we have 3 for Beastie, but once that School of Cav is placed down, if that goes up to 4, that's pretty much pro scouts confirmed.
Yeah, like the fact he went wheelbarrow isn't even telling. With some civs, they won't want to do wheelbarrow if they're doing pro scouts. But French, they get such a great discount that they can do both and be happy. So let's see if he's going to pivot it over. 3 for now still. Loggy Wing just 1 minute away. I wonder if we'll go for the Desert Raider opening. Like, there's 2 approaches here, right? Like, you can either just place the dervishes here, each side the gold, and be protected. Or you add in 1 Desert Raider and try to poke your opponent's resources. Admittedly, maybe a bit hard on this map, considering that Beastie got a back gold spawn.
Yeah, I was about to say, the Desert Raider is a great little nuisance in favor of Lucifer that Beastie will always have to deal with if he does opt for it. But there's so much less space on this map that it's harder to really have that distraction factor that it often serves. You can't pull knights as far away as you would like. You can't escape as smoothly as you normally would like with it. I'm quite curious to see if that is something he opts for. But like you mentioned, we still only have those 3 on gold. And yeah, there it is. The survival techniques coming in for Beastie. So the move out onto the day is likely imminent. And this is... it has its pros and cons, right? We're going to have so many more knights earlier. But if Luciferon does opt to go for some units here, then suddenly you are left a bit more exposed than you would like to be on these resources outside of your base.
I wonder... Beastie, I mean, he sees this. I'm trying to think if there's any other way you go but trying to pressure this. It's just that the difficulty of pressuring it rarely ever seems to pay off for French players. Like, you'll eventually force them off a gold. I think where I've seen French get an advantage in these situations is when they pressure the gold and their opponent does something a bit greedy. You know, like opening just lances when you don't have gold access anymore. That's usually where I've seen Ibids fall a bit flat, whereas if you're accepting that you can't read it straight away, maybe you just go for a few spearmen. They tend to look a lot better.
Even secondary stable already out so early for Beastie, so he's going to go full throttle indeed. But look at Luciferon. This is perhaps the greediest, most sharp timing I have ever seen from Iobids. 0 wood being gathered, no tower. Golden Age is just not even on Luciferon's mind right now. He just wants to get the gold ASAP and click on that age up. Which makes me wonder whether this is actually probably a military wing enforcement play, because, you know, without a tower and anything to secure your gold, right, then it makes sense to just go for them and have that military presence nice and early. Ball by Beastie.
You don't think industry?
Industry's possible, but I feel like that's so greedy as well, right?
Yeah. Now, my thought there is, like, you could just sell the stone to get the gold, which has been pretty popular, right? It just gives you that little insulation. But that great call. Reinforcement wing coming in. Yeah.
Yeah, makes good sense here. I wonder if Luciferon did spot that secondary stable. That would certainly be even more reason to opt for this. Now, all we need from Luciferon is, of course, the gold for that veterancy upgrade. 125, I believe, or it might be 250. I don't remember exactly. But
250, I think?
250,
sure 250, yeah.
Quite a lot indeed, and yeah, already with the 2 knights there, looks like that won't be on the card, so I think that market might end up being a necessity.
I like that Beastie did play that ball you mentioned, though. Just gives him that kind of pump-up timing. Like, we've seen, actually, French is probably one of the single best saves in the game. I'd say at this point, alongside Ottomans. Never looking for castle and just continuing feudal against a castle opponent.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just so potent, right? The knights answer virtually all, almost, castle age units without too many issues, as long as you have enough of them. The healing from Chivalry is a big factor that enables that as well. So easy to pull back these injured knights, even an age behind. You can just heal them and come back right back into the fray. Beastie is going to continue swelling those numbers. We have no priority on any further eco upgrades. A bit unusual for most French games that we see. Normally by now we have both specialized pick and horticulture, as well as potentially broadaxe already in. Beastie is just going straight for the undermesh. He might be looking for a big dive, KP.
Yeah, and it's interesting as well because like, I think even if he delays it a bit, I'm thinking about the food for Lucifron. You know, he done okay on the sheep game, but when you think about the berries, the deer locations, the fact that Beastie's on board, there's a lot of optimism towards this idea that makes sense. I mean, I still love this lumber camp setup, by the way. It's such a Lucifron type move, isn't it? It used to start with the golds. You guys remember when the gold meta started to come in, when that you build towards them. He was one of the first players doing what I call the V for victory, where you just set up the 2 prongs. Now it's just become anything that I can wall in.
This is quite special, actually. We quite often see this in team games, actually, especially on the gold against French. You do a little closed-off mining colony inside those palisade walls. Instead, it's a wood-gathering colony in this case. So that's gonna be nice and safe for Lucifron because, well, I mean, that's the only resource he really has access to besides food that's relatively exposed, at least for now. The market is up at this point in time, so we should have that veterancy coming in shortly. I don't think we had it just yet, I believe.
Look like it. Desert Raiders just going to try to buy some time. They have got the Dervish to top them off. That's the other important thing here, right? Like, gold access hard, but Lucifron has picked up 2 relics. And because it's just French Knights, you can't really ever stop those relics coming home.
That's the thing. You know, earlier today I actually played a game. I was Golden Horde. Actually, no, that was last night against Iobids. The damage was just comical to watch because they dealt so little damage, the Torguts, to the Dervishes that it looked like I was speeding up the healing instead of slowing it down.
It really just makes you question why you built this unit. Like, I'm French. It's obvious why I wanted to build this. Yeah. I do wonder how impactful this is going to be, actually. Like, considering Lucifron, like, could he not just raw Desert Raider to protect against this?
He very well could. He definitely could. And, you know, normally it's hard to get the resources to produce them. But every 2 minutes, you can have 3 of them for free. So once that second batch is out, that is the key timing where it's going to get really hard for BC to actually fight against them if the kiting is there and the dervish healing is there. Walolo comes in, as the knights find, and yeah, the damage is not enough. He doesn't want to risk it, prudently so.
But he was half HP. Why couldn't we? Yeah, this is dervish in a nutshell.
Yeah, now the knights extra
that will definitely be a duck and run.
Oh yeah.
Might even get the kill. Nice. The nice one, the dervishes. More Desert Raiders on the way, and they're already intercepting what are going to start to feel like plastic knights.
I mean, the additional charge damage from the French knight makes them one of the most potent knights up against the Desert Raiders. However, whether that's enough is something we'll have to see, but this is what we're talking about. Lucifron, the food is a real problem, and this is when it matters most because the knights are directly in. Undermesh is in. This is the dive point we were talking about.
Get to the wood. Just get to the wood. Wait, what? The ungarrison gets the other side of it. Desert Raiders hold the choke point. But half of the woodworkers aren't inside right now. A panic gate coming in. Beastie culls the herd, though. Up to 7 worker kills. Gonna be more than that by the end. Make it 8. And he's gotta be feeling great.
That's exactly the kind of damage Beastie has to find with this heavy feudal investment to make it pay off and give him the breathing room needed to potentially find his own age up quite soon. And 8 villages, that's great start here for Beastie indeed. And considering the French bonus, of course, you can see he's 4 ahead on top of that 8 lead that he had built up because of the faster production from the French TC. So great timing found here by Beastie, and it's just gonna go again. The workers are just relegated to the woodline at this point.
That wall isn't up. The wall isn't safe, by the way.
No,
like,
not anymore.
If Beastie just realizes it, yep, just go in. Scrambles out the other side. This could be a trap, though. Ooh. Yeah. He's tempting fate there. Lucifron almost had him hook, line, and sinker. The knights keep creeping, though, and Beastie is beating Lucifron at his best form, raiding.
Up to 13 kills now, Beastie almost doubling the villager count at this point in time. Dervishes find a little raid, cause some idle time, but they just trade their lives for it instead. And again, another charge through. Beastie so good with these raids.
You can't dive the French TC. That's the difference with these Desert Raiders. Knights can. They've got armor. That's what really matters here. It's just brutal. So Lucifron, I mean, he's got, I think, 1 big Hail Mary at this. 16 Desert Raiders. Does he sense that it's go time is what I'm wondering. Because, like, surely you don't just try to play this out on economy.
No, definitely not. And go time is exactly what Lucifer needs right now, I think, because this is the timing where Beastie is probably dreading quite significantly. The Royal Institute is coming up, but look at that. The Desert Raiders now exceed the Knights, and they don't even need to exceed them to actually beat them, an age ahead especially. Lucifer knows he's going to start marching forward. Now, Undermesh is a problem. The complete lack thereof for Lucifer means that diving is going to be ever harder for him. But Beastie is all over in his base. You can see the wars coming up. He needs them desperately. The deer, as well as the gold there towards the south of his side, are all exposed and extremely necessary for him to survive in this position. Straight away veterancy is coming in. Royal Bloodlines as well. But Royal Bloodlines especially, it's going to be a long time till that's in.
Yeah. And we have to remember, Lucifer's still got plenty of gold jingling around in his pockets. That 5th relic now on the way home is padding against the losses a bit. And all it takes is one good raid. All right, we'll call that the appetizer. Needs more. Wall being built over here. Hasn't been completed yet. Could end up getting intercepted, but instead Lucifer just believes it's already been done. He'll go for the burn through. He's looking for the back gold.
It's the timing as well, right? Even though he may not be sure whether the wall is finished or not, it's way faster to just burn it in this position than try to go around it in this case, and he's just gonna do just that. Gold is now gone for Beastie. No more except the 400 he has in the bag. Only now is Horticulture coming in for him, as he is on the berries. And the deer on the right side is still up, so food income still looking quite healthy here for Beastie. And looks like the upgrades are going to come in. This is the problem. One of the weaknesses of Desert Raiders. Raid behind it as well.
It's every time. It's this tree line. It just keeps griefing him. He keeps opening up new path after new path. The Knights are going to keep idling at the back now on the berries. More of them are on the way. Desert Raiders are going to find their way towards Beastie's. No. No, did he not see it? Oh, no.
Oh, this is a key detail. See, you must see that one of the corpses is down. Perhaps he's not looking at this very moment. Honestly, I'm surprised even Beastie is there. But those villagers finished the war, right? You can't really escape with a massive raid.
Gets in. Blocks out the retreat. Moving with them. Lucifer. It's over a double eco lead now for Beastie. He is diving, though. There's a counter raid coming in. Lucifer trying to give as good as he's receiving. He does find the gold workers being greedy. Now the full dive. He has something to sink his teeth into, but he hesitates. The arrow fire has him fearing for his life. The workers escape through the palisades. But that's pretty much all of them. There's only 15 workers left.
Lucifer barely doubling the starting villager count at this point in time. Disaster yet again for Lucifer. He's finding great damage on the other side, but even outposts are coming up now by Beastie, knowing exactly that these units are just weak to arrow fire. We had some Camel Lancers mixed in here from Lucifer, which is great, but they're actually worse against Knights than Desert Raiders when you think about it.
This is one of the scrappiest and wackiest games I think we've had in this tournament. 17 versus 41, and you can't help but feel it's just still not over. Really, seriously. I mean, the thing is, Beastie doesn't want to directly contest the Desert Raiders, so he always has to dance around the affair. Now, Lucifer did end up bringing his all the way home, so he's not actually counter-pressuring right now in economy. And while this is happening, while the space is being freed, Beastie is now pivoting into Horsemen. Desert Raider clash does come through with the Knights. Dervish Hill's going to be there for a little bit, but will get sniped out. Interesting choice to commit to the Knights, but I mean, he has the upgrades, right? He's got the Royal Bloodlines. That's why he doesn't have to fear them. Clubs them down and punishes Lucifer for splitting his mass into two.
So far, the military wing reinforcement is kind of the only saving grace that has kept Lucifer in this so far. Those 3 units every 2 minutes, a lot of resources per minute it works out to. And that's going to be crucial here for Lucifer because his economy is virtually non-existent by this point in time. The night raids continue. The pressure just keeps mounting behind this. And it's exactly what Beastie needs to do whilst he gets this switch going. Now, the Horsemen do fine against Desert Raiders, but not that great, honestly. But the economic difference is what might be enough to really break Lucifer here, because with such a big deficit, Beastie can get out so many Horsemen enough to deal with the Desert Raiders, and once again, a handful of them get trapped.
It's the camel lancers, though. This is the comedy of it. So he's actually not killing them quickly at all. One does go down, the other two escape. But he reveals it early. Lucifron, his instincts were right to just keep producing camel lancers, but man, is he struggling here. I mean, the only upside he's got economically is that he has less villagers to have to worry about dying.
Yeah, that's indeed a double-edged sword, in this case for sure. The relics, though, there are 5 for Lucifron, so that's straight away just 10 villages in gold income, but the clash comes in. Lucifron's wasting no time, and Beastie's full committing as well. The knights as well as the horsemen, it's a complete wrap, and Lucifron knows it's too much. GG is cold, and Beastie 2 up now against Lucifron, who's facing elimination.
This is quite the turn up indeed. Lucifron, one of the boogeymans of the last EGC tournament, able to top on Reload once, almost do it again. And yet Beastie is now here making a statement, ready to just turf him out with not a point on the board if Lucifron makes one more mistake. And this was a wacky game, it has to be said. Lucifron with, as you said at the start, one of the most greedy type of openings you've seen from Ibids. Almost looked like he was going to make it work. But Beastie's relentless aggression served him so incredibly well in this game.
Indeed it did. And you can see just how effective it was exactly in the economic count. It's just these massive hits. It wasn't like it was just a few chip raids here and there. When he found a raid, he made him bleed profusely. Like right here. This catch on the wall is just absolutely brutal here for Lucifron. I can just imagine his reaction. He was not happy about this one. And Beastie, after his unfortunate defeat, 3-0 at the hands of Lucifron's brother Vortex, certainly has started his villain arc here. He had enough of losing. He's coming back in full force as he was in his previous form and looks to take out his vengeance on the other brother.
It's kind of wild, actually. And, well, with what we've got coming up next, Beastie Mongols, right? Against Lucifron's Delhi? That's... Or is it the other way around? I'm trying to remember who was left and right.
Well, it's a 50-50.
Lucifron's
Ask your
Mongols.
guesses.
Okay, so Beastie's gone Delhi. Delhi is kind of interesting, though, on this map, actually. Delhi is somewhat resilient to Dark Age rushes on docks because their fishing boats do fight back.
Yeah, Delhi's a very classic old-school pick here on Kawasan. It's always been a very solid civilization here. It's just recently, with all the DLCs that have been coming out, it just got overshadowed by so many other civilizations, right? Initially it was the Ottomans, then the Japanese came, of course. Now, of course, we have civilizations like Tughlaq. Jushi's legacy came the same time as the Japanese, of course. But they're still quite solid. They're definitely sort of second, maybe third tier of civilizations when it comes to these types of hybrid brands. Kawasan especially, and like you correctly said, their ability to withstand these Dark Age rushes because of the fishing ships, of course, that can shoot. It's an understated advantage and can make a big, big difference here. And when it comes to fighting in the feudal age, few do it better than Delhi.
I just realized as well is if you look at the snipe system, like when you look at it like this, you distinctively think that when you snipe something, it grays out. So it just kind of looks like Beastie picked Delhi twice.
That's it, yeah, for sure. It's like, you know, pick which sultanate you want to face, the Delhi or the Tughlaq, and looks like Lucifron has made his choice. No surprise there, seeing Jushi being sniped out by Beastie. That is not a civilization you want to face, especially as the Delhi. That's a hard enough counter on a regular map, never mind on Jushi's arguably best map in the game.
Yeah, and it's a pick that, like, when you think about it, I don't think you're overly panicking about Dry Arabia or Gorge for Sushi. It's not that they can't play that map, but it's not like, oh my god, this is the best map possible, right? It's like the difference between facing Tughlaq on Dry Arabia or facing them on Phrygian Marshes, for example.
Exactly right, exactly right. I'm curious to see if we do see Jushi coming out later, potentially, because I feel like they really haven't got a chance to show themselves since the Pro Scout nerf, always playing second fiddle to China, right? But really, they still, even back then, had some very interesting and also potent timings compared to China, even though overall they might be just a little bit weaker in the long run, especially. I'm curious to see if we do see them today. That would be nice. But Mongols against Delhi, another really classic matchup, isn't it? Often very feudal heavy, and it seems to go back and forth a lot.
Yeah, it's weird because recently we've seen Mongols just start to go full Dark Age aggression. It works out pretty well on land maps. Whereas you go back like a year, that almost seemed kind of comical because that guy has a healer. Why would he care that you're doing this, right? But the more that Delhi players have become reliant on Dome of Faith and having a lot of scholars, I feel like the better Mongols have started to look. You know, it's not a dominant matchup necessarily for them, but I feel like go back just a year ago, this matchup feels a lot more playable for Mongols now.
Yeah, absolutely right. And there's good reasons for it as well, right? I think a big difference maker for them specifically was the Deerstone's change, right? The access to the additional range with the Khan's Hunter means that they just have the better archer at the end of the day. Combine that, of course, with the Khan's Signal Arrow used when it matters most can be a massive difference maker in these fights. Of course, heavy cavalry with the Keshik, it might be the worst heavy cavalry in the feudal age when you think about it, but against horsemen, right, against light units, it does great work because of that healing, even against the Ghazi with the extra damage to heavy. The problem is, if you overextend with them, right, the Ghazi speed and the surround, it can be really scary, but in a well-controlled fight, the Keshik always comes out on top.
Yeah, it's the challenge to make sure that, you know, you have to respect the fact there will be more Ghazi than there are Keshiks, and you have to be careful with the micro element. I think that's the biggest challenge you run into is like a good player will pull those injured Ghazi away, send them back, a few scholars, bump them up to full. Whereas the tricky part of Keshiks has always been, you can heal too? Oh, really? How do I do it? Yeah, you have to fight, but I'm already on 10% HP. Yeah, you're gonna have to fight. Damn it. It's not a nice feeling sometimes.
Maybe Beastie will start building walls and the Keshiks can start healing off of them, right?
Oh, what a nice
around
guy.
those sites, right? Potentially. I'm curious to see, because the walls, I mean, technically makes a lot of sense. Quite cheap walls on those spawns, so it would be a good little point there for Beastie, but quite expensive.
And we'll see how this one's going to play out. Beastie, clean execution on the score so far. 2-0 up. Lucifron making his last stand here. A best-of-5 elimination. He trusts the Mongols to try and beat Beastie's Delhi on Kawasan.
And we saw before, Lucifron, when he had his back against the wall, 0-2, up against Anatan, this was the map where he was on his way to making a massive comeback, and he did so in stunning fashion, also as the Mongols. I'm curious to see if we're going to see another heavy, poignant aggression game here from him to make the difference when it matters most. Going to be a dock opening, actually, so no Spearman. Makes a lot of sense, as we mentioned, right? Not really much that Delhi has to fear when it comes to Dark Age. As long as they just get the gold needed to age up, the dock is going to be pretty safe when it comes to that. And this is always funny, I find. When they dock the same pond, and one of them is Delhi, to what level do you gather fish as opposed to attacking the opponent's fish?
Oh, for the love of God, I just got a flashback to Confluence with that statement. Please don't. I think you're pretty safe. You have to remember that the Delhi's fishing boats are pretty weak in the Dark Age. Like, they're good against land units, but if there's any passive healing, it feels kind of irrelevant. Like, there is an argument that you can shoot, gather, and it's quite nice. I just don't think it's worth it unless you can guarantee something gradually. So we'll probably see him just focus on getting his own greed up. The nice thing about this, like, Delhi feels really good against Mongols in these environments because you know they just can't realistically try Dark Age Rush with how close the fishing is to the docks because your boats protect them. So you just end up with a predictable play out of Mongols because they know this. Whereas, like, if you think earlier today, we had the Louis game versus Marine Lord where he had Mongols against Shushi, and in that game, Marine Lord began by acting as if he was going to get Dark Age rushed. Whereas Delhi don't really fear that.
They really don't, and an overlooked detail, right, is that scholar that Delhi obtained for free from either their first mosque or their first dock. In this case, it's a dock, of course. We see the one garrison slot is going to be that scholar, and that's also going to boost the production speed of this dock, considering that Beastie is now already one fishing ship ahead, and is now going to be 2 ahead before Lucifron gets his 3rd fishing ship online. That's a nice little extra bonus here for Beastie. It's going to serve him quite well. The mill is already up as well at this point in time, as well as the lumber camp. So forestry on the way, as well as wheelbarrow.
This front scouting on the lay of the lands here, see if there's maybe an opportunity to raid with Keshiks on opening the age. Always a good idea. It's a double fort gold, actually, in fairness. But BC has it pretty close to the tree line, so could even realistically envision some walls down the line.
It looks like Lucifron is going to be the first to age up here, prioritizing the earlier gold move out compared to Beastie. Of course, Beastie, even if he wanted to go for a fast age up, he still realistically, optimally wants to invest further in terms of wood, specifically to get that lumber camp, get that mill, potentially the mosque as well. Maybe you can do one of them whilst you're aging up instead, but you know, you do want to get them ASAP for sure. And so it looks like Beastie is going to make the mosque as his last building of choice before going for the feudal age, probably just before he starts cleaning up. And the Khan, as he does normally, being very annoying. But this is another nice thing for Beastie here. The Scholar is already there. You can heal this guy, no problem.
Sometimes it feels like a bit of a liability when you don't have any pressure coming in. Because like, oh, I just wish this guy was at home researching. Because like the trade-off, obviously, is once you tech up, you're not going to have military efficiency waiting for you to pump Ghazi fast. But out here is a glorious advantage to make sure that even if there was 1 or 2 spearmen, you just don't care.
Yeah, especially because the way the dock links to the mosque network, it can be a little inconsistent with some upgrades and some small issues when it comes to that. But shouldn't make too big of an impact here. At the end of the day, it is not a full water map. Dome of the Faith on the way here for Beastie. We're about almost finished by this point in time. You know, Deerstone is now complete for Lucifron.
It will be an immediate opening into the aggression. Magadai going to be on the way. Makes a lot of sense what we've seen in the past. The idea being like your opponent's going to be really heavy on the tree line, so you can just try to snipe them out there. Does mean you're a little bit susceptible though, because you should be expecting Ghazi from your opponent. Oh wait, am I being baited by the double? Yeah, I'm being baited by the double overlay.
Yeah, there's a little double overlay issue going on here. It's actually going to be the Keshings first. I was squinting my eyes there, seeing like, what am I looking at here?
I was like, the Magadai is bold, but I can see the logic of the tree line. But like, you're going to want to get off of it quick. It's like, no, okay, that makes more sense. So just double Keshik into double.
It very well could still be Mangudai as the secondary unit of choice here from Lucifron. It's always useful just having 4 of them alongside a Khan Santa. That's always going to be such an annoying raiding force for Beastie to deal with. Similarly to how we saw Beastie utilize the Horse Archers in the first game of the series. You just make a few, always keep your opponent on his toes, then you build towards your main composition with the Archers, with the Keshiks. And Beastie putting respect on those Keshiks. Spearman down the field, second one in queue at this point in time.
It's the military efficiency. It's like, this is the problem. Has he got a mosque in his base? He probably hasn't right now, right? So like,
yeah, doesn't look like it.
So if you don't have efficiency, you can't really justify Ghazi, can you? It's a little bit slow on its own.
Yeah, exactly.
Scholars. Right. There's always the weird thing with this type of build with Dome of Faith. Like, I'm not gonna say Tower Victory is better, but it puts you in a really torn position because you want to produce scholars, so you have to go back and go to another mosque anyway before you can even get your first technologies.
It's one of the reasons Delhi has fallen a little out of favor recently as well on this hybrid map. It's the slowness, because they need so much infrastructure to really maximize their potency, right? We're talking about the mill, the mosque in this case as well, despite having the Dome of the Faith, leads to this early pressure, the susceptibility to it, as idle time on the woodline is caused with no significant damage. You can see those Keshiks. The fact that they're heavy cavalry doesn't make as big of a difference when it comes to diving those TCs without undermesh, taking so much damage so early.
Nice use of naval arrow slits. You can see that Lucifron doesn't really want to play the pawn. He's just fixated on shutting down the land, and BC's really far behind there. We have to remember that the eco count, military count rather, is like a little bit warped. The fishing boats still calculate into the military, right? So he's showing a bit more inflated than he should.
Actually, I don't know. I think...
Actually, no.
Did it get fixed? I think it got fixed. I think it's
it got fixed.
The
it's Ottomans, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ottomans
that's right.
Still the issue?
Yeah, it is the Ottomans, I believe. But the scholars do count towards it as before, right? So that is why the inflation is there. And yeah, so there was no Mangudai on the menu for Lucifron. He's just, as he did against Anatan, right? It's just all out aggression, no eco upgrades, straight for the undermesh.
Yeah, this is kind of fitting from what I've been seeing as well. Like Vortex and the KPMMs, every time just mass Keshiks. It's his end goal. Right, so the archers, sure, there's a lot of them right now, but it's because Beastie has forced him. If he's ever given an opportunity to just raw build Keshiks, you're going to see the Spaniards play this like a bootlegged French.
And effective it can be indeed, because of this early pump that the Mongols are able to put out. And these Keshiks, of course, they don't have to worry about going back and healing like the French knights do, despite obviously being way weaker head on. They can keep
You go back, you go in.
Yeah, exactly right.
It's the only way you get to heal. I mean, it's a pretty smart war strat. Like, oh man, I'm really injured. Can we maybe go home and like, I don't know, like get some warm soup? No! The enemy has got band-aids in their pockets. Kill them. Okay.
Their stones finding great value here too, being fantastically utilized here by Lucifron, not only to draw some aggro from these units, but also to speed up his reinforcements, of course. That's going to be great tool for him to utilize. So the military pump just doesn't stop. More archers, more Keshiks. Undermesh is finished, and naturally Steeled Arrow is next for him. And as these upgrades come in, I mean, Beastie, you know, he's not even... I mean, he's probably thinking about the blacksmith, but affording it is a different matter entirely, especially when being idled on the woodline like this. And this is the kind of timing that makes this so scary for the Delhi.
Beastie. Plenty of spears to hold for now, but that can get torn apart with the Deer Stones effect. Ghazi are going to rotate around the back. Go straight onto the archers. He's going to bypass and just move out of range of that Deer Stone Aura. So not really that fast anymore. Gives a pretty good fight across the Beastie. The Keshiks, however, have dove in from the east side. They find the workers, starting to cut them down. It's like Textiles was in effect, so minimize the losses just 2. Keshiks are now just going to body block the Ghazi. They're going to stick back on those archers. I feel like Lucifron is being turfed out entirely here.
Yeah, the backstep from the Ghazis was just way too much there going to deal with right before Steeled Arrow had come in as well. And we saw there was just not enough archers to actually one-shot these spearmen, which is what you despise to see as the archer player. It hurts so much when you know that you cannot back out of the fight in that position. And now, Lucifron is paying the price for it as his mass is severely dwindled as well as his fishing.
You get that feeling with like 3 minutes from a GG.
Yeah.
It's kind of getting that tickling in it, right? Like, I mean, Kawasan is that type of map. And Lucifron never wanted to like hang in there when he thinks it's just over. If he instinctively believes it's done, it's done. And if this dot goes down, I mean, you've got no economical upside whatsoever. You're already being forced to play under Deer, which is likely to get blocked as well. The Keshi count, not really something that Beastie ever needs to truly fear in its current state.
And the worst part for Lucifron is, this was his sole ticket in this game. It was all in. Not a single additional fishing ship has been produced. He needed this to work, otherwise he's eternally economically and militarily behind. And guess what? It did not work. The backstab was too much. And it's just suffering from here on forward for him in this game. Now double blacksmith on the way for Beastie. He found the breathing room necessary, and when those upgrades start coming in, there's a decent number of scholars on the field by now as well. Even potentially sacred sites might be on the cards for Beastie, and that military number just keeps swelling.
He feels like this has been the name of the game every single game for Lucifron. Think about it. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. Yeah, Game 2 had the tech up, but the goal was then into immediate aggression. It just feels like he's tried to take these incredibly aggressive lines, and Beastie, you know, all that experience in the past, being the defender, aiming for late game. Sure, it's not really his target these days, but being in that meta, being so refined in that meta, it's that type of instinct you never truly lose. He was ready for these timings, and it's just left Lucifron with little to no backup plan each time it backfires.
Top of that, the Deer Stones as well has fallen by now. No additional vision, no additional aggro draw, and no additional speed for Lucifron. Completely without a landmark at this stage. The only thing he's got going for him really is that dock, which is preventing Beastie's fishing from getting too out of control because of the arrow slits. It's just so annoying to deal with. He has swelled up yet again. There's a good number of archers and Keshiks, but Beastie was thinking about a castle age.
Yeah, he might get forced to reinvest. He's very greedy if he goes castle plus double dock. If he just defends this though, like this should be Lucifron's Hail Mary punch. You know, if this doesn't connect, realistically you are looking at outscale fully.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is just biding his time. Now that he has his blacksmiths and advantage in fishing, he knows he doesn't really have to wait here. He doesn't have to engage here whatsoever, I mean. And the only curious detail is the fact that he actually prioritized Steeled Arrow for any kind of melee upgrades. I guess he's expecting to dive, so he wants the arrow fire from the garrisons to be more potent. That does make sense, but I can't help but feel
Clearly,
like
it's the
melee
fishing boats,
upgrades would
Myriad.
help. Well, that too. It would be helpful now because actually they're all pulled up. Look at that.
What is
Yeah,
going on? BC's focused on land right now. He's being attacked.
That's a bit of a
East side
problem.
fight here. I mean, he can't look away from this. He's chasing onto it. Start step from Lucifron. He's trying to keep the attention. The fishing boats are still getting sniped. They haven't been pulled away at all. Movement speed arrow gets activated to kite more. He's getting rid of it all. Look at the fishing count at the top. He was at 13 before. He's down to 6.
At this point, he's actually behind in economic count to Lucifron. Every single fishing ship is dying, KP, for this fight. And the fight isn't even that decisive here for Beastie. He jumped in without the undermesh. Only now has it finished. The archers are cleaned up, but the Geshet count is still looking pretty healthy here. Literally every single fishing ship, bar 1 or 2, has fallen.
I think the Green Arrow is on board on that boat. What a miracle comeback. Lucifron, this game was steering against him. Things were looking bleak and dark. But with that one strike, a breath of life, maybe some hope. There's still concerns here. BC is still trending towards Castle Age. And he's still set up on both ponds while Lucifron is barely holding onto one. So it's a step in the right direction. Lucifron needs another miracle. Maybe like one Keshik in the tree line that goes unnoticed to really get back into this game.
A miracle indeed is what it would take. As you mentioned, this is a great start, but it's only the first step needed towards this victory. Never mind, considering the fact that this is only one game of 3 that he needs to come back in this series. But he's gonna keep circling. Checks the woodland again, but BC has shifted to the south one. Sees the heavy gold gathering. So gets confirmation that he really needs that castle. Well, he really wants that castle age, but this might be enough to actually bait Lucifron in because Beastie has been investing still continuously behind this, and
look at the
this can be a
recoup.
good move. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of Ghazi already. It's going to be a lot more. And this is where it gets risky. You can be diving into production where light cav can come out on top of your archers. It's tricky to do. You can see the hesitation. Lucifron really just taking his time about it. Tries to move through. Ghazi spears will turn onto him. Gonna be a full chase. Ghazi looking to surround. Keshik's tried to intercept, but there's way too many of them. They're wrapping around the back, straight past. Like a buzzard of bees. They hop on top of the archers to crush them down. Keshik just can't stand against this. Too many spears still alive. Lucifron gonna lose the bulk of the army. Beastie's remass, reinvestment in the feudal, reasserts control.
Just a beautiful bait and switch here by Beastie on the defense, knowing exactly what he's playing for in this case and understanding his advantage perfectly. Getting Lucifron to dive into his base as deep as he possibly can before he pounces. Even the villagers are smelling and getting thirsty for blood at this point in time. They're on the front line alongside the scholars. Lucifron has very little military left and very few hopes left in this game. Although Beastie, the full investment did cost him. At this point, he's very far away from Castle Age.
But look at the advantage, right? Like the remax into fishing boats. He's back up to 11. Remember, he's down to 3 about, what, a minute and a half ago? He's got double dock here, double dock on the other pond. No docks for Lucifron. Like, this was meant to be the punch to get some damage done, to make Lucifron feel like he was alive, but he is dead on the water, dead on land, and dead in the EGC Masters Finals. Beastie will kick him out of the tournament with a dominant 3-0 performance.
Similarly to Marine Lord, got pushed down 3-0. Into the losers bracket, Beastie had suffered the same fate last week, and just like Marine Lord struck back in force with a 3-0, Beastie does the exact same here, with a decisive victory over the one Lucifron. Beautiful series here by Beastie, a much needed one, not only to regain his confidence as well in this tournament, but also to keep himself in this tournament in the first place.
Absolutely. A well-earned victory coming out from BC. Congrats to him on the 3-0. Didn't even need Sengoku to do it, Myriad. No, just needed the... Actually, he only got sniped once as well, by the way. Like, we were kind of expecting a bit more snipage. I do love the Delhi Tuklak to just kind of force this weird position But commiseration and Lucifron, kind of crazy, actually. Like, I think a lot of people maybe had this as a close series in mind, especially when you look at Lucifron's last S-tier tournaments performance.
Exactly. Like these two often went back and forth very evenly in the past, right? And that could have been the case here as well, because Lucifron had come back from a break earlier this year and is looking in great form again. Beastie had his break more recently, but today the difference was clear. Beastie in top shape. Lucifron might be having an off day by ends as well, which does happen, but when it matters most, the performance has to be there, otherwise elimination is inevitable.
Absolutely. And you know what? We're now ready to talk to Beastie himself and go over the tournament so far and this win. Beastie, congrats on the win, mate. A great performance, and I imagine a much-needed statement after the shock and awe of that upper bracket beginner for this tournament.
Thank you, thank you. Can you hear me, first of all? I didn't
Yep,
do a mic
we can
check.
hear you.
I messed up. Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. Honestly, I didn't know how this was going to go because obviously last week was pretty bad, but I started prepping, like actually prepping this week. So I was like, why do I always like wait to lose? Because I feel like every tournament I lose first, and then I'm like, okay, if I lose again, I'm out. So yeah, I've been practicing. I've been like looking at the drafts and civs and stuff like that. So I feel like I prepped pretty well this week. So it worked out. But the funny thing is the practice hasn't been going too well. I think I won more games today than I did in the last 5 days combined. So yeah, but I guess it did pay off in the end.
What was that saying? You learn more from a loss than a win, right? Like you only get better by playing a better person.
Yeah. I mean, I did learn a lot. Like every game I learned, but I'm just like, I can't get it right. So yeah, today things I feel like worked out in my favor. I think my biggest weakness before was probably drafting. Like I was really, really bad at it. This time around, I think it was a lot better for me. So yeah, it worked out.
I like the impossible choices, like the Tuklak or Delhi. You're going to hate either one, I get. What do you think of the current drafting system, by the way? Like, it's a bit different than what we've been having for a long time. Like, you know, you just pick and you go. We now have the snipe system. Do you like that? Do you see it as a big improvement? Or does it feel like it's got a lot of exploitable?
Drafting is always hard, and now it's like even harder because sometimes you can force really awkward situation on the opponent. I think Anatan had that last week where he had to pick Golden Horde and Frisian Marches, and he didn't even want to play it. So it's like if you either mess up the draft or the opponent lets you have some civ and then you don't have a civ for another map, it can be pretty problematic. It's part of the reason why I wanted him to play Ottoman, because I didn't want Ottoman on Kalasan, and I was fine playing against Jushi or Mongol. So I was like, even if I lose that game, you know, I still get to play Kalasan, the matchups that I won. So I was fine with that. But I think it's really interesting. It's really cool that we have these snipes, but it also makes the game a lot harder even. Because, yeah, you have to learn quite a bit in the drafting.
Yeah. And how do you feel about Lucifron's opponent today? Because, like, my take on it, I almost felt like he had a train to catch. You know, like, there was no let up. I know we've always known him as a raider, but it almost felt more Vortex-esque with how all-in he was.
Yeah, you know, it's always hard to know, especially with the brothers, whether it's Canadian or Spanish, like, what are they practicing? I feel like I took a lot of the civs that Lucifer likes as well. So maybe he was put on, like, civs that he necessarily, I don't know, didn't, like, play as much. Like, for example, I know he loves French, you know, loves Rus, stuff like that. So, yeah, I felt I have I think a pretty good win rate against Lucifron. I think it's just a mashing of styles that works in my favor. Like, I think we kind of play somewhat similar, but I guess mine is just a bit better than his, because that's just kind of how it works sometimes, you know. So I think I have a bit of an advantage there, not necessarily in skill.
Now, like, speaking of advantage, disadvantage, you said, like, this kind of feeling sometimes you have to lose before you go and do the research. We just had, I think, a reasonably significant patch that should change a few things. You know, how do you feel about your odds for the tournament? We heard from Marine Lord, he's like, I wish it was longer. I'd feel better if the tournament was longer and I had more time. Do you see this spin up these changes as an advantage for you or a bigger challenge to overcome?
Honestly, like I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old, but like 22 civs is way too many for me. Like, I had a matchup like yesterday that I never played, and I'm like, I don't even know what units I'm supposed to make. It was something like weird, like some weird interactions with the units, and I was like, I genuinely don't know how this interaction goes. So it's becoming like extremely hard to even have the experience. Like, there's a very good chance that you're going to play a matchup in a tournament you just never seen or played. So I think with the recent patch, I think it honestly, it depends what you abused and used. Like, if you just relied on Shinobi, Sengoku, and healer elephants, this is probably pretty bad for you. But I didn't spend like crazy amount of time practicing those sims because those like healer elephants were so broken that there was no way they're not going to get nerfed. So I felt like just investing time into every civ was probably better long term. So this recent patch probably, helped me, and it removed a lot of the annoying stuff from the game, I think.
All right, I've got to ask you to round this out. Lower bracket run. I mean, it's an incentive, right? You haven't got that pattern like those people in the upper bracket. But looking at this bracket right now, obviously you had some experience with Vortex. Is that your big boogeyman? Is that the big scare in this bracket, or is there someone else that is your number one target that you need to beat, that you have to beat?
I mean, honestly, I think everyone's really good. Like, I've been saying this for a while, but everyone's just really, really good. So I don't think there's an easy opponent anymore. Back in the day there was, but I don't think there is one anymore. Obvious one, is going to be if both Marine Lord and I win, right? But I do think that going into best of sevens and best of nines, usually Marine Lord and I do well at in the tournaments, and I think those longer series favor us. So I'm excited to be moving away from best of fives and into sevens, and maybe 9. We'll see.
It's crazy how much difference it makes. I remember seeing the group stage with like people like Scarlet Devil. I was like, on a best of 3, that guy's kind of wild. And unfortunately, we're starting to BF5s. It's a completely different ball game. But BC, mate, it's been
sorry.
No, sorry.
I think even best of 5s, you can get like sometimes an unlucky matchup, and it can dictate the rest of the draft, and it can be pretty scary. So best of 7s, here we go.
Well, congrats again, mate. I'm going to let you get a little bit of rest, a little bit of chill time. And I'm sure you'll enjoy the rest of the games in the background.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, we're heading to a short break. Myriad, you've come back just in time for people to admire your hair, your pumped up chest, and now they can go do some bench presses because you've got probably 5 or 10 minutes before we return for some upper bracket series. That's right. Boo. All the eliminations of Bloodsport is done. We say farewell to Lucifer and Louis, but next up, we're going to say hello to a bunch of bros in the top side. Anatan versus Vortex, and then Wham versus Puppy Paw in non-elimination series coming up after a short break. Welcome back to the Masters Finals 2025. Upper bracket kicks off now for today. That's right. Elimination's done. If you missed it, we've said farewell to both Lucifron and Louis MT. 3-0 eliminations. And now, Mirad, now we get to test the true strength of Anatan, because Vortex, for a lot of people, currently looks like the biggest boogeyman.
Indeed, we get to see the other Spanish brother here in play, and these stats, honestly, are more one-sided than I anticipated. It's worth noting, of course, that Anatan, you know, he was a climber, right? He started way outside of the top 32, and then moved to the top 32, top 16, and, you know, in the last 2 years especially, he solidified himself very cozily in the top 8, now easily pushing top 4 in pretty much every tournament, with at worst a top 6 performance. So these results, because of that, are just a little bit skewed. In the past, you can see, well, I was about to say more recently it was closer, and it was to an extent, right?
I mean, I think maybe they've been a bit generous here, because I can tell you that in KPMM 11 in the semifinals, Vortex 3-0'd Anatan, and then in, I believe it's week 14, he 4-0'd him in the finals. So we've been a bit more diplomatic here. It's actually a bit darker of a win rate percentage for Anatan than it would appear there. But you know what? This man always comes out experimental, classy, different. How about this? Upper bracket series kicks off now. Vortex with a roost. We've seen it a bajillion times on King of the Hill. But Anatan, it's a Knights Templar pick.
That it is. Knights Templar on King of the Hill here for Volta Esports is Anatan. I have never before seen Knights Templar being picked on this map, and I really wonder what we're cooking with. I'm predicting 2TC, and when Knights Templar first released, 2TC for them, honestly, was probably a little bit broken strong because of that wood eco, because of that timing, because of the safety that it allowed, the ability to just pump archers on the defense. So effective when it comes to the amount of mass you can muster because of that economy. Now that has been shaved since then, so that may not be on the cards, or if it is, it won't be as potent. We'll have to see, but I mean, this is just wild. We've never seen this before.
No, like I've seen the 2TC strat from Anna a lot recently, so I agree. I wouldn't be surprised by it. But on King of the Hill, I mean, we have to remember it's a newer Civ. King of the Hill has not been as consistently placed in competitive in recent times. But I'm curious to see how he's going to cook this, especially with the change we're seeing. Like, for example, the Antioch is stronger, right? It's now 15% melee damage buff. That's a pretty cool idea to go into Knights. Knights, like the Templar Bros, one of the best Knights you can get in Castle Age, would be phenomenal against Rus if they tend to go Horse Archers. Maybe there's even a world in which we see Castile. Castile is actually a genius idea in King of the Hill, because you can win solely based on a Sacred Site, which means you'd have a permanent buff for any fights going on.
That must be the idea here, right? It makes so much sense when you think about it. And for those unaware, the level of the Castile buff, it is exactly a Kurotai. The exact same numbers and the exact same effects. And Kurotai, very effective without a doubt. And Knights Templar just flat out has a better army than Mongols, especially in the Castle Age. Well, specifically in the Castle Age, that is. So that's a pretty scary one. I think if Anatan gets even a slight foothold on that center, I think Vortex is going to have an immensely hard time to contest it. However, with this 2TC play here from Anatan, getting a position where you do secure that center early, it might be more difficult than we anticipate.
I wonder if he'll try and be greedy. He's going Knights Hospitalier, which is going to give him the better movement speed. So you could... Oh, okay. Yeah, didn't quite surround. There's too many scouts there. But like maybe he goes across to the deer location. Either that or he's going to just hunker down on the goal behind him, which is a bit more lacking when it comes to food. Like, what was his sheep pool in the end? Because usually on this map, I feel like it's close to 50-50.
Yeah, it should be the case. It's a bit similar to Gorge, right? There's such defined patterns, and there's such a like textbook effective scouting pattern that you don't really deviate from any game, unlike something like Arabia that normally ends up being the case. Which, you know, can be a little bit boring, but it's also very nice and great for competitive integrity. So we can have a look very soon to find out exactly. But This 4 scout investment from Vortex is a little bit wild in the feudal age, in the dark age, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's also just like, okay, if I can burn down the mining camp before you get enough stone, it'll make you inefficient on the drop. But that's why Anatan surged out so many workers to make sure that wasn't going to be a liability. We'll have enough on the drop-off to have just about. I was about to say, I saw it 348. I was like, no. 355, and he will be taking that deer location. I think this makes a lot of sense, but it can be blocked. Vortex should be looking to just camp this with 4 scouts. He could grief you a lot, and that's exactly why Anatan stays less greedy and just gets it up as quickly as possible in the tree line.
Yeah, you just have to cut your losses. You can't risk messing around with these scouts around those there, right? It's going to be way too much delay, way too annoying. You can see 4 scouts together actually start doing some respectable damage, 1 each a hit to these villagers. So you could, in theory, even keep hitting these villagers, and it'll be annoying. Anatan might have to pull back 1 or 2. Instead, he's just going to torch the DC with 2 of them, keep the health relatively low, and push away the deer as far as you possibly can.
Because that's more efficient if you think about it, right? It's like your opponent's then going to have to spend wood and also idle villagers to repair versus you trying to kill a 65 HP villager, which, best case scenario, you'll force him to walk it back to primary TC. Nice intercept. Anatan, we'll just shoot down a few of the deer before they get scrambled a bit too weird. But still, best he could hope for. Vortex, is it going to be a pro scout? Yeah, it's already coming in, so he can just pick up most of these deer. Middle finger it and walk away. Weird that he's walking back already.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange. I guess he just wants to make sure that his first deer back is in safely. You know, this play specifically might mean that this could be just all in straight up from Vortex. Because otherwise, why would you not prioritize taking the opponent's deer away first? You might just want that extra food gathering in ASAP to pump units out very quickly. But that could also just work for a fast castle age timing here for Vortex. You get the deer in early, you get the better food earlier, you just simply get castle age earlier as a result. I'll have to see which is on the card. There's no production dropped for him yet. 2 tickets still in the Golden Gate as we speak right now, which is a little bit surprising. Might just be making a decision as to what he wants to do next.
Gold. Plenty of it. So it looks like it's just going to be a castle rush. Anatan will be looking for those walls on the east side, but I don't know if I'd say this is that effective a wall, right? Like, if you look on the minimap, you can see he's missing a lot of cliff on this spawn. Yeah. So your opponent still has a lot of ways to raid in.
I mean, one thing that makes it somewhat understandable is vast majority of Anatan's food is on that side, right? We have the berries next to the deer. Even his starting berries is projected towards that right side, so that's definitely a side that he wants to lean into. We often talk about that, especially when playing economic plays like this with the 2TC, is you don't want to spread yourself too thin, because that's how you can start really bleeding villagers. And if you can condense yourself as much as possible to where the map is most resource heavy in your favor, that is how you can often make this work.
The fact he's pilgriming on a map that has no flexibility to where you can go. I'm a little bit surprised, actually, this early on that he'd be going for that. But I guess the thought process is, like, if it's fast castle, you should get at least 2 pilgrims in for free without any harassment.
Yeah, exactly. He must have seen this as well, right? He must have seen that there's no production at all here from Vortex, so there's really nothing actually stopping these pilgrims from going through. Even 2, it depends a bit on the gold, but I think on this map, when it comes to 3, that is when you officially make a profit on your investment. Maybe even 2 might be enough, but I don't think the distance is quite at that 130. Maybe close to 100. We'll have to see when the next building comes out to find out fully. 10 on the high trade house, in the juiciest of spots, of course, here in the corner. That's going to be an easy 200 gold per minute.
Yep, and still with the bounty tiers to go. He's still only on tier 1. He's got a little bit more to go for the tier 2 unlock. So just keep inflating in value. And also because Anatan, because technically he should be kind of thinking about castle timing, Vortex probably feels quite safe to go for the relics. We can see Anatan actually adding in archers plus spears. So we're actually looking to just gallop in his opponent's face, which is pretty ballsy here.
It really, really is. I mean, if he can get enough of a military mass here to just contain Vortex's initial pump, enough to buy himself the time for that cast stage, which will come in for him so very quickly as the Knights Templar, then if he goes for the Castile, then even an age down, he can actually sit in the center and contest something like men-at-arms, or horse archers for this matter. The horse archers detail is very interesting here from Vortex, especially having fallen out of favor somewhat recently, after the Pro Scouts nerf, of course, and horse archer nerf in and of itself, because there's already so many archers on the field from Anatan, and Vortex must be aware of this, surely.
And technically it plays into your opponent's strength, right? Archer production is great for Knights Templar because they munch wood so fast, and this is a map that will... I don't think I've ever witnessed a King of the Hill game where it ran out of wood. Let's just put it like that. I've seen a lot of maps reach that point, but never King of the Hill. So it's someone who happily just keep pumping non-stop. In fairness, you know, in some ways, horse archers, they're a little bit better at trading in mass against archers than they were previously due to the better attack speed. But in small scale, it almost feels like you've been crippled compared to where you were before.
Yeah, we've had Highview running out of wood before King of the Hill. Didn't think we'd see that one, yeah. We all remember that game, of course.
I'm gonna pull alcohol out in a second if you bring those memories up.
Oh, I can just think of Paul Wham casting it that time. No, that was just funny. I remember going through a whole daily routine and the game was still going on.
I think my experience with Highview is... I think the last one I done was Avali versus someone, Japan versus China. I was like, oh man, I haven't seen this map in so long, this will be fun. 3 hours and 20 minutes in. Why did I choose this? And how can I make sure no one ever does again?
It's quite wild indeed. Just like Vortex actually going directly for this sacred site is a bit wild. I'm not sure how he expects to secure that one. I guess he wanted to see if he can block just a little bit and be annoying. At least to recall the military towards the center, control the movement. That could definitely be an idea here for him. Second warrior monk on the field, even a third one in queue at this point in time for him. And it's just still horse archers for now, but now we have the further infrastructure. One stable up already, 2 more to go. So it's going to be classic Roost play.
Saint's Blessing could be big here. Just get one little touch, oomph up your armor, but you got to get your horse archers closer is the problem.
Yep.
I think Anatan read that correctly. Like, you don't want to send the spearmen in because horse archers will kite. And all that does is it gives the warrior monks the buff to project on all the archers. So he just kept the spears away. Understanding that aura can kind of be a game changer against a unit that only has 5 damage.
Look at this for Anatan though. Heavy stone gathering underway. And we know exactly what this means, KP. Knights Templar have access to the fortress even in the feudal age, and that's just a full-fledged keep. If he drops that keep in the center, really, I mean, Vortex will need so much time to actually deal with it. I mean, he'd need trebs. He could run past it, sure, but that'll be at a very, very heavy cost. And that's definitely going to secure the castlage here from Anatan. This is a cook, KP.
I'll tell you, this is a Michelin star chef is what it is. And what are some of the devs, actually, now that I think about it, in recent times? They seem to love adding civs this year that build castles in the feudal age. Anatan, now with the Age 2 fortress to be rushed up, but Vortex, he may have chosen the perfect time to intercept this. It's only a small dabble of spearmen, and he's got castle age knights pumping, undermesh on the way, and the fortress is going to take a bit of time here. Needs 40 seconds clean. Knights jump in, spearmen are already gone. Saint's Blessing to activate. He groups up for it. There's the extra damage and the armor. Could he actually just dive past this? Is it worth it? I don't think he's actually that worried. I mean, as long as he keeps 5 horse archers alive, he can clear this easy peasy. Goes straight for it. Scares him off of it. Anatan's timing just not there. Vortex read straight through it.
The idea was so good, but Vortex, probably one of the most effective timing plays in the game today as we know it, is undoubtedly going to smell this play. And so he does, and shuts it down immediately. Suddenly, Anatan's entire advantage, potential advantage at least, is just gone. As the fortress is now just dead weight. Even the stone, he can't get the full refund for it any longer. Sure, this will distract Vortex for a little bit. He wants to keep an eye on it, especially with the blueprint there. It might be a sign that for Vortex that Anatan may want to sneak out and do some villages on it to get it up. But, I mean, how are you going to sneak past such a military presence here from Vortex? And now Anatan had to reinvest. The Castile is going to come in through. Kingdom of Castile has the age up, but is he even going to get near enough that sacred site to actually use that?
That's my fault. Yeah, like, I mean, Michelin just called. They actually have got his restaurant up for review. He might not be getting to keep that star. Like, this is the problem. The Kingdom of Castile only has that passive effect if you're in range of the sacred site. Vortex, he'll know that too well. It's not just Anatan that does this build. Vortex has been experimenting with Kingdom of Castile too. So you should be aware of its variability, its volatility. Tank up completes. Vortex just keeps on pumping knights. Anatan is going to need a lot more spearmen.
A lot more spearmen, a lot more resources, a lot more eco. He needs so much to withstand this incoming push from Vortex. War's coming up just to buy some more time till he can get his upgrades and get the units necessary. And out of all units available to pick from, he goes for the Genitor.
Makes sense against Horse Archers. The problem is the Knights. Like, the Knights is the bigger thing he's going to have to answer here. Sacred Sight just got locked in by Vortex. I love the Wooden Fortress defense. We saw this in the BC Luciphron series. Incredibly powerful when you just vomit out a bunch of Spring placements. Spring placements that will, without bias, eliminate every single type of unit that Knights Templar are currently queuing up.
The mass from Vortex is just getting out of hand. Even Boyar's Fortitude is now on the way, and once that comes in, this mass from Vortex is going to be incredibly scary, as if it wasn't scary enough already. Anatan is scrambling behind the TC now as the dive comes in. Vortex is wasting no time. He just pokes, he checks the composition, he knows what's coming, and he's just going to back out.
That's cost him a lot of Horse Archers to get that reconnaissance, but the Archers of his own overextending now. The Knights do get a good fight. Spearman count is getting thin, so the Knights will pretty reasonably against what remains, but new crossbowmen are coming in. Anna should be able to stabilize, but the price is going to be pretty damn high here. It does make you wonder if Vortex could have waited just a little bit longer, though, as Boy's Fortitude finally kicked in. He's got barely any Horse Archers left.
Yeah, I don't think it can be argued this was a little bit overzealous here from Vortex before Boyar's Fortitude. I mean, it was 10 seconds out when he first dove in. Now, so much of his mass has dwindled behind this. Food income is still looking just stellar. It looks like a double ball play behind this for Vortex, maximizing the food on the map to an extreme. And you can see the result, just the pump continues consistently here for him. But he traded out a bit more of an advantage than he needed to, I think, there. The side is captured, and very quickly has been done so. 7 minutes and 20 seconds now on the clock, and ticking still. Anatan still leading into this composition. The Genitors, I mean, they're going to do great against the Horse Archers on the backline if they're uncontested. Of course, Spear, as well as crossbows alongside the Archers that are left. This is just a great composition from Anatan against Vortex right now, but the quality is so severely in Vortex's favor, as well as the food income.
Yeah, Anna really just needs a reliable backbone and crossbowman to contest. The challenge is going to be, if you go too hard in crossbows, who the hell's going to be dealing with the wooden fortresses? Like, you got to be knowing, at this rate, when you go up that hill, it could easily be 4 or 5 wooden fortresses that you somehow have to break.
Exactly right, as the infrastructure I think is already building on top of the hill there for Vortex just to further solidify the position. I think what he needs here to make sure that Anatan has no room to breathe or to contest. And Vortex is playing very aggressively here, and it's for good reason indeed. He wants to make sure that Anatan doesn't get anywhere near that sacred side, knowing that the buff is a real possible threat and a way for Anatan back into this game. Even if he gave him a little bit of space, allowing a fortress drop closer to that central hill means that Anatan suddenly is able to creep up further and further. Vortex is going to allow none of it.
He's poking deeper, just suffocating him, smothering him with ponies at this stage. Night count seemingly too high. Anatan at breaking point here. We've got 5.5 minutes left on the clock. I don't think Vortex needs 5. He's still got the meat to keep on pounding night production at double-digit rates. Meanwhile, Anatan, he can't really scrape together more than a dabbling of spears.
Even the scouts here with the Warrior's Blessing, their damage jumps up a little bit, but also their tanking. As you can see, they take so much archer fire from the crossbows, from the archers. There's just a very annoying front line here.
Oh my god. Imagine your feeling as Anatan. We done it. We survived. What is that? That is a game ender. GG comes in. Vortex reminding us why Roos is so coveted. And Anatan, buddy, I just checked my soup. There's a hair in it. Back to the kitchen. I want a fresh one.
The idea was there. The seasoning was there. But I think it was just a little bit burnt to the meal, unfortunately. Anatan to go back to the drawing board with that one, rebuy the ingredients necessary and come up with a new concoction. But that was fun. I love to see that. This is what I mean, right? We're talking after the Marine Lord interview how Anatan plays very solidly, but often adds a big spin of his own onto drafts, onto picks. And when it comes to specific maps, of course, he pulls out some crazy things sometimes with amazing potential. But oftentimes, especially against someone of Vortex's caliber, it can be quite hard to pull it off.
Absolutely. You know, he likes to take his own style, his own meta, but he doesn't ignore the importance of strengths and weaknesses of certain civs and what actually is viable. Like, he has that nice balance. I think it's more reminiscent of what Marino was saying about Louis, where Louis had his own style, then he started to indoctrinate the meta into it, and he got better for it. And I think that's Anatan in a nutshell. You still have these curveballs that definitely need to be sent back to the kitchen a few more times before they get Gordon Ramsay's bum of approval. But the fact is he's still trying to iterate and innovate while also proving strong on what we know to work. And that, speaking of strong, I don't feel like these nerfs really changed much. Sengoku is still like number 2 in my eyes.
It's such a solid civilization, right? As we spoke before, yeah, the Shinobi were oppressive, and they definitely weaken now, right? The uptime isn't nearly as much there, and of course, mainly the scaling is also not there into that castle age. But really, for Sengoku, it's that early economic pump that allows them, especially in an aggressively orientated meta as we have today, they're a top contender indeed, with some of the best horsemen in the game in the feudal age, and one of the best economies in the feudal age as well, making them such a potent pick. And this is, I think I may have seen or even played this matchup once or twice, but it's an intriguing one here.
I mean, it's a strong civ, even without the Shinobis, you're right. Like, I mean, you had a game in the KPMMs, I remember. I think, I don't know if I got up on YouTube, the title was literally going to be, he didn't even use the Shinobi and it still looks broken. I think it was literally start to finish, you didn't spawn them, like you spawned them once and they missed every grenade, and you still just dominated the fight with Yari and Yumi, which are still as good as they were. Yumi did receive a slight nerf, now costing 5 resources more. But the weird pivot is that they then buffed Daimyo states at the same time. They're now cheaper, which means compared to before, it's easier for Sengoku to get multi-unit compositions online.
Absolutely it is. And it's significant, right? Because the Daimyo, although of course we have 3 clans, each buffing infantry, range units, as well as stable units, the Daimyo will buff all units unanimously with that attack speed bonus. And a significant one it is that. I think it's 10 or 15% in the feudal age, something
10,
like that.
15, 20. And then...
Right.
If you really want to be nuts, you go for the Imperial Landmark and it becomes 40.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see if we get that deep. Game number 2. Vortex with a Marlian pick, looking to extend that lead. It's a powerful pick. But in a lot of people's eyes, this is still Chief. This is still the warlord in charge of all. Sengoku Daimyo for Anatan to try and get on the board.
It's going to be the Gold Matsuri opening here for Anatan. Very efficient opening, allowing you to utilize early gold to buy wood. Underway right now. Already, the first batch of wood has been bought. 130 gold for 100 wood. And that's going to be enough to get those Matsuri, those Yatai, excuse me, out nice and quickly. And good spots here on this map as well. The Boars, I don't think Anatan's too happy about their positioning. Although, that's a very conveniently placed cliff for him. And a conveniently placed stealth for us.
Okay, come on. Yeah, no, he's jumping at that opportunity. This feels great. I mean, a bit weird he's actually walking around. But obviously, from his vision, I don't think he scouted this yet.
Yeah.
Remember, Sengoku see the boar and the deer at the start? Oh, no, he did. Okay. I was like, oh, excuse me. I'll just sit here. It would be dishonorable to hide on the high ground, okay? Like, this man is of samurai legacy. Right? He would not do something as dishonorable as hiding in the hills.
Yeah, I guess the populace might be a bit too lazy to climb up the hill just for a little bit of hot dogs on top of the cliff, of course. Not going to be the case here. You know, Vortex on the Marlians, quite a, you know, the opening here for Marlians by now is down to a T for everyone. It's going to be the 6 houses on around the pit mine. No Dark Age here for Anatan Sengoku, right? That's one thing I was wondering. It's not really something they ever do. But because Marlians, you often feel incentivized to do it, right? So I was wondering whether that's going to be on the cards. Not today for Anatan Sengoku. It's just going to be the triple Yatai, it looks like, for him. I was even thinking about Tawara there for a second, but does cancel it.
think that's a little bit greedy. You want to start getting some presence, being able to produce units, right? Like, if you go Tawara as well, you're probably going to be overflowing on food by quite a bit, which isn't necessarily bad. Like, Yari Cavalry could be pretty nice, but you like to have a bit of flexibility. Like, I'm looking for the matchup where we finally see the Spearmen, actually. We've yet to see it out of Sengoku, but in theory, they could be a pretty powerful feudal spear civ.
You very well could, right? I mean, it's one of those things similar to how Japan, if they play for feudal age against something like a French or a JD, right? Going into that spearman horseman composition, it makes a lot of sense. But in a lot of other matchups, they just have the better cavalry because of the Yari. So there's often little reason to actually prioritize the spearmen. Now in this case, however, we do have Sofa for the Malians, of course, and Sofa against Yari. Well, I haven't really seen that much before, so it's going to be interesting to see how they fare up against each other, because Sofa is very likely on the cards here for Vortex.
It's very similar to Sofa Ghazi. The numbers add up pretty similarly. The difference is, like, you know, you have lower base, but you have better attack speed. I'd say it's okay, but I wouldn't trust it on just itself. You'd want something assisting. Might just be the Kokoro is good enough if he has great ninja placement, but with the nerfs to the ninjas, you can't as easily just get away with the insanity that we were seeing just a week ago.
Yeah, exactly right. Most likely the upgrade from the second Takeda clan daimyo for the Yari, the additional +2 damage for a total of 4 against cavalry, that would probably be enough to actually turn it in the Yari's favor completely, but the price is
so expensive.
Yeah, it's a massive investment.
It's weird because, like, it's a double whammy. You get 5% more health and you'll get that. But, like, I think I've said in the past, like, it almost feels like Yari Cavalry's plus cav damage should have been tier 1. And movement speed should have been tier 2. But at the same time, I think it would have made Yari Cavalry super cheesy.
Yeah, I think it would probably be a little busted. It seems to make sense. Like, you know, Sengoku players would love that, right? But that's the thing. It's pretty. I think that'll be pretty crazy strong for sure. So that's not going to be on the cards just yet. Who knows? Maybe in the future. Although that would be wild for sure. We did actually have that Tawara going up even before the age up here for Anatan, but very minimal berry gathering despite that. Now he's going to go back to it, I assume, after the Koka has completed. Vortex, we did actually have the Warrior Scouts upgrade coming in for him. It's always interesting to see how the Scout icon is the regular Scout's icon when it's being produced, and then it turns into the Warrior Scout icon once it's complete.
Because he's a boy in training. Now he's completed. He's a warrior. That's just how it works. It's interesting, isn't it? We're watching a Sengoku game where they don't just immediately summon Shinobi at the start of the age. Spoke too soon. I mean, technically, he did wait a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, once you see that, oh, it is in fact a Warrior Scout, well, he wants no business having him near his base, I guess.
Let's actually get the connect with the frag, but it's not going to be good enough for a one-on-one scout exchange, so we'll have to retreat. Yari Cavalry now coming in, by the way. Anatan, he cannot rush the daimyo states. He ends up with pretty exposed stone outcroppings, to be honest.
Does indeed, although the stone is so minimal from Anatan, I think we have it already, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh, actually, you're right. We got the icon. Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. So it's going to be the daimyo. Is that double stable play or is it single? And have a look. It could be quite significant here in this early game. Yeah, it is a double stable. This is the classic, right? If you can get away with this as Sengoku, you definitely want to go for it. Fully utilize that boosted food income from the Yatai to your advantage.
I have to remember as well, with these states, the tier 1 is extra movement speed, which would allow you to easily chase down these warrior scouts with ease. W's.
Yeah, exactly right, and that's exactly what Anatan's going to do. This warrior scout, I doubt he's going to live for very long. This second one on the threat as well now from the Yari.
Does at least pull that one away and has been forced into Donzo, which, if Anatan sees it, he's going to be smiling. This is kind of the dream. It opens the door to Yumi, and Yumi has been the axe to grind with this Civ. It feels like it's the option that wins all the games eventually. And Anatan is probably the sole biggest Yumi spammer of anyone who's been playing Sengoku since they released.
It is so significant, right? Especially once you get the Oda clan running and the upgrade for an additional +1 damage. Sure, it's the same as the Yumi bannerman for Japanese, an additional +1. But at the same time, you get the attack speed as well as the extra health. So they in fact turn out to be way, way better than the Japanese Yumi.
Yeah, it's also like, you know, at this stage in the game, like when you'd have double estates, Japan wouldn't have multiple bannermen, so they'd have to choose their buff. Whereas you, like mentioned earlier, you get the daimyo, but then on top of that, because you get that bannerman effect kind of littered in, it feels more viable, more feasible for Sengoku to have an efficiently buffed army of 2 types in Feudal. But with that being said, no interest in that dance at all, Romeo. It is going to be a castle rush out of Anatan. No doubt we're going to be seeing the somehow completely unnerved brewery coming in.
Always feels a little bit greedy for Sengoku to go for this kind of timing, specifically because of the existence of Yatai. It prevents, it presents such an incentive to fight in this feudal age to protect them. That's a nice thing about Lipony. We see there's quite a bit of close food here for Anatan, so we can see as Seduce does right now. He can skirt this line. Shinobi is going to help as well on the defense. By now, Vortex must be smelling what is happening. Like you mentioned, the Sake Brewery. What a landmark that is.
I mean, let's just put it this way. He's teching at 8 minutes. That's ideal FC time for a monastery landmark, right? We see it from Shushi, for example, historically. He could have done that. He could have got Ikuiki straight away, cheaper. It shows you just how much better this landmark is, that even with not being many so far on the map, he chose the greed in his base instead of the relic timing that's usually so key.
Exactly. The constant gold income underneath the boosted Matsuri is just too good to pass up, especially in this kind of a position. And Anatan's just going to take full advantage of it. Even if he gets pushed off with gold, he can still afford a good number once you get up to this 10-15% gathering rate on the Matsuri. And of course, that gold just never runs out.
Fulani, that has something that never runs out as well. Food. Not too far away from the point where it just feels like a good timing. Matsuri obviously only 15%. It's going to take a while to get the extra hot dog stands in there, just courtesy of the fact he's not getting maximum food stuck in his base like this. I wonder how far Vortex is likely to take this. Like, with the first Mounted Samurai coming, and the fact that the Shinobi still buff damage received by 40%, I can't imagine you want to fight this.
You really don't, especially as a dive. Now with the Spring Order placement coming up on the outpost near the Matsuri as well, it just feels so difficult to dive into here. And Sofas, I mean, they're just not as potent as Nice when it comes to dive. Not only in terms of stats, but these guys don't heal either. So going for a dive to deny the gold here just isn't really feasible for Vortex in this position for so many reasons. We're just going to keep consolidating the cows up to 20 now. So he's been doing a fantastic job of adding them, and is not too far away from the castle age himself. But this timing is looking a little scary.
Yeah. I mean, by the time you're ready to attack, there's going to be, what, probably 8 Mounted Samurai in the fields, and half of those at least should be able to reach your base. And are we seeing Anno even try for the relics, I wonder? Like, I feel like it's actually better for him to not go for them currently.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise it would hurt your timing so much. Ideally you want to start building that Fulani, and then you can start reinvesting into the Donzo.
Oh, he used the Shinobi defensively. So dive into the enemy base, but he won't have the grenades to make life easy for the Mounted Samurai. Idle time achieved from the tree line. The foundations have been placed. He will be committing. He's got enough Donzos here to make Anatan think twice about hard committing. It will just be a drive-by.
Yeah, and the fantastic distraction from Vortex behind us as well, keeping the additional Mounted Samurai in Anatan's base. But this is a big problem for Vortex. The Donzo, they were split in two, and that allows the Mounted Samurai to just clean up 4 of them at little to no cost, only exchanging 1 Mounted Samurai for it, as well as the remaining Yari.
Feels pretty expensive for Anatan then, right? Then he took, like, what, kind of an evening exchange there, but you're edged up in terms of, like, tech advantage. So I think Vortex can be somewhat content with that, especially considering that Anatan slowed his timing. We do finally have Iko-Iki monks on the way, but he waited quite a bit. And now we're getting to the threat point with Sofa. 20 seconds out from veterancy being triggered, 50 seconds from it being complete. And then imported armors after that. I mean, that's where you can really start to pose a threat as Mali.
Yes, the timing here, right, for Anatan was the priority. It's hard to get out these Mounted Samurai at the same time as you complete Iko-Iki. Oh, he really wanted to find some damage first before prioritizing those relics, but now realizes it's going to be a bit harder than he initially thought. Finds the second bit mine here. Very nice defensive position for Vortex. Of course, there will be no villagers here just yet at this point in time. Veterancy upgrades, plenty of them coming in here for Vortex. On the Donzos, on the Sofa, imported armor as well. Bloomery coming up as well, just for that little bit of extra damage. Can make all the difference in these cases. Anatan, hitting from multiple sides, but Vortex is ready for it.
A pin mine's actually really nice. Because the house placement, it scouts out any rotation through by the Mad Samurai every time, which means you don't end up ever faltering on your positioning. You just want to guard south side. Then again, the distraction over here has allowed Anatan to sneak in under said tree line. Vortex, he didn't pull the spears back across quick enough. Does manage to scrape himself a Mad Samurai kill. Anatan notching a second villager elimination on the board. He struggled to find any more though.
Anatan hitting from 3 different sides here. Does a great job with it, but Vortex's defense is looking superb, I have to say. Only losing 2 villages in this position, and his military still looking pretty healthy. It's mostly Donzos, of course, so he is stuck in his base. But the Sofa pump is heavily underway now as well. Now the Sofa will never really hold a candle to these mounted samurai, but really it's about the income at the end of the day, which, I mean, Sengoku can match quite well for now. For how long?
Yeah, it starts to pitter off. And the other thing to keep in mind is, like, against these Donzos, you know, it always seems like a joke to try and build spears against Japan. You need so many of them because you brace and great, you done no damage. We do have to remember, Sengoku Mount Samurai do not have deflective. So they get hit straight in the health ball on that initial brace. It makes it much harder to kind of trickle trade compared to Japan.
That's right. Sengoku does need that 3rd level Takeda clan to unlock the deflective armor for these mounted samurai, after which they become absolute monsters, but the investment necessary is so severe. So not on the cards here for Anatan just yet, though I'm sure he would love to have it. The stone is building up, to be fair, but I think we still only have, we're still only on that first Takeda clan level daimyo.
Yeah, and level 2 is not really a game changer here. Like, I'd be more expecting of Oda to be established here for Yumi. I guess like +1 when you're already castle is not as big of a deal. Maybe there's a world in which he considers Hojo. Hojo's kind of slept on in some environments. I don't think this is one of them necessarily. Like, the Spearman move speed is nice against what Vortex has though. Technically, like, Spears in mass blocks all of what Molly's doing right now. The problem is Anno's food. Like, you're trying to ego chow. It's like being a country with the GDP of one city trying to ego chow America. It doesn't make sense. You don't have the economy to keep up with that. Ninjas. Ooh, that grenade, it clips the bulk, slows it all down. Mount Samurai are going to pull back. Tanks the ninjas a little bit. Yumi are overexposed, and the Spearman count way too high. Anatan has to duck out, dodge there before the kitchen gets too hot. Sofa come back in to mop up the Yumi. A solid defense by Vortex, baiting Anatan into a failed assault.
Anatan thought he found his timing there for a moment, mustering all of his troops together alongside the shinobi for a decisive push, but is met by the harsh reality of Vortex's sheer mass here with the Sofa, with the Donzo, and he's forced to run after sacrificing all of the Yumi on the front there, and suddenly Anatan in a very bad position in this game.
That was insanely well executed defense by the Malians, and you know, with no range, right? So like, it had to be pitch perfect, because if you slip up at all, you've got no trickle trade. You can't like poke fire at them at all. So resets Anatan in a few different ways. Slows down his Yumi massing, means his Mount Samurai potency window is kind of shutting a bit. And we have to remember that that was the ninjas. That was meant to be the big fight, the big GG, not like we're used to seeing in the past. Vortex is doing a phenomenal job of navigating a difficult time, and now with the Sofa raid coming in, he finds the gold workers, cuts the Yumi off. All he needs to do now is defend with Donzos and hit into the enemy base with Sofa mass, which is exactly what he's doing.
Vortex knows exactly where to hit Anatan as it hurts the most, and that is the gold income at this point in time after that initial mine had run out. Ikoiki Monk is going to use the relic. Wololo coming in defensively here is going to push away the Sofa, but it's only in a different direction as now the Sake Brewery is under threat. More villages going down. The raids are fully underway here from Vortex. 8 villages killed by now, and now takes a firm economic lead.
Anatan just struggling to find any entrance. It's just so difficult, you know. This is the weird thing. I mentioned the deflective armor. The way you have to think about the Sengoku Samurai, it's, you've got more health, yes, But the idea is the more you fail to raid, the worse it kind of gets. Whereas deflective armor is almost like a padding against poke raids that fail. Whereas over time, your health pool is just going to keep going down and down and down for Sengoku. Makes it a lot more unforgiving if you fail to connect on those first few raids.
That's right. Against spearmen specifically, especially great spearmen like the Donzo, makes it so much harder to find those good trades. Shinobi once again used defensively, not how you want to use them as Sengoku, but Anatan is left with no choice. Now the Mounted Samurai count is actually looking very impressive here, and Vortex, with his split army, might be a bit out of position, but dodges the impact quite well.
The spears are coming. The spears are coming like it's a Britney concert right now. Sofa are going to be in the commitment. Second wave of Donzo is going to be coming around the north side tree line momentarily. He tanks with the Sofas, looks to re-engage with the Donzos afterwards, and it's going to be an overwhelm. The Mounted Samurai cannot put a scratch on this. Vortex makes a statement. Sengoku, everyone's boogeyman. But the Malians make it look so simple. Vortex makes it look so damn easy.
Sengoku with that explosive economy always look very threatening. However, it's such a slow setup time, and Malians are the OGs of the booming economy with a slow setup time, and Vortex showing exactly how effective that can be, even against the new kid on the block here. Now leading 2-0 up against Anatan, who now is going to face a potential to be pushed down into that lower bracket.
I mean, he's the boogeyman. I've been saying it in the KPMMs. He's basically won 2/3 of Season 2. And I just keep... I don't know how he's going to beat him right now. It feels so hard to say. There's maybe 2 players maximum that it feels like can give him a run for his money. And I got a lot of love for Anatan. Very entertaining player. But he'll even admit, like, Vortex is just a freaking monster. I gave you the list. Like, the last 3 performances between the 2 and KPMM have been clean sweeps for Vortex. But Anatan needs to dig deep. He needs to play the best Age of Empires 4 of his life just to stay alive against the Spanish Bull.
It is quite brutal. Vortex has just been looking in impeccable form for a long time now, and it doesn't really seem to dwindle at all. This is the timing that Anatan thought he had, but he was severely cornered the entire time. He wasn't stuck, keeping Vortex stuck there. He was in fact stuck in there with Vortex. Something like that, right?
Yeah. you think I'm stuck in here? You think I'm trapped in here with you? You're trapped in here with me. And it's just, I mean, it's him to a nutshell. If you think about it, the thing that makes Vortex look so impressive, we know that he can play an attacking game really well. But what you saw him do here is give command of the ship to Anatan. Knowing that he could just wait for that moment where Anno, you're steering the ship through the dark, it's a little bit foggy, coming a bit close to the coast, but you know where it is. All it took was Vortex with a little tugboat nudging the side of him to put him into the land. That's the way to think about it metaphorically. It's like, he's so good at giving you the room to just slightly overstep and then exploit it at the fullest. And that's what we saw there. I mean, with just mass melee against fast archers and cavalry, he still gets the gap close, he still gets the spam. And this is what is making him, really in my eyes, the boogeyman at the end of 2025.
He did take out Marine Lord in the opposed World Cup in the quarterfinals quite painfully. That was an A-tier tournament, not far from the S-tier we're witnessing now with EGC Masters Finals. Could that potentially be a repeat if they both make it to the finals? But we're looking way too far ahead in the future indeed, because we still have plenty of games to come. And it's going to be Kawasan as the map of choice here for Anatan. We know he loves his water, and he's going to pull it out here up against someone else who is also historically very scary on water in the form of Vortex. And we have Ayobids here for Anatan up against, once again, the new kid on the block in the form of Tuglak. And both of these civilizations look very scary on these hybrid maps.
I wonder if there's ever a world in which you do Desert Raider Feudal to build a ram. Kind of like what the Abbasas were doing before. Like, Advancement seems like the obvious thing on a map like Kawasan. But there could be a timing to kind of ram this off. Because, like, Advancement, quick tech up against Tuglak is still difficult. They're still just so good at scaling eco, protecting eco, and then using that eco well with his Raider Elephants.
It very well could be an idea. It's something we've seen before on Frisian Marshes as well. And it can definitely pay fruit here on Carson too. The problem is the age-up timing, right? It could be a tough one. Iobit's still limited behind that House of Wisdom window. They can't speed it up. But the potential is there, right? I mean, how exactly would Tuglak answer that? We have seen Tuglak go Spears on a delay before on these hybrid maps. And that could be a good blocker to that type of play. Of course, with the military wing reinforcement, even the scout can start building that ram if he is in the right position at the right time. That could very well be scary here for Vortex, as long as Anatan doesn't allow a secondary dock to go up sneakily, of course.
Yeah, it's either that or he just turns it into like a micro game where he'll go industry, right? Get the extra wood blow, get the first boats out. Sounds whack to say that, like, yeah, let's just make it an ego chal against one of the best water players in the game. But if you remember, in I think it was the last tournament or the one before that of the EGC ones, there was an insane water game between Vortex and Anatan. That it got to the point where there's like 15, 20 demo ships back and forth on each side, and Anatan was actually outplaying Vortex on the micro there. So, you know, don't be shocked if you see this guy trying to engage in all kinds of nefarious boat activity.
I distinctly remember Anatan saying, I think it was in the last EGC or another tournament prior, that he's scared of absolutely no one on water.
Oh, yeah, true.
And he's here to show it today. He's going to have the chance to prove and live up to those fighting words.
Let's get into it. Let's see if he can do it. Game number 3. To stop us from continuing a trend of Frios, Anatan takes to the Kawasans with Iobits, but Vortex with the Elephanto Funtimers, Tuglak Dynasty to try and make it a clean Frio that would send a statement.
Dock opening here for Vortex, quite standard for the Tuglak Dynasty. Anatan, on the other hand, has a bit more flexibility available to him when it comes to this opening. Seems like there's no move out just yet. It's just going to be what looks to be advancement, actually. We have the House of Wisdom up. There is no mining camp being put. No mill either on the berry, so this must be a pull with the gold. Well, yeah, he already has it, actually. The 30 gold necessary for the advancement. It's going to be a very aggressive opening here from Anatan, and it's not going to be quite the military reinforcement timing that we were anticipating with the ram. Instead, it's going to be a ship timing.
Very interesting approach from Anno. I mean, you know, I don't think you benefit from a slower build-up into the feudal necessarily, right? Like, we talked about the idea of maybe getting Desert Raiders. It's a different way of dressing the Tuglak threat, just taking out the docks directly. Instead, he's going to just directly contest this. You know, realistically, Vortex shouldn't be able to get enough fishing boats to be a true threat to an archer ship timing here. Because we have to remember, over time, Tuglak will scale the fishing boat count, and those fishing boats do fight back.
Indeed they do, and Anatan did a great job here of getting this dock up ASAP, understanding the threat of those fishing ships potentially denying his dock altogether. So he made sure that cannot happen in this game. Vortex understands now what's going on. He scouts it completely. He sees the dock. He sees the base. He sees the advancement. So straight away, a re-macro onto the gold. No further fishing ships in production for him, besides what he already has in terms of wood. Worker Elephant moving out with the villagers. Even 2 ships there that he could look to capture with the elephant still.
Why do they capture sheep?
I don't know, KP. I do not know. I've theorized as to why. There's no good answer.
Do they think they're safer with an animal several times their size? An animal that could accidentally step on them and turn them into like real proper kebab meat, because you know like how that kebab meat is like just a bunch of meat that's been squished down layer after layer. I don't know why they feel safe. I would not feel safe personally, and for balancing reason they shouldn't feel safe. I'm surprised that actually didn't get removed, to be honest with you.
I like how they sort of they just removed the fact that they can get captured out of vision, but not the fact that they can be captured, which yeah, it's a bit strange, isn't it? We'll have to see how that plays out in the future, I guess.
Yeah, I would have thought the change would have been that they can be shepherded to, and you could have like sheep follow them, but they can't capture sheep. Then you have some cool strategies where like you could optimize rotations where your scout would pass the sheep over, for example, and then you keep running, and then the elephant takes them home, which I think is cool and not completely wild. But Dome of Faith coming in as expected here. Archer ship already out, and Anatan has already set up on the second bay as well.
This is a very beautifully executed build here from Anatan, the classic. The galley to completely deny the fishing, already one step ahead, thinking of the possibility of that secondary water play from Vortex on the southern pond, and is going to already have his dock building and ready to go to match that in case it does happen. Which hasn't yet now for Vortex, who's obviously struggling eco-wise, having pulled onto the age up so much later. That's some difficult decisions to make here, right? Do we play on this northern pond where we have already invested into the fishing, despite the fact that there's already a galley in play? Or do we look to go onto the secondary pond directly? It's a tough one, and what makes it especially difficult is you don't know exactly where Anatan's investing. We know there's a galley on this northern pond, but we don't know if the additional naval ship will be produced on that pond as well, or whether there's already another galley on that secondary pond to deny Vortex's own dock. Difficult position to play.
Now that's an intriguing approach. Vortex just walked across the map to set up an archery range in the center near the berries. What on earth are we looking at here? Is he just straight up sending it onto land?
I think we're seeing Vortex taking a page out of his brother's book right now. He says, well, if I can't have fishing, you can't have a game. He's just going to go all out. The first Healer Elephant in queue. Again, no eco upgrades whatsoever. Normally we see those eco upgrades come in before the elephant. That's not going to be the case here. And beautiful positioning as well. Vortex just out of range. However, but we did see, of course, that initially the archery range was placed in vision of that dock, and then he replaced it. So Anatan, if he was paying attention, he would have definitely seen that. Obviously, the scout is in position now too. But
I don't think he did. Look at the way he's walking, the scout. Like, why wouldn't you just check in on what the production buildings are otherwise?
That's true. Must have
missed my God. Yeah, because like the thing is, Vortex, his scout walked across, and then that's why he fixed the archery range. Like, oh crap, I see me. So double archery range going still unnoticed here. This could be damning for Anatan.
This could be a very painful way to get hit. Exactly how Vortex's brother Lucifron hit him the exact same way. He gets the bad news on the gold. The first archer hits. And he invested so much into water as well, KP. With the Springboard ship and the demo, he fully thought Vortex would contest. Vortex just doesn't care. Double range. Healer Elephant is making his way. The second one is now in queue. Horseman is up and in queue now by Anatan.
He has to get off the gold. He realizes that that's going to probably be another villager going down, maybe?
I think
so.
Can get
that.
Yeah, the double hit.
Yep.
Oh, God, that's so painful.
That's vicious. And, you know, this is where the scout's going to see it's like, wait, what the fuck? How, when did you, why? It's just an entire proxy base. This is such a classic Vortex. I'm getting flashbacks to good old Roost days, where they used to build him around the boar.
Indeed. A blast of the past, indeed. Not only in terms of strategy, but just to hurt Anatan the same way his brother had hurt him. Reignite that potential PTSD here in this upper bracket now. Vortex now has the Spearman follow up behind this alongside the Archers and the Healer Elephant. And Anatan, the turnaround time here is very scary. He just doesn't really have anything except these two horsemen. The wall gets blocked as well. The timing from Vortex, this is brutal.
He could come from both sides. It would be risky now because there are horsemen in play, but you've got double heal elephants. Like, realistically, you could split it. Instead, he's going to keep the archers a little bit reserved. Let's get the scout out. The spearmen are coming. His own scout barely getting away from the heal elephant, actually. And the siege begins. You have to remember, these heal elephants, they may have got nerfed on the healing, the health, but their damage is still the same. 15 base and another 15 when attacking buildings.
Yeah, this back and forth on the wood line is exactly the position you hate to be in here as Anatan.
Especially when you consider Anatan has already eaten the straggler trees. Yep. So he doesn't actually have any backup wood to work with. And he may have all the food in the world, but you will require wood to build horsemen.
That you will. And even if you have so much food, if you don't have a market, you can't even, well, as I said that he has a market, you can't even leverage it effectively. You can sell food for gold, sure, that's fine, but what are you going to make with gold here? And then you have to buy wood with gold. There's just so many avenues, and the raid becomes horrendous for you here as Anatan, just always dealing at a net loss.
Horseman, nice intercept. We'll find some of the archers hugging the tree line. It's got more spearmen coming. It's going to get more and more difficult to achieve what he just done there. Gotta be careful about going after the healer elephant specifically. Just feels like wasted HP. You have to remember, for Vortex, trickle trades, in for the HP. Anatan, every health point is a limited resource on these ponies.
Exactly right. There's no dervishes here for Anatan. It was all about that timing with the advancement, so he can't afford to take any bad trades in this position, especially at such a significant military deficit. Anatan is just going full ham with these horsemen. It's nothing but horsemen here from Anatan. If he finds some good raids, that could potentially be worth it. I mean, last time he was in this position, he had the Sipahi to lean on, but that's not the case here.
Come on. But they've been nerfed. Look, they don't have as much health anymore. It's only 400. 400. Wow. They don't feel tanky still. Oh boy. I'm getting a sinking feeling fast. I mean, Anatan has 17 on food. He can't do anything with that food. Like, he needs to rush wood. He just crept. Okay, he just crept out. He's rushing back out again. Because Vortex did just steal left. So apparently this is now how he has to play the game. Just teensy tiny chomps of wood whenever there's a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, he wasted absolutely no time. He just sees the healer elephant and the spear move away for a little bit. He absolutely pounces on those walls and on their wood line. Desperately so, but that's what you have to do. So, well done there to recognize his window for Anatan. That's going to give him the respite he needs, but it's not like he's out of the woods just yet. You can see the angle of these walls. There's not much wood line here to work with, really. And even with the wood that he has access to, he has to keep constant vigil over these workers to make sure they don't expose themselves. Ooh, good catch though here on the elephant. Yeah, very nicely caught here.
No, the heel elephant, the heel elephant, the heel elephant. Wait, he moves him away. Wait, what? Vortex, he didn't realize. Oh my god. He could have. I actually think he might have just had enough heal to survive that if he'd stayed in range.
That's a tough call.
It's tricky because horsemen aren't like the biggest hitter, right? Like 9 damage against 400 HP is a long burn.
Yeah.
Great find there. And also Ring a Rosies, Vortex did get idled out, which slowed down his wood income quite a bit. And look at what Anno's now done. He's crept back out to the tree line. A big risk maneuver for a man who doesn't even have a... Like, there we go. As a lumber camp finally coming in.
Imagine all those villagers long distance gathering that wood. Wouldn't that be a horrible spot to be in here for Anatan, as if it wasn't bad enough?
Maybe if they, you know what is missing? Maybe if they just gave, what we need is we need a Middle Eastern civ that has like maybe a camel that you drop resources on. This is a unique idea. There's no other civ in the game that has, oh wait.
Worker camel?
Worker camel.
Next up. Stay tuned to find out more.
I'm going to get blamed for the next variant DLC, aren't I?
Just you wait. Right now, the devs are taking notes.
Stop paying me for these ideas. Whoever came up with Healer Elephant should be minus net worth, though.
Well, looks like Anatan did find a bit of respite here. On the far edge of the left of the map, a tiny wood line, a bit of gold to access. All we have to do now is hope that Vortex does not discover it.
I'm pretty impressed, actually, that he's able to kind of slip through, hold on like this. And also, raids coming in again. I mean, he's exposing the weakness of the Heal Elephants. Like, Heal Elephants is really about timing. You have to keep pressing. You have to press fast. Otherwise, the immobility, it slows down everything else you're doing.
Another diving onto the wood line here by Anatan finds him a few extra workers, and he had his great job, in fairness, of actually building up an eco lead here. 3 of those are fishing ships, but still 5 villagers killed so far. Not bad at all, considering the damning position he finds himself in.
I like
this. This is just a full send.
Sick. It's like you can't wait because of what I just highlighted. Like, you're not favored if you drag this now. So he goes for the killing blow. It's a classic Vortex, but against a horseman, could prove difficult.
And Vortex understands the fact that Anatan has found wood access now, and the problem with Vortex's army is that it is immobile. So what does he do? He leans into the fact that it's immobile and uses it to his advantage. He forces the rams to make sure that any wood Anatan gets is actually spent on repairing the very landmark he needs to even stay in this game in the first place.
This is so difficult, man. It's the healer elephants. The healer elephants just get in the way of what you're trying to target. And then you just get whittled down over time. Look at the repair crew. This is ridiculous right now. Anatan desperately trying to keep the House of Wisdom alive. But just like the acronym, you've got to ask, how? How do you do this? You have to dive through a choke point, essentially, to achieve it. 5 rams to delete landmark number 1. Anatan on his last leg in the upper bracket. And Vortex looking to make it a clean shot execute and a boot him into the river. Dive comes through. Horsemen, they do get on top of some of the rams. The spearmen are going to move across to try to intercept. There's a knock on the main door. The villagers of the shivs out. They're stuck down to deal with the archers just so the horsemen can get rid of the rams. This is a disaster.
The DC is going to give some good respite here for Anatan, however. Of course, way more difficult to dive than the extremities of the House of Wisdom. So now, as a result, a lot of Vortex's numbers fall quite rapidly here. There's very few spearmen left. They're forced to trickle through from the front of the base, taking heavy damage. But of course, Anatan is still in dire straits.
He hasn't done it. He can't break them. The villagers, they can try. Maybe for a haul of the torches. But even if you get rid of the rams, what about the 3 healer elephants that have their snouts rubbed up against your front door?
And we know that once that undermesh is in and the critical number of healer elephants is there, which is, well, frankly, 2 of them, then he can just sit here forever. And so he does. He can just keep healing. And all this idle time, all this damage is only growing in severity here for Anatan. There's very little left for him.
I thought we nerfed this. I thought we fixed this. Not when it's Vortex in control of it. Oh my god. I know, the idle time alone feels like an absolute killer. And look at the second wave. He found the tree line on the flank. He's got a decent bulk of spearmen and archers to just roll this back and do it again.
Now the rams are on the front this time, and Vortex peels off the rest of his military to look for the very exposed economy that he knows Anatan has to have. War coming up to try to buy him some time, but the timing is impeccable yet again from Vortex, discovering them, and suddenly they're on the run, tucking tail and running.
He's absolutely everywhere. Like, he's just started to read it. Now, there is going to be a counter raid opportunity here. This could be big. 4 horsemen could poke away at this when played right. It's just got to be careful not to get surrounded or shivved. Spearmen aren't going to react, though. Look at that. Bodies hitting the floor for both sides. I think there's 2 workers going down, 4 spearmen. And, well, what are we going to do tonight, Pinky? The same thing we do every goddamn night. More rams.
It just doesn't stop. The 3 healer elephants are going to be joined by a 4th, and soon after that, a 5th in queue as well now for Vortex. With 5 rams alongside them too, as if the healer elephants themselves being battering rams isn't enough. He just wants to make sure he finishes him. And Anatan, it's not like he can afford to repair that House of Wisdom. It's so much health, so much wood investment. He's doing it smartly, right? 1 villager is exactly how you want to, but it's never gonna be up in time. You can't rush it either, because you need the wood for units in turn. But can you even get enough units to defend this?
So difficult. He has the right idea with what limited force he has remaining. Just kind of raid, poke, try to threaten like that, but it's coming again. What is that coming over the hill? It's an elephant monster into the base again.
Can we just talk about how Anatan has 3 markets?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It improves trade rates, right? Please tell me it improves trade rates. I mean, here's the punch in the face as well, by the way. Like, that repair on the house was ain't costing. All that wood was being burnt just to get the TC up to scratch. up to boot, and yeah, it's about to get booted out. It can't hold on. Vortex, it's another 3-0. It's an even more convincing 3-0. This man truly is the boogeyman to beat in the Masters Finals 2025.
Disaster here for Anatan in the upper brackets. 3-0. Exactly what he was dreading the most, now coming to fruition. Vortex with a clean sweep, looking monstrous in these sets, just seemingly unstoppable by the other very best players in the world. Nothing can slow him down, it seems. And now Anatan, he's not out of it yet though, so he shouldn't feel too bad about this. It was a great effort nonetheless, but he now has a long journey ahead of him in the losers bracket with some equally tough opponents on his hands, at least.
I mean, we talked about the fact that, you know, Anatan would deliver an entertaining series no matter what, but it takes two to tango, and I've got to give it to Vortex. That final game alone proved that he can dance the weird dances just as well as any person and take it to the extremes. I mean, it's not often you see someone get feudal landmark ended, right? That's usually, like, most people would be strategic about this and go, oh yeah, I have a lead now, I'm gonna like go Castle Age and then you'll GG. Nope. Elephants plus Vortex equal a hell of a time. But we still have one more series that could save us from the Frio cast, Murad. It's been a fast-ish day, but the bros that are up next could cook us up a full 5-game series quite easily. Considering the recent statistics, they are historically perfectly matched.
We can maybe have just a quick look. I'm not sure if we have a break. We'll find out soon, but it's actually incredible to look at these stats. We'll have a look at it quite soon. But first, looks like we have an interview ready, eh?
We got to talk to him. Got to talk to the man in form. Vortex on the line for a winner's interview. It is the boogeyman himself. Actually, I should have done this ahead of time. How do you say boogeyman in Spanish? Oh, you're muted, mate.
One sec.
Oh, there you go. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Hello? Yeah,
Hello.
so Boogeyman is El Hombre del Saco.
El nombre de Sago.
El Hombre del Saco.
El hombre de Sago. All right, I'll work on that
Perfect.
one. That's, you know, that is your new title, man. You are, I don't know if you agree with this. I think you're playing the best Age of Empires 4 you've ever played currently.
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't know. I think I've been grinding a lot in the last few months, like playing every tournament that I could. You know very well with the KPMMs. And I think I kind of stopped fearing like playing tournaments. Like sometimes you get really nervous if you only play like one tournament every once and then. But now it's like it's just every day I do the same. I play tournaments. I play my best, and that's it. And I think the mentality is probably what has changed the most.
Mm-hmm. Like, describe that. How has the mentality changed, like in your approach compared to before?
It's just if you only play one tournament, at least for me, right? I used to pressure myself a lot, like, oh, if I lose, like it's over. There's nothing more. But now it's like I play every tournament that I can sign up for, so I'm playing every day. So it's like I don't even think too much about my series in the big tournament. I just play, and that's it. That's what I do every day. So it kind of feels a little bit like there's a little less pressure.
I guess it's like for those on the ladder, I mean, many people watching, I'm sorry, Twitch chat, your incredible elo score is incredible, but it's the difference between the person who's like, I've, you know, just treating every game like the last versus, oh my God, if I win this game, I'll be ranked #1 on the ladder and it's the best feeling ever, right? It's that, the way I talk about it is like, it's like the mental reset of if you lose, just next game. You're essentially describing like a Zen-like state, right? Like mentally,
pretty much.
Nothing gets to you. Would you say that's right? Nothing gets to you right now?
I think that's the correct thing to say. I think it's not that I don't care, but it's just I guess I don't have that fear of losing anymore. I just play, I do what I do, and that's it.
And it's paying off, man. I gotta say, like this series, I was saying to Myriad, you know, Anatan gets a lot of credit for being very entertaining to play against, but it takes two to tango. Like, did you feel that? Like, when you go against Anatan, you get to play more unhinged?
It's kind of weird. Like when I was playing him like a few months ago, it was always super scary because he was so unpredictable. But in the last matches, I think I've gone like 20-0 against him. So it's like whenever I go against him now, I just feel super confident, and I think that shows in games. And maybe he has like a mental barrier against me or something, because 20-0 is something that shouldn't happen on like top level. But yeah, he's always a big threat. I mean, super unpredictable. I mean, KT, King of the Hill, 2 TCs. What's the Spanish unit called? Whatever, right?
Genitals. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the janitors. He's doing really weird stuff, so it's always scary. But then again, I think the way he plays is really good against me. Like I think he's trying to play like aggro against an aggro player, and I think I'm always ahead in that scenario.
I mean, you're proving it time and time again. I think also that the thing that I said in the Mali ones is patience. Like I feel like you feel like you always want to attack, but you always seem to have that restriction. I'd say like even just a year ago you didn't, right? Like it feels like overall you become the perfectly rounded player.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing I've probably improved the most about my gameplay is I analyze every matchup very well now, and I decide if it makes sense to go aggro or not. I don't go aggro just because that's how I play. I really try to adapt a little bit more these days. I'm a little bit more careful with getting raided and stuff. Like I always have defensive units. I always make textiles and stuff. So in that sense, I think I'm more rounded than I used to be. But then again, I think it's also the meta. I think the meta kind of suits the way I play right now. So I think it's a mix of everything.
Mm-hmm. And, we're getting very deep now for you. You've got the upper bracket finals after this, like next weekend. Tomorrow. And, talking about potential opponents, biggest fear factor, biggest threat remaining. You've already beaten Beastie. You've already now beaten Anatan. What's the big obstacle? Like, who is the person that you're saying, okay, if I beat them, I think I've done it all?
I think Woman Puppy. I think right now, I mean Marine Lord, obviously. I'm not even gonna mention him because everyone knows that whenever you play against him, it's really rough. But I think Woman Puppy, right? I would say one, but to me they're the same. They play the same style. They have like equal skills. So Woman Puppy, I think that they've been playing super well lately. In fact, they're gonna play now, right? So we'll see how that goes. So yeah, I think they're super scary right now. But I think I am as well. I think I'm playing well. So we'll see.
All right, mate. Well, what we'll do now, we'll let you get a little bit of rest and recuperation. Congrats on the win. You remain in the upper bracket and look unstoppable, and we all look forward to seeing more of you soon.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Always good to hear from the Spanish ball. I mean, I was saying it before we started the day, Myriad. I feel like at this rate, when KPMM finishes, I'm going to send a big lump payment across to Spain, and there's going to be some suspicious accusations of money laundering from my bank. It's just, he's banking it up, man. I don't know, like right now, I don't know if you feel this as well. I'm like, right now, if I'm being bluntly honest, it's a challenge to see if anyone is fully up to scratch to match his current form.
That's what we'll have to see, and it's what we're going to have to find out very, very soon, because there's still some fantastic players left in this tournament. Vortex said so himself. He says he has no mental blocker against anyone. But I feel like Marine Lord almost has that as a passive ability, almost, right? It's just the fact that he's the very best. The GOAT, so to say, the most consistent of all time. That is something you always have in your mind facing him, whether it's conscious or not, for that matter. And it impacts the way you play. As we said, Vortex took him down decisively. 3-1 in the quarterfinals of Epochas several months back. I'll have to see whether that's on the cards again quite soon here. And he mentioned the Canadian brothers as well, who with their unique, quite solid style, consistent style, can also be quite difficult to contend with for him. Plenty to see.
It's exciting to think that we've still got that series to come up, folks, because after a short break, the final series of the day is one that should save us from this 3-0 drought. Puppy Paw and Wham. Two players equally matched based on the stats, and also if you put them next to each other in pictures, equally matched. Let's see if they can get us a 5-game series after a short break. Final series of the day upon us, and NA can raise that flag up high. That's right, that red and white flag. Sorry, Americans. It's a Canadian showdown between the two bros, and our last attempt of the day for things to not be skewed one way. And, well, that's a good start. That inspires confidence.
Like, it's just so satisfying to see it, isn't it? 16, 16, 50%. 62, 62. 50%. Like, what else would you expect from twins?
Mathematically, it makes sense. Like, what this tells us is that he's playing himself. It's been a scam. They're not actually twins. Have you ever seen them in the same room together? No.
Well, I have, but I'll say no for the
It
effect.
could have been mirrors. It could have been mirrors. Okay, did you check for mirrors? Because if you didn't, this would make sense. Because think about mirror. If you beat yourself in a game, what is your win rate?
Well, the thing is, right, we've known for years now that cloning is very much possible. And, you know, Canada would be one of the countries probably, you know, being an affluent country that would probably enable something like this happening and put it to the test. I'll stop there because you can figure out the rest for yourself.
I mean, they have rainbow money. At this stage, cloning isn't that crazy of an idea. In we go. Game number 1. A showdown for the Canadians themselves. Gluttonous about it. 2 of the remaining players in the upper bracket. Wham on the Delhi up against Poppy Paw's Marlians to see which bro is the best. Which bro gets to brag about it at the Christmas table? Which bro is mummy's favorite? Wait, that last one I'm not so sure. Myriad, let's take it away.
Indeed. And what a matchup we have on our hands here as Poppy Paw with Marlins in the color red up against Wham's Delhi Sultanate in the color yellow. Twins and brothers here facing on Lipany. One civilization, very good for the map. The other, just good, period. Let's be honest, in the form of the Marlians. And again, another matchup here. Quite fitting for the brothers' statistics for this matter. That just goes back and forth constantly. It does feel, however, like Marlians have had an edge recently over the Delhi Sultanate. It seems like among the Sofa changes, among the Delhi changes, they just managed to get ahead a little bit recently. But the map, as we mentioned, really favors the Delhi here. So many berries available for them. The cliffs as well can potentially work out in their favor when it comes to walling around those sacred sites there and limiting the avenue of movement for the Marlians when it comes to contesting them, as initially at least the mobility is often in favor of the Delhi Sultanate.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about the way this one's been playing out recently, because like if you go back to the Pro Scout meta, Delhi were they were kind of struggling, right? Because in the Pro Scout meta, Marlians would just blob up a lot of Donzos and Javelins, and it's very affordable. Thus, then came the Frimba. In more recent times, though, like Delhi, they've just got better at playing to those castle timings. You have to be, I think, really on point as Marlians. Otherwise, we start talking about things like War Elephants and gradual map crawl. And like you said yourself, like in a map like Lipany, it feels very difficult to stop Delhi from getting at least 2 sacred sites here. But one thing that has been helping with the Marlians is ever since they shifted away from Pro Scouts, they do at least get that initial really strong food injection off of the triple cow ranch opener.
That's right. That's quite a common, popular opener now. I think first really utilized by B, if I'm not mistaken, specifically for this early cavalry pump from the Marlians that has gained a lot of traction recently. However, we have seen so many variations on it, haven't we? We've seen, as you mentioned before, often we see the wheelbarrow into Sofa, often we see cattle ranches into Donzo and Javelins, as we did see Wham doing himself, actually. He went for the economic upgrades, going into the Sofa initially up against Marine Lord's Delhi, and, well, that definitely worked out in the end, that game. I'm curious to see how Poppy looks to play it. Because I know Vortex has mentioned the brothers play very similar, and that's true to an extent, but often I find that Poppy Paw is usually the much more aggressive player.
No, I agree with that. Like it's kind of funny, really. Like I remember having these two in front of me in Wallalow, Spain. Obviously with a mirror there because they're the same person. And, you know, I was like, yeah, you guys, you like to play for the mid game, don't you? Poppy was a little bit more aggressive, and they got very defensive over it. It's like, which is ironic because they've just been called defensive. I remember we went around the table and we had like Recon there and Mister there. It's like, how would you describe them? And Mr. Blunt is like, fairly defensive. And I love how ever since that point, they've improved their aggression quite a bit, I want to say. They don't necessarily just aim for that late game, but Poppy Paw in particular, he's the type of player you honestly would not be surprised to see do a Chinese Barbican rush still.
That is something he was very known for back in the day, eh? It's been a little while since we've seen that. I mean, it's difficult nowadays. China has such a refined playstyle with the pro scouts nowadays that it's hard to squeeze that Barbican in your opponent's face as easily as before without suffering for it. But yeah, Poppy Paw, I mean, you can tell that he started working full-time because he does play the games as if he has no time to waste nowadays, and often it works out very well in his favor. Frankly, it's actually very impressive how Poppy Paw manages to play at such a great level, despite the fact that this is now basically a hobby for him.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give him a lot of credit for that, right? It's like, when you consider the hours that his opponents are putting in, I mean, even Wham himself, who plays like the KP mems regularly, you know, Poppy Paw said he'd love to, but it just doesn't make sense because he has that job. Whereas for Wham, he's always been there, always been consistent. You know, I wonder how many hours, for example, Poppy Paw was able to get in before this. Obviously, it's the weekend, but that, I think the thing that gets maybe glanced over is like, oh yeah, you only work on the weekdays. Yeah, but that means like all the things that you need to do now have to be done on the weekend. So while Wham may have woken up and had more hours to scrim, maybe Poppy Paw had to attend to all those real life things that he's been ditching throughout the week because he was too busy at work. It's really weird trying to keep that balance. I mean, you know where I'm going from this yourself, trying to, you know, make it as a pro player and also have a job to be able to pay for it all. It's a nightmare.
It's difficult. Not only as a time perspective, but also just energy-wise, right? I mean, you come home from a long shift and suddenly you gotta have a tournament match or practice. It's difficult. You know, you might not even have time to warm up because you missed the window to play, and yeah, it's very, very difficult. So, immensely impressive what Poppy Paw manages to do. Despite that, this goes to show the hard work and talent as well that goes into this from him is not to be underestimated. As the Ghazi Raider pokes out onto the gold mine and causes a decent bit of idle time. Surprised to see so many villagers gathering so early here for Poppy Paw. Looks like he really wants to lean into those sofa. The economic upgrades are already in besides this as well. And this is what we were talking about, right? He did exactly what his brother Wham did when he played Marlians, which is go for those economic upgrades, but still lean into the cavalry first and foremost.
Yeah, curious to see, actually, if the idea of Poppy Paw is just kind of like to wait for that timing where Wham will want to go for sacred sites and then surge out, trying to catch him off guard. Because you know, when you play Nagazi, you're inherently straight away looking to hit those pit mine locations. And he does find a good hit here. The one Donzo, like, wait, where's my backup at? Villager decides he's going to run back out prematurely. That's going to be a -1.
Very rough start here for Poppy Paw. Just a bit of a slip up there on the attention span costs him not only a Donzo, but a villager, which at this point in time is a pretty hefty loss. And to add insult to injury, these Ghazis will just barely get away, it looks like. So many low HP bars. Oh, but the turn might be a problem. The Warrior Scout does decent damage.
Just keep steering away from him intentionally. Problem is, like, eventually if you keep doing that, you just go around in circles. So there's only so many times you can use it to your advantage. I mean, even if he tries to block with a scout, it's going to be minus the scout. But that's actually not a bad idea. Like, if he does get caught right now, it's because of that scout. And loses 2 in the end because of it.
Beautiful intercept here by Poppy Paw with the sofa as well as the Donzo's javelin throw there. Picks up the scout as well as 2 of the low HP Ghazi. Suddenly, you don't feel nearly as bad about losing that villager and the Donzo so early. Makes it all the more worth it. Or potentially even more like.
I think this is like a classic reminder of how often people forget about that scout and how it can get you killed there, right? Like, he probably just gets away with all 3 Ghazi and loses the scout otherwise because the Ghazi are quicker. So, even at the pro level, we see all the time, you've probably had all the time, it's such an easy detail to forget that can end up costing you so much at early phases.
Exactly right. And Wham is actually going for the 4 try composition here. Archers, Ghazis, as well as Spearmen now on the field for him. And he wants to make sure that these sites are taken and that Poppy Paw can do nothing about it, as every single scholar is pulled to ensure that, to help with that early skirmish if it comes to it. Poppy Paw recognizes this, of course, and is instead going to go, well, if you pull all your military there, there's nothing at home, which means this gold mine is exposed. And a villager goes down for him as well. But, ooh, does it though? The Scholar, clutch healing coming in when he needs it most. Damage from the TC as well. TC hop to make sure nothing happens. Great micro there by Wham.
Yeah, Wham was like, this is sick. And then there was a bit of panic because he could have just hopped back in the stables he got out of. But obviously he still keeps the Scholar alive. Alive is in life. And well, he's looking to thrive elsewhere. 1 6 site already locked in. 2 more to follow. There was an intercept the east side, but Army's reacting to that. So that won't last long. Yeah, archers scare him away, and it's going to be Scout going down. But remember, these aren't horsemen. They don't have the ranged armor. So second Sacred Site lot there. Third on the west side. Could be contest maybe, but the Ghazi are already there, man. Wham! Even though he lost those Ghazi early on, it just feels like he's a lot cleaner at this point. Mirroring and over-surging any move Puppy Paw is making.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an unfortunate start here for Puppy Paw. Wham just looking a little bit more precise in his execution so far in this game. Puppy Paw is playing multiple angles, now threatening the center sacred side, looking to pick off the Scholar, but the cap is already there. The army is there to meet, and even this stray javelin throw, just a bit unfortunate here for Puppy Paw. This javelin loses most of his life. He will get away, but very injured.
Yeah. And this is an expensive unit to just have on Death's Door already. I mean, it's actually going to die. The archer keeps getting pushed. the archers behind it were pushing it forward as it was attacking. A little bit of a weird interaction. We'll get the kill. And Donzo's run head first into the counter unit. He has to try and protect the berries. Ghazi to follow this up. A lot of people, it's kind of weird when you look at the military numbers. It shouldn't be this much of a struggle, but Wham always seems to be catching him split.
Part of it also is this early sofa play from Puppy Paw. It's great to have this control and the ability to raid and keep your opponent on edge. But Malians has some very fine early macro windows here that investing in this kind of a unit early on really hurts your mass when it comes to javelin throwers and Donzos early. And that can often lead to exactly what we witness now, which is a full concession of the map control in favor of Wham here.
You see the preparation. Puppy Paw already 11 cow deep for the Fulani timing. Raid attempts just keep actually getting caught up on military units as opposed to finding those workers that he's seeking. And Pro Scouts is about to complete. So Wham, you know, great timing to not need to really take risks anymore. Start just pulling deer back to the base safely if he wants to.
Move out onto the deer here by Puppy Paw, and this is exactly what he needs. We need this good food here as the Marlins to actually start contesting this feudal age directly. Because Wham is all over the map. He's going to have the berries. Soon enough, he's going to have the Pro Scouts, which is finishing at this very second. Wham just needs now to get the Scouts in queue, and is going to be able to gather up the deer without any issues at all for him completely free. Although he actually already moved out on them.
Interesting. Okay. I guess he just doesn't want to add in scouts. I mean, it's free real estate at this stage. Kind of unusual considering it was his first queue over survival techniques.
It could be a bit tricky, right? Because often you want to just keep pumping Ghazi, and you very rarely add a second stable in the feudal age as Delhi. It's tough to commit that much in terms of food. So stopping your Ghazi production for 4 or 5 scouts can often make you lose the window. Speaking of windows,
Ghazi. Yeah, this is quite a lot already. Donzos have to brace to try and defend this. Ghazi going to keep pursuing, nibbling at the heels. We'll turn around with the jab throws. Wham, maybe the timing just not aligning there. Also, not all of his Ghazi. I think he's missing about 4 or 5. They're rallying in the stealth forest further away. Puppy Paw will keep trying to contest this, but an even exchange is not a good exchange. Just look at the raw math of it. Wham. No overwhelming advantage in military pop. Puppy Paw, if he reads this wrong, he may have the cow to boot him up on food a little bit, but he definitely won't be able to afford his way towards a castle play. Wham, pushes into the Puppy Paw, dives past him onto the javelins, gets stuck in on it. Archer giving quick pursuit, and the villagers just keep gathering through it. Keep on going, boys. Nothing to see here. Panic finally sets in. Workers getting sniped, and the chase back continues. Ghazi, just find the breakthrough. Puppy Paw now being shrinked off the map. That's a lot of food gathering that's about to be missing from his economy. He even goes shivs out to the archers. Okay, Wham's not going to go for it. He backs off. Doesn't take the opportunity to milk a few more worker kills.
Yes, as the Ghazi get cleared there, right? The front line is gone for Wham, so diving ever deeper makes it a bit harder, but luckily there's a full-on battalion to reinforce here, and he's just going to re-engage. And now there's nothing left here for Poppy Paw. No Donzos, only 4 javelins. That's not going to be nearly enough to stop this attack.
He looks cooked. He looks flambéed here in game number 1. We can see the food income is starting to plummet down. It is just going to be the cow. 0 workers on food currently. Ram now being built by Wham. He can go for the 3rd sickle site if he chooses. He's as free as can be. Okay, he's just like an eagle across the skies of Canada. That's definitely where those eagles live. He's just going to be able to take anything he wants. And Poppy Paw now just has to keep remassing army, not knowing if Wham is teching or aggressing.
And in a bit of a staple on the Canadian brothers by now, Wham just a little bit hesitant to get the rest of his blacksmith upgrades, it looks like.
Oh, the
Just a little
classic.
slip up there. Yeah, something we're a little bit used to by now, but he's winning despite that. I mean, you know, who needs him at the end of the day?
How do they always
don't
do
know,
this? It's just
don't know.
like, it's not even go, oh, it's optimal, like the Bloomer's not that important. He doesn't have undermesh against javelins, and yet still, he's a mile ahead.
They're literally just not in queue at all right now, and they're completely free. This is something they're known for, and somehow they just still win despite that. Wait, it is in queue. Oh,
No.
okay,
What happened is he would have cancelled them all for siege engineering and forgot to re-queue them. That's what happened. Because remember, he went for Rams after Stilled Arrow. Oh my god, these guys never change. It's just they always do this. So Ram does get its value back. It clears some houses. And we do have a tech intention from Wham, which I think Poppy Paw is probably sensing by the fact that Wham hasn't just killed him.
This is the window to do it as well here for Wham, right? You have full map control. You gain control over the center third of the map.
Why is there a... I'm sorry, Mirren, we have to discuss. When did this become part of the Delhi build? Why is there a trader?
That's crazy. I mean, worth it, right? Like, he's literally paying off for himself in that singular trip, so value has been obtained.
He's on 3.5 sacred sites, is how we describe it.
Wham
Ghazi
is
going in.
trading.
It fits. I think he's got his free-for-all tournament mixed up with his 1v1 tournament. Poppy Paw barely holding on. House of Learning coming in just 10 seconds. And there's going to be a lot of learning in that building. As long as Wham actually queues up the options, he's got plenty of scholars to start researching tech with.
Exactly. When you have your opponent pinned onto their side of the map like this, and you're able to still keep them pinned and contest with the military that you have without needing to produce anymore, well, that is a ripe time for Castle Age indeed. And now, well, there's no forgetting upgrades this time round, as a swath of them, 9 in total at this point in time, and even more that we cannot further see, are all in queue. And Poppy Paw, it's dire news for him. He's edging up with the Fulani Corral at this time himself. Pretty much 4 cows, except the 2 that he might be just gathering directly from underneath the town center, as players often do. But the military is just anemic, baby. There's so little here for Poppy Paw. The 14 javelins, 2 Donzos, now starting to lean into the sofa. But these upgrades, all of them free, are going to come in quick time. Never mind the relics that are soon to be picked up by Wham as well.
Oh no,
It feels like a matter of time.
he's actually clubbing cows for their garrison, and oh, those villagers, they're about to get clubbed like baby seals. Ghazi, jump on in. He's having a front line with jabs just to keep them alive. And wait, the pathing! No, back towards the TC! Ghazi hop in the way. More workers getting sniped. This is breaking point. That army is fat stacked, and the veteran sees just about 15 seconds away. Finds the gold workers. And Wham, looking to open the series with a smooth, dominant Delhi performance.
Exactly what you need in an opening game like this. Often, it is the most even matchup you can have in a series. Both players look to lean on solid civilizations a lot of the time that don't have many bad matchups, out of the sheer knowledge that it's very hard to predict what the opponent will pick first out of so many possibilities depending on the map. You have some ideas, sure, but at the end of the day, you want to play it safe for the game that often matters most here, the opening one, which really sets the tempo for the rest of the series. Even more true in such short series like Best of 5 here. And Wham,
It's
with a pretty decisive win here, is going to set himself up really well for the rest of the series.
yeah, like we're not going to see Poppy Paw immediately tap out because I have Fulani. But when he discovers that Wham has one whole trader, and also maybe the Lancers have a small detail in this as well. Lancers that will eventually get home blades. My favorite part about this, by the way, is like he's queued up Steel Arrow 2. What do you think the chances are he hasn't queued up any of the other blacksmith decks?
Well, we did see the Vows of
He's got the
Learning.
tier 1s.
Oh yeah, there we go. He's queued it up afterwards. He just really wanted that level 2 range damage before anything else, it looks like.
The thing is, I feel like that previous dive would have probably ended the game if he had Undermesh.
Yeah, I think so as well, honestly. And, you know, even the fact that, I mean, it's still like, just like one singular blacksmith at this point in time, it's a bit unusual, but it's tough to focus on everything that goes on at this point in time, right? So it's more blood hungry now than ever, really.
He's at least diving in at all times, which is distracting him a lot. And these Lancers, they connect again. I mean, you survived the Ghazi wave, congrats. Just to die like this, traffic jam on the retreat. Workers can't get out of it. Surely this is the end for Poppy Paw. 30 villages down now. I mean, Malian players can be delusional with economy at times, but they have their limits too. And it does look like we've reached them.
Now the cows themselves are directly contested here behind the TC for Poppy Paw. Whenever your opponent is able to march so deeply into your base, you know that you're in dire straits indeed. Villagers running for their lives through the very military they tried to avoid.
The javelins are only surviving because so many workers are dying by getting in the way.
Now, at this point in time, Poppy Paw is pretty much equal in villages as to cows. It's not a position you want to be in, as the Marlins, a bit reminiscent of the Marine Lord game earlier against Louis. I mean, it's just so much damage is being dealt here.
We have to consider the possibility that there's something we don't know, Myriad. Like, maybe each week they circulate going and visiting their mum and checking on their mum. And maybe this week it's Wham's turn. So Poppy Paw is like, if I make this series go too long, Mum's going to call you, be angry, and you're going to have to resign and go see her. It's a genius strategy, really.
It might even be a lean into the difficulties that Canada often has with internet, at least in their region.
Because this is
we
definitely
do know
a remake.
about that. The trade is still going, by the way.
And that
Wham's
trader,
still trading.
Oh, mate, that right there, I'm telling you, that guy is actually secretly the Malian king. He's just like, he's smuggled out of his burning kingdom with all of his gold ingots, taking up a life as a merchant.
Hide in plain sight into the very enemy's lands.
And then rip off all of their citizens to get the last victory.
Well, I'm leaning into the classic here as well, right? This is a composition that has been so potent for the Delhi in the past, before war elephants have really become popular. But there's not much for war elephants to deal with here, really. I mean, you know, you've killed so much economy, it's not like a massive sofa mass is really going to be a problem. So you might as well rely on these boosted Kilji Lancers with the +4. Was it +5?
Would, Kilji Lancers, it's Hone Blades, it's +3.
+3, is it? Oh, yes, +3. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it used to be
So-
+4, and then they nerfed it because it's kind of nuts.
Ah, yes, of course. Yeah.
Oh, here we
Archer
go.
plus Lancers.
Now here's the thing, Wham. You can only kill so many workers, okay? There's only 27 of them left. So you may strike Poppy Paw down, but he will come back stronger than ever. We'll have to see. Game number 1, a very stompy affair in the end as Wham takes the lead.
Yeah. Poppy Paw spares us the massacre about to ensue for all those units. He waves the white flag to preserve his population in that case, right? These lives don't need to fall. GG is called Wham. Picks up a good early victory here in this set, now leading 1-0. Poppy Paw has the next map pick, of course, and we're going to have a look at the draft very soon to see what it looks like, but you can see at no point in this game was Wham ever behind in military value. it only exponentially grew in his favor outside the early skirmishes in that early feudal age. And he just kept running away with it.
And we'll get the score fixed there. It's only game 1. Poppy Paw has not somehow lost the series for free. Yeah, an interesting one to kick off with, though. I mean, Marlian's, he's just seen as a very succinct and useful Civ all around, I feel like. Whereas Delhi still powerful, but I think you hit at the start of the draft, a little bit more situational, not slot in anywhere necessarily the way that Marlian's has become.
Yeah, exactly. It's also a tough map for them, right? I mean, there's just virtually that normal strong point of Marlian's when the opponent runs out of food and your cows really start to run away with the advantage. It's way further delayed here on Nipponese with so much food access, especially great food with those berries for the Delhi Sultanate. So much harder game for the Marlians in this matchup in particular than on something like a Dry Arabia or Gorge or other maps that are popular for both these civilizations. And I'm utilizing that to great extent to just keep pumping, keep fighting, and keep Marlians on their toes and behind.
Man, and ooh, okay. That is an interesting pick. Shushi coming in on the Frisian Marshes. I feel like this is becoming a bit more standard now, actually, considering Shushi and the tweaks and change around Pro Scouts, etc., hasn't just made them as generic of a pick anymore.
Even Mongols, right? I mean, the last time I saw Mongols on this map was when I played them months ago. And, I mean, it worked fine that game, but, you know, that was a specific counter pick. Here, however, this is quite unusual. I mean, snipe out on the Tughlaq makes perfect sense, just like the snipe out on the Lancaster, which I'm surprised even got through, frankly. Also makes a lot of sense here. And Frisian Marshes, as you mentioned,
Wait.
unusual map for these two civilizations.
Like, actually, I was about to say, well, it's not that surprising because Sengoku made it through as well, except for the fact that the same player got both Sengoku and Lancaster.
How did we allow
What?
that to happen? I mean, Puppy had Marlians, that's great. Puppy has
Okay.
China. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes a little bit more sense, right? Two really strong civs for two really strong civs. That's kind of how it ends up a lot of the time. That's how you hopefully want it to end up a lot of the time.
Yeah, but
And then
look
we
at
have
the
the,
ban priority, right? Japan as the priority for both, and then they split Biz and Ottomans to come around. I can kind of see where they're coming from. I think Ottomans just gets better every single week. Biz is really strong, and Japan, in some people's eyes, is just giga broken. But compared to Lancaster and Sengoku,
Yeah, it's a bit unusual, right? I mean, Ottomans are undoubtedly strong nowadays, and we're seeing them being a priority pick or ban more and more every time. I mean, they're just one of those civilizations that seems to, frankly, break a lot of the game's rules sometimes. I don't know how they do it. But, yeah, we're not going to see them today. But maybe we get to see Lancaster. I'm curious to see how they do after their recent little shave. I don't think it's going to ever be let through. Like, the snipe's always going to be on Lancaster. Let's be perfectly honest here.
yeah, they somehow got a little bit of a trim, you know, like an inch of hair off their long locks when they should have got a buzz cut. So we'll see if they come out a little bit later. But we hop into game number 2. It is going to be an early lead for Wham. He looks to extend it with the Shushi pick, while Puppy Paw pulls out the Mongols on Frisian Marshes. This is not your orthodox pick sequence, especially when you consider things like Sengoku, Tughlaq, China were all potentially on the menu.
Now, in the past, I remember the days when Mongol was virtually unbeatable on Frisian Marshes. But that was a very different map indeed. Trade posts were ripe for that Silver Tree back when Silver Tree was the boogeyman of ladder and professional play for that matter. Every Mongol game was trade game and it was brutal to deal with. Gone are those days, at least most of the time. Could that be a return here, potentially? Quite a tough civilization to do that against, however. Jushi able to pump out so many units early, like the Chinese, for that matter, their sister civilization.
Like this beginning, go straight on to the pond play. But you can tell these two master practices a bunch together because Wham has, with great confidence and no fear, already walked out to his gold, which It's intriguing because actually, like at the moment, against Mongols on ladder, you'll see a lot of Shishi players, they won't go for the mining camp. They'll passively tax their way to attack up.
Indeed. It's a common one indeed to see happen. Anatan, I know, has popularized that strategy quite a lot. Not going to be the case here for Wham. Going to go for the active gold gathering directly. Puppy knows this, of course, so it is going to be the dock play for him, like you said. The question is, what level of dock investment will we see here? Mixed opinions on the matter, right? Some players opt for a lot of docks, and they in fact don't stop docking even when they finish their side, going on to the opponent's side to continuously dock. Whereas some are just happy with 1 or 2, maybe 3 if they're feeling a bit spicy. Call it a day, keep pumping, keep castle aging, and go from then on.
Oh, that is a glorious find as well. The Meditation Garden going to be generating, what's that going to end up being? 111 resources, I believe. 36 from the food, 50 gold, 25 stone. A nice pocket to boot at the start of the feudal age.
Yeah, that's almost a rigged garden right there. So juicy. You can't expect juicier on this map, really, can you?
Okay, but it's balanced out. Wham! He's like, okay, balance the universe. If I get an Imber spawn here, it'll backfire in the upper bracket finals. He just fed his scout. Oh my. Okay, yeah, that's a big problem now. Oh no.
Yeah, that's a huge problem, especially on this map.
I think he won the sheep game before that. I'm pretty sure, judged by the amount of sheep that the Khan dropped off when he faced from the scout's death, I think that was like 8 or 10 sheep difference.
Yeah, it's a big problem here for Wham. That's definitely going to be an issue, considering Poppypaw and the Mongols is docking as well behind this, right? Like, he already has the fishing ships going. Up to 3 now on that first pond. Kind of the optimal number you want to go for. Wham. Well, this begs the question whether this dock play was intentional, like planned all along, or whether he's like, well, I have no choice now.
Does he? He might lose that worker, no?
That worker's already dead, PP.
Yeah, like, oh, so you sleep with the fishes. Got you.
Yeah. This is the struggle against Mongol. Honestly, this is actually an understated advantage of the Mongols on maps like Holy Island, Kawasan, now here on Frisian. If that villager is caught by the Khan the moment he moves out and you commit, he dies every single time. The 2 damage a hit is not to be underestimated.
Yeah, you know, and if like the thing is, sometimes it doesn't work there, Mirror. Sometimes there is a magnificent scout there to save you, but there was an attempt by the Shishi scout to defect to the Mongol side. Scumbag that he is. He wanted to be part of Kublai Khan's empire and did pay the price. And now Wham will be able to replace that scout. We'll wish he had it for that initial engagement. We have got Horseman opening coming in from Jushi, while Poppypaw just 5 seconds away from probably Keshiks here.
Keshiks would make a lot of sense, right? That early map control, that presence, the potency of the unit, especially against such a invitation by Wham with this early Horseman play. Not sure what the idea is here. I mean, it might be, well, obviously we need a stable with a scout. And we're going to now lean into the Horseman. Just to poke at that gold, maybe hit the fishing soon as well. Oh, here it is again. The wolf as well joins in on the action.
For the love of God, not again.
I mean, if the Horsemen don't get here quick, this is just another dead goal.
The Horseman is coming back now. But remember, Poppypaw also kills faster than he did before. 50% faster, in fact. Double Horseman should be enough to deliver a fatal blow to the Khan if he hangs around for this, though. So we'll retreat. Presumably, we've got the stables now being moved out to be set up by Poppypaw. And he has already stockpiling enough stone for Keshiks.
I wonder here what level of commitment we're going to see into this feudal age from Poppypaw. So it is going to be the barracks, so I'm going to be archer play actually, so wanting to lean into the melee composition, which we know Poppypaw prefers historically. He's not the biggest believer in range units, at least recently.
Wham, kind of a step ahead currently, though. Already has his own spearman coming out ahead of time. But Poppypaw, of course, has better raiding potential. There's Keshiks. The challenge right now is your opponent isn't exposed with much on the villager count. Practically all of them just hunkering down behind the TC right now.
Meditation Garden's peace being disturbed by the Khan even now. Little win there for Puppy Paw. The fishing, even 4 fishing ships on this initial pond. Wham leaning into it quite heavily. Now up to the second pond. Puppy Paw matches, making a second as well.
He's catching up quite fast as Sushi, right? So it's not like Puppy Paw has an extensive lead in that department. Does at least have the work edge on land. But you never discredit the power of those Imperial officials. And to make matters worse, he has actually sent his horsemen and scouts over to start harassing Puppy Paw's fishing as well.
This is why it's so good to have at least a few cavalry units on this map. And frankly, that's always good. But especially here, you can always just disturb the fishing. You can always just be annoying. Draw units out to the flanks when the opponent is directly in front of you. And provide great value. And, you know, it might have been the long-winded way of getting around it, but this villager did die, so I did call it.
He built a dock, though. Like, you know, you're thinking of Wham's villagers wrong. It's just like, you ever played like Command & Conquer, where, you know, you deploy a building, a construction yard? It's that type of thing. You know, the villages are the buildings. It's, like, what kind of insects? There's some insects that have that, right? Where they breed and then they instantly die. That's what the Shushi villages are. They build and then they die.
Speaking of deaths, Keshik's dancing with it at this point in time, but Getaway just there at the right timing from those spears. We're there to actually defend the villager, but naturally, they don't have forces to aid them in that matter.
Late. Gandalfing it all day long. Archer's now coming in from Puppy Paw, so he's completing the composition, and Wham, of course, is going to be mirroring into the Chuganu.
What that composition from Puppy Paw behind this as well. Getting full respect, actually, from the horseman potential here from Wham. Might be a bit of an overinvestment into the spearman, honestly. Does seem to cut the production at this point in time. And leaning into full Keshik Archer, in the past it was pretty tough for Mongols to deal with Zhuginur spearmen, but I think the presence of the Khan's hunter, which is not in the field just yet, but undoubtedly will be soon, extra range can make a massive difference.
Especially if you get the Deer Stone up forward, which, I mean, why wouldn't you eventually? Just makes a lot of sense. This is hard commitment, Chuganu. Already up to 8. Like, he's just spamming them up the wazoo.
Yeah, exactly, and that damage, once Steel Arrow is in, DPS is going to go off the charts for these Zhuginur. The issue is the mobility, right? Such a slow unit compared to the Archer. Same speed as a Longbowman, but, you know, half the range, essentially.
Chuk are going to reveal themselves, so this will be a good moment for Puppy Paw to consider a blacksmiths. Fails to pull the fishing boat away, so Wham will go -1 there. Puppy Paw, ooh, hold on a sec. He feels that Wham just got out of line there. We'll look to punish him for stepping up a little here. The Keshik, the backstab. Oh no. He catches him. Chuk need to try and get away, but Spearman not going to forward. Immediately being sniped out. Attack speed arrow does get activated to try and clear the few Spearmen even faster. The Chuk will get baited in overextensions. So Keshik now able to just pound the entire army down and push Wham back into the base.
Despite the Steel Arrow advantage there for Wham, the value is present for Puppy Paw with these Keshiks. Just a few archers is all it takes to dwindle the spears, yeah. And like, it's too much.
I mean, this is the thing. You know, the damage advantage only matters if you're actually attacking. He spent half of this fight running with the Chuk the whole time. And Keshiks at this type of count, I mean, this is great. Sometimes you pray they build a wall in the middle of nowhere, but when they build docks, you have an easy way of rejuvenating all of those health balls.
The dock itself now under threat, and a bit more annoying when it's being torched by the Mongols, because of course if it ever starts burning, though you might be able to save it, the bounty has by then been delivered directly to the Mongols. They've funded it. So Wham's going to look to make sure he stops that from happening, although with so much burn power, it might be difficult. Just in time, he manages to do it here. He doesn't want to take too much damage.
Yeah, he's just waiting for undermesh at this stage. You know, it's the only advantage that Wham has in the fight. As soon as that's in, Keshiks don't really have to care as much. So we'll just go back into the burn now. Perfect time to bait Wham to come forward, just in case he doesn't realize that range +1 armor just kicked in. Movement speed activated. K6 commit to the clash. Spearman count, not looking too pretty in the fight. There's only 4 left alive. He will be forced to retreat. And the heavy cav just aren't going down in count, really. 1 or 2 sniped, and that's going to be it. The K6 just get to continue to push him away. Upside for Wham, fishing still happening. Downsides everywhere else to be seen.
This is the spot you just hate to be in here for Wham. Spearmen trickling in one by one. You want to try to protect your escaping ranger mass, but as the Spearman trickles in, they just get instantly picked off by these Keshiks. So you just end up losing more and more and more. Good trade-outs here near the end, but this is about as defensive of a position as Wham can be, and realistically, and he's still just barely angling by. You know, the dock, of course, is a memory of the past at this point in time. It's going down. The bounty is towards Poppy Paw. The fishing ships are next as well. Another dock is also being torched by the Spearmen, getting good value out of them despite the uselessness when it comes to fighting in this composition.
I am disappointed no piracy. Outrageous.
I wonder how many kills you need for that to pay off, actually.
It's only 175 resources, so 4 kills should make it pay off.
Also, it's
Yeah,
very expensive, no?
175 resources.
Really?
It used to be more expensive. They buffed it a while ago. But it's like the type of thing that until someone's going to seriously do it and it gets recognition, you probably just don't even think about it. Keshiks, it's hard committing again. Chook, I'm going straight for those archers. It's interesting actually, Puffball just not even trying to micro away, just full hard commitment and send.
No, you were right. You did get reduced in cost. That's good. So I guess you wouldn't need many at all, right?
No, you need 4. But the problem is, it's kind of like the raid bounty logic. Like, oh, you should have had raid bounty because you killed 5 buildings. You don't expect to, but this should be expected. After what we saw the last few minutes, Poppy Paw just continues to grind his brother down until he's nothing but dust. 1-1. We have broken the curse. It is possible to have both players with a number higher than 0 on the scoreboard.
I mean, looking at the statistics, right? If any game, any series, I mean, was likely to not be a 3-0, it would be this one, wouldn't it? However, at the end of the series, no matter what, even if it goes 3-2, that perfect 50-50 will be broken.
The balance in all things is going to be a lie. And that means, like, that's pretty important, actually, because unless there's, like, a recovery arc where you come through the lower bracket and then rebalance it, at the Christmas dinner, one player will be able to say that he is empirically the better brother.
I do wonder how often that comes up, I wonder, right? Like, it just has a little funny jab between the two of them. Like, one of them wins the series, ha, I'm better. The other one wins the next day, ha, I'm better. You know, just back and forth.
It's just like, yeah, but I made it to the finals. Did you? And then you're like, you lost the finals. It was a stomp. Still made it, though, didn't I? Who lost on the way to the finals, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm like, well, I beat Marine Lord 3-0. What do you think about that, puppy, huh?
And you lost him 3-0. So what you got to say about that? And, well, it's coming out, by the way. What got sniped for Lancaster to be allowed through?
It does make you wonder, right? The thing is with Puppy, it's Wham that has Lancaster, right? Or maybe
He has Lancaster and Sengoku.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like Sengoku is as threatening on Gorge.
No, not necessarily. Iobits, eh? Yeah. Okay, that kind of makes sense, right? Because Iobits can deal with both Rus and French. And it makes perfect sense to snipe out the French because French is the one save that I think just directly counters House of Lancaster. Same with JD. So, very intelligent snipe save by both players, reading each other completely, as you would expect from twin brothers, right? And this leads to quite an interesting matchup that I do think it used to favor Lancaster, even at the peak of Pro Scouts. Now, however, you know, Rus got nerfed a little bit, now it got buffed a little bit, and now Lancaster got nerfed again a little bit. It could lead to a pretty interesting game that's not quite so cut and dry.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think about this one. with Lancaster, the nerfs they've seen, like theoretically, Roost Knights could be more of a threat. I think it's a smart snipe for that reason as well by Wham. Like, if you had to choose between dealing with French or Rus, if you're trying to play a mana Lord strat, you much, I think, prefer to be dealing with the Rus. What's going to be curious is whether Puppy Paw does actively engage it, or if we see him take a greedy line. It does feel quite hard to just rush Castle here, with how exposed Gorge can often feel against the Lord's Dive.
Absolutely right. All of your resources are so projected outward here, so there's very little room to breathe. The only thing you have very safely is that wood line, which is great for Roost, but there's no pure wood units as of yet, outside of fishing ships, outside of military ships in the past, but those times are now gone. I'm curious to see what we have on our hands here today.
Thinking about what's left, Kawasan, Dry Arabia. Keep in mind, we've got some pretty crazy picks. Wham, I mean, he's one of those people that believes in Golden Horde through a method that hasn't been nerfed. He's a really big fan of the body shields build, you know, relying on the cheap-ass Karash to flood your opponent. So we might actually get some new tastings, especially with the nerfs elsewhere. But before we get there, we have to talk about this. The newly nerfed Lords of Lancaster. Has it been enough? Has it gutted them? Or is it gonna remain dominant? Puppy Paw with the Roos looking to answer the recently crippled, I say crippled with big emphasis on sarcasm, House of Lancaster.
We'll see whether the crippling is actually enough to warrant a Lancaster castle here, which, I mean, that got changed, right? It's more of a rework than a buff or a nerf for that matter. We have to see how that works out in the future. They really want to push that instead of Abbey, which makes sense. Abbey has certainly had its time in the spotlight here for House of Lancaster. It's been a little while since we've seen the castle.
Yeah, and you know, the thing to think about is, like, if you read the patch notes on what the change was around that, it does feel like in some ways it's been nerfed, but we haven't seen it since before the mana change. So, like, there's an argument to be had here that there's certain builds that just wouldn't have been thought of that are now viable. Like, remember, you now get, what is it? You get 4 Demi Lancers always, 250 food, 250 gold, but by the time you're going to build it, it's going to be probably 300 total resource costs. That's not terrible. And then even things like the Shah Levy timing a little bit later. I don't know. I think there's some curious strategies in mind here. If the Lords feel weak, we will see Lancaster Castle sneak back in. Because the thing with Lords is, like, really what put it on another level was the pressure it was able to exude in the Second Age.
Yes, and frankly, I just don't believe that's going to change, right? I mean, yes, less health, yes, less damage. But that's not really why we went for the Lords in the first place, right? It's the buff on the army. And up to 20% extra health on all of your units nearby the Lords. It's so juicy and hard to pass up here for the House of Lancaster. So no surprises whatsoever, seeing Wham still opting for them. Little bit surprised to see a no spear opening here. I guess, you know, there was a bit of experimentation with it against Roos specifically, going for the hunting cabins, but oftentimes you're, you know, dealing with a Squircle is more annoying than just skipping it altogether, so Wham is not going to risk it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble, right? Like, especially these small tree lines that can hug a little bit closer to the TC, or if your opponent just respects you and actually only sticks a single hunting cabin, it feels redundant. So just better not to gamble on that risk. And also it just enables archer spam, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Like, that's usually what spear spam opening is about for Lancaster, because you get to the Hobbler. The Hobbler that use that 20% HP. You talked about the best, really, of any unit you can build in the Feudal Age.
You're exactly right. It might be something that Puppy Paw needs to lean into here. But it feels so much worse than the French. There's no healing on knights for the Roos whatsoever. The strength is there, but yeah, I mean, you have to be so careful when it comes to these engagements that at the end of the day, if you end up losing some knights here and there, it's going to be way, way harder for you to play from then on, especially as the mass just keeps building from Lancaster.
Especially on a spawn like this, you know, we talked about the idea that Lancasters, Lords being a little bit less tanky. Maybe some Knights feels decent here, but if you look at the gold location for Poppy Pool, if the pressure comes in fast and hard, it's going to be difficult for him to consider that as even an option. And the Deer Fort spawn is a little bit rough, right? Like if Wham rushes across now with the first Lords and Spears, he could actually just block you out of your initial Deer. And it's pretty apparent that Poppy Pool wants to play pro scouts.
And being one of the originators of day pushing, he lives by it to this day, Poppy Pool. Even now, he's going to look to get it as close as possible. And this will help a little bit, right? I mean, what else are you really going to do with the scouts at this point in time? The Lords are there, Spears are on the field. You can't really be annoying on the mining camp. You might as well just bring this as close as you can. A good little attention to detail here by Poppy Pool on the Roos. Now up to 5 scouts with professional scouts in queue. Good little timing on it too.
Second Lord already been queued up by Wham though. For a moment, I actually thought he was going to push the final Deer closer. Archery range now coming in. Has Wham already prepped the stables? I imagine not, because you want to get that first mana online. Okay, no, he's got it lined up nicely. A boat.
Yeah, very nice build here from Wham, actually. This is something I think I'm going to copy.
Maybe not the final detail where he forgot to leave a stoneworker out still. Did end up walking back, then walking back again.
Yeah, let's not worry about that part, right? No need.
That's the clickbait title for your YouTube video. I do the Lord of Lancaster build better than Wham, and that's just the one piece.
I'm gonna have the, you know, wide-eyed, open-mouthed face as well, like shocked at my own skill expression. Yep.
Yeah, and then you got to have yourself your head just pasted on Arnold's shoulders, and then you just have like super twig arm Wham next to you with a frowny face.
That is one way that propaganda can be employed.
I think
Nice
you
to
mean
see,
proper Wamba.
There you go. You got it.
Oh.
A bit surprised to see a lack of economic upgrades here from Wham, however. Normally, especially when we lead into the feudal age, that's something that can be a great choice. Actually, the dive here is very zealous by Wham. This is a spear and a Lord. Yep, it's dead.
I'm pretty sure it's legal for them to die this early. Like, wait, what? Nerfs correct? Question mark.
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
It's weird as well, because I think I would have been curious about what health was left on that injured scout. It almost felt like the 2 damage nerf actually was enough, because the bar was so slim on the first scout that escaped.
There we go. Already making a difference. And there we go. It's the Knights, isn't it? That's the next on the agenda here for Poppy Pool. Exactly what he needs, really. He needs at least a few, right? You need to have at least a slightly solid composition of archers and knights here, just to secure your initial deer packs. After that, well, then it becomes a bit more subjective what you want to do. Do you go for that castle age? Do you keep fighting? Either way, you're sacrificing something for something. There's no directly correct answer.
Yeah, I was about to say, his army mass is going to struggle at first here until he gets the deer munching fully. Kind of like what Papa was doing. He steers into the spears early just to insulate himself at the risk point. Knights are great, all around strong, but they are very slow to produce. So you kind of need something else to bulk a front line to actually protect you. Oblars are going to find a freebie here, though, rotating onto the archers. And Knight doesn't even try and help. Thanks. Nice guy.
Yeah, as you mentioned, especially this early on, these types of pickoffs really hurt on this pro scout. Timing. You want to maintain your mass, the little that you do have as the pro scout player. But at the same time, though, right? I mean, Wham lost that lord early, as well as the spearman, and now is suffering for it a little bit as the second lord is undoubtedly going down here. Spearman as well will die to the archers. Big damage dealt on the knight, but the knight is still to stay.
And it's because he's still splitting up. He didn't get all the deer on the east side, is the problem for Poppy Pool. But the upside of that is it means Wham doesn't necessarily know where you're going. So he has to kind of split his army investment to block pro scouts. Because even just one deer stack gives you that vomit of troops you need, especially knights, to start moving out with confidence, which we're now seeing from Poppy Pool.
Even horsemen now in queue, the lack of gold briefly. You just want to keep getting these numbers up with your Poppy to make sure you can contest. Wham now, adding in his own archers upon seeing the spears. You kind of have to do this. Lancaster always likes to lean into this triple composition if they can do.
Yeah, but you can see Wham, he's starting to float a lot of resources, almost like the real intent lies elsewhere. I think that's coming from a place of paranoia, though. You're always expecting Roost players to be thinking about the third age.
Exactly. It's one of those anticipation things, right? You know in your mind what is most optimal here for Roost, and that is getting the high trade house working, unlocking potentially Boyar's Fortitude, the relics with the warrior monks. So many good bonuses for Roost in that castle. There's very little incentive for them to stay in this feudal age. Wham knows this, so he's already prepping for it ahead of time without even really scouting for it. People agrees fully. He knows that as well. He's going to lean into the castle age as soon as he pushed Wham across that center map.
Wonder. Nah, there's no way we're going to see King's College. And I don't know, that landmark feels so unattainable these days.
I think it has its place. Just the places... There's fewer places now than before is the issue, right? In the past, I think it was undoubtedly the right choice up against Rus. Just because the Hobblars will absolutely demolish horse archers. But we're not seeing many horse archers nowadays, not really as often anymore. I mean, of course, we've seen them twice today.
It's more the case as well, like you just don't have as much reliable economy, right? It used to be the popular way is like get 6 manas and then you can go King's College. Because then you can afford the premium things out of like either blobbing crap loads of Hobblar, if you haven't already, or the Knights, which are quite expensive. Speaking of Knights, I'm expecting that count to continue to inflate, by the way. Poppy Paw now on his way up with the high trade house. Hasn't queued more of them yet. I wonder if it would just be a straight switch into horse archers. Oh, there we go. Answers itself. So more heavy calf to come. I think that's the right way to play this as well. Like Wham is very weak on the spears, and after I slated it, we're actually going to see it. King's College, the choice.
Indeed. And I wonder what Wham is really looking to lean into here. I mean, the main obvious options are either the Hobbler or the Knight. Speaking of that, Raid coming in here for Poppy Paw finds a nice charge and picks up a villager for his trouble on the gold mine, as well as some decent idle time. Gets the castle age way ahead of Wham here. And yeah, actually goes into the horse archers as well. Makes sense against the composition Wham currently has, but with the King's College on the way, these Hobbler can be very dangerous.
Does give him an open opportunity. I mean, the difference is if this was, for example, you go Mass Knights, your opponent tries to mirror Knights with the Call of S's. I think that's a little bit more difficult for Lancaster to keep up on food, especially against Pro Scouts. I do like that he's at least littering it, right? So he's not just being Horse Archer only or Knight only. He's giving himself the dynamic duo. As we know, Roos always loved doing this build because Boyar's Fortitude just turns him into an unslayable bunch.
Absolutely. There's so much value to be gained as Poppy Paw finds another opening past the little palisade wall that Wham had set up. He finds another villager, exchanges the low HP Knight for it and some extra health on the other one.
Does finally have veterancy for Knights on the way. Delayed himself quite a bit by investing in the extra Knight. Wonder if it might have been worth it better for the dive on these injured Knights. Another one is going to go down.
You do have 100 stone in the bank for Wham as well. He's ready to pull the trigger on that third mana as soon as he finds the right window for it. Probably saving it for when the gold runs out. It should be quite soon here for him. It is going to be hill training. The Hobbler lean is real. And this is actually so smart from Wham. This is the composition. The crossbows in combination with Hobbler is such an effective blocker to the horse archers and knights. It's actually very one-sided in favor for Lancaster. It's one of the reasons it was so good for them in the past. Now looking to emulate that today as well. There are some space still on the field here for Poppy Paw. He might look to lean into those still as he builds his cavalry composition. That might certainly change the outcome.
The trickiness is the cost efficiency. Like, the reason why you're highlighting Crossbow Hobbler is so good. You know, Crossbow is seen as kind of a mid-premium unit, but when you combo it with Hobbler that are just so dirt cheap, it doesn't feel greedy to do it this early. Meanwhile, Poppy Paw, it's really about finding good trades when you do Horse Archer plus Knights. Well, these are the type of trades you don't want to be giving over. Hobblers get a freebie, discarding the few archers remaining. Spinman will keep scaring away, but the target, of course, the name of the game, is now going to be Relics, as Poppy Paw picks up 2 more, looks to bring them home, but it's going to cost him maybe some horse archers here.
The charge damage will come in. Actually, most of the Hobblers do not have the charge, yeah. Realize this straight away.
I think he also skipped on a charge with 2 or 3 of them because the scout got in the way, so it got a little bit weird. So yeah, Monster is now coming up. Lord's just not really being active. Like, that's the trade-off. When you play Hobbler now, you don't want to shackle them to one location. It's all about turning them to a pseudo-raider.
Yeah, that's right. And especially once that day runs out for Puppy Paw. That is when these Hobbler really have the opportunity to shine, able to pick off villages with extreme efficiency. So far, it's going to keep sweating the numbers as well as crossbows. Catches some cavalry out of position here. Puppy Paw is not paying attention, dealing with the Hobblers at the same time. Loses a bit of HP on the horse archers as well as a knight at the same time. Wham! Dives directly into the woodline, showing no fear. Picks off a couple. One, actually.
Interesting choice coming in there. And Puppy Paw just kind of getting pulled left, right, and center and coming out behind on all fronts. So yeah, like, look at this, out on the wall as well. I love the way that Wham's just treating this as discardable crap. You know, that's what Hobblers are meant to be. They're cheap, but they can be efficient used in this type of way. For Puppy Paw, it's more about premium, like we said. Like, for him, a direct fight sounds better right now. When you start taking these chip damages here or there, slow down here or there, when you finally arrive at that big fight, look at what Wham's going to have ready. Spear plus crossbowman. Even better answered all.
Exactly. That's the power of the Hobbler, right? And the power of mobility in Age of Empires 4 as well. You see Puppy Paw with a huge cavalry mass. You'd expect him to have map control and dictate the pace of these skirmishes and fights. But simply because Wham has more speed on the Hobbler than Puppy Paw's cavalry, he's able to run him all the way around the map wherever he likes and force him to respond to all of these. Now, Puppy Paw does have one good thing going for him, and that is those relics. Already 4 secured. Only Wham's home relic remains, which, well, is a different matter, of course. That's likely to go over to Wham. But the numbers are also building really healthily here for Puppy Paw. Up to 10 knights now, 20 horse archers soon. Getting the blacksmith upgrades now as well.
Interesting timing ahead here when you consider like the potential for Yeoman to get towards the synchronized shot. You know, these horse archers, they can actually fall fully to that. And also just like extra range on these Yeoman mean they're never really exposed to your backline either. Lords.
Yeah, exactly right.
I wonder if this is going to kind of screw things a bit up people. You know, he's only got horse archers to clear spears, but with the extra 20% HP, that does become quite difficult.
It does. Definitely does, especially with the way the horse archers work now. Hobbler is one of those units with the extra ranged armor. So potent, especially against the newer horse archer now here for Puppy Paw. Little raid in the south here. Gonna look to catch out those deer. Actually, did Puppy took those deer? Yeah, there's no mill, nothing there for Wham. He managed to take the whole pack. Of course, it's basically half a pack because of the decay.
I mean, the problem here as well, there is at least the ball for Wham. Like, he actually has a pretty good mana over towards the ball location of the tree lines. Did he actually go for it there? He didn't, right? Like, I think he set up the mana on the gold. Okay, no, he did trim it. That's pretty nice then. He's getting a lot of value off that 1 mana.
Yeah, he is. Is the ball actually in range? We can have a little check. No. As you say that, though, there's a skirmish happening here in the north. Pretty big fight, actually.
That's a pretty big win for Wham. Gets rid of, what, 4 or 5 knights, loses 2 lords? You're happy with that. And actually pinches another on the way out. This is getting ugly for Puppy Paw. You're starting to see how horse archers can feel a little bit awkward into these direct engagements at this stage.
Exactly. And Puppy Paw putting so much respect on these Hobblers. Throwing up walls that are more akin to his brother.
I think maybe he's considering that direct dive point. I like what Puppy Paw is thinking, though. Can't dive me if he's too worried about his flanks. He's just kind of keeping up the field. It's your best advantage when you have cavalry like this.
More and more yeomen now being added in as well, and they're also going to do fantastically up against the horse archers, of course. Even with the Boyar's Fortitude now coming in, again, the mobility is going to be so useful in catching up with the kiting of those horse archers.
That is such a depressing raid. Mostly horse archers against outposts. Dive into the base. Could do a lot better, though. Wham. Oh, just the right amount of villagers sneak in. So no real big wallop there. Puppy Paw. And also a big mistake made. He hangs around on the goal too long. Great trade for Wham.
That's a big catch. So many of the horse archers went down. Only a minute prior, Puppypaw was so close to 30 in count. Now, a third of that had been lost, just over. And when it comes to horse archers and this composition, Puppypaw, you're dealing with pure value. You're getting the most effective, expensive units. The strength comes from building these numbers as high as possible to where you can even overpower counters. So losing units like this in trades and in raids can really backfire in the long run.
And the walls kind of tell the full tale for Puppypaw. Player that we say is usually the more aggressive, being forced to just hunker down in the corner, negotiate territory as best he can. Also means that the trade-off here is like he doesn't focus on getting the gold, but he's going to be fine there at least. You know, you got high trade house, you got 4 relics, so even if you don't have the 8k, you have ways of surviving here.
E-Gap on the center once again comes in here from Wham, a single spin, and does the job. On the right side as well, where the Sacred Site is also going to be decapped. Wham walls are soon going to be online as well. The beautiful straight line.
And when you look at that, mana upgrades coming in. Mana's that, in terms of count at least, did get buffed.
That they did. Now, the potential for manas is higher than in the past in terms of count and income as well, as long as you are able to put them surrounded by so many villagers.
Basically, now you have to play them the way they should have. A mana gets placed down, resources should be tapped in range of it, i.e. villagers should be doing things.
Yeah, fitting to the name indeed. Night count though, building very rapidly here for Puppypaw.
Okay, interesting. Puppypaw is going for the Divine Light upgrade, so just trying to increase the duration on the Saint's Blessing buff to get the damage in the armor. Which, I mean, considering the amount of yeomen in the field, Hobbler as well, definitely makes a lot of sense. Rotating towards that goal, this time of nights. The horse archers do get seen running across. There's will be an early alarm bell warning for Wham. Some of the villagers sneaking away to other outposts. Wait, did he run past him? I think he did. I think some workers just ran past him because Puppypaw was looking at the horse archers.
And it's a pretty big catch here for Wham, actually. If only the war had completed, these units would be trapped. But instead, it gets discovered by Puppypaw and the villager gets sniped out, opening the way for the retreat if necessary, and the space needed to keep this fight on his own terms.
Crazy.
It's kind of concerning, isn't it?
Yeah, like the food income has just continued to remain stable for Puppypaw. It's pretty impressive. Or Wham, almost feels like he's getting ready for some sort of farm transition with the state of food. Flash coming in now. This isn't all of the knights. More to the north side, munching down a few spearmen. Split engagement. It's a little bit worrisome for Puppypaw. He needs to be respectful of the crossbow ball. Keeps on raiding though. Jeez.
The big question mark here for Wham is, do we have the bonus damage upgrade in the college there for him? With so many counter units in play, that's so significant. No, not quite there. Very expensive
so
upgrade.
Expensive. Yeah.
Very expensive, yeah. So much value to be gained here.
It's true. Like, I mean, I think it'd be better if you had like 30 spears. Then you're like, yeah, this is crazy. It's a weird tech sometimes. It almost feels like it should have been meant for Imperial Age. Now dive in. Plus some of the crossbow reinforcements again. I mean, this is just so well played by Puppypaw. He keeps refusing that direct engagement. Just eking out a bigger and bigger lead as he's now 12 workers ahead of his brother.
Yeah, once the composition is fully online, we see Wham. He stopped leaning into the Hobbler. Because of the food income, they are expensive at the end of the day, and you're forced to play out onto the map to fully utilize what you have available. That is when it can open you up to these raids and being picked apart side by side. Puppypaw looking to take full advantage in this case. Auto clash coming in here in the south. The units from Wham are in position. Mana gets discovered. Looks to be torched here. The units are there to meet them.
Yeah, as Lords made him think twice about diving into it. This again doesn't want to directly contest. Again continues to extend his lead. Now up by 18 workers.
Knights, though, getting a little overzealous here in the north. They're getting stacked
south?
up at the same time. Yeah, the military count here from Puppy Paw is looking good. This is where the horse archers really start to shine with the way they are today.
Yeah, it's all in the horse archer to clean up here because the night cost was pretty damn high. But we have to remember, Puppy Paw, it's a consistent 1.6k. How many farms has he got?
Does he have any? Couple.
Must.
It's a 6.
He's been
Oh,
yeah,
okay, so
it's the,
yeah,
it's the
there we go.
handicap strats. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because the berries must have been running out, the boar has already been exhausted, but he's been anchoring at 1.5k food plus reliably for the last few minutes.
The tier 3 bounty, not to be underestimated. Plus 30%. Food gather rate, very significant here for Puppy Paw. Making a big, big difference when it matters most, which is these mid-game skirmishes.
And we have to remember that this is not old Lancaster. We can't go, oh, well, you know, he's got 7 manners. It's fine that he's only got 30 workers. You don't get anywhere near as much value out of them anymore unless you have villages. Splash. Ooh, good fight, actually, for Puppy Paw. Knight should be able to get on top of the crossbows. Spinman do get sacked straight away. Horse Archer's going to shift over on the workers. Been caught in the tree line, and the short bows come out in desperation. Because there's just not enough people here to defend. Puppy Paw found the perfect weak point to exploit. He is now 50% plus ahead on worker count over Wham.
Yeah, this is exactly the find he needed. With Wham's army split, most of it in the north there, the crossbows get exposed and they are then abused by the mass here from Puppy Paw. Out of position.
And he's got what? Just mass yeoman left? Oof, gonna be rough when your opponent still has 1.9k food income a minute. What does that mean? That means more knights. A never-ending slew, in fact. He's already got double-digit backlog queued up. And Wham is now skimping on anti-cav solutions.
And just look how dirty that gold income is for Puppy Paw. Not a single villager on gold. And he has 1,000 gold passively from 4 relics, the hunting cabins, the high trade house. And we thought Lancaster's the one with oppressive passive income.
Well, we nerfed it. Yeah, right.
Good
I think Puppy Paw noticed. I think he's going Imperial now. I mean, why not?
Do you think he's gonna notice that hunting, that mining camp burning down there? The villagers will have to take a very long walk soon.
It's okay, they've got manors nearby. I mean, why haven't they got a manor on that, you know? It's cold.
Okay, now we have the bonus damage upgrade coming in. Can't help but feel that it's a little late here for Wham, but finally he musters the resources needed for it. I'd love another lean into Hobbler here, but
But why? Wait, did we get the bonus? That synchronized shot, no?
Or is it synchronized shot? Because
Yeah, I was about to say, like,
similar.
There'd be no reason to get the bonus damage
Or is
right
it
now.
synchronized?
Yeah. like with Yeoman against Knights, Archers does nothing. And, well, we'll see that hell load enough. And Horse Archers, who needs some protection, but he baits the Spearman forward, so he gets the clean trade straight off. Knights just club on through. Puppy Paw. He will be reset again. But the lead just keeps on bloody building. 32 workers ahead. Synchronized shot is going to have to be the wrath of heaven to bring Wham back into this.
Certainly has the potential to do so. We have seen some incredible game-winning synchronized shots in the past. Could potentially be on the cards here for Wham. He does have a good yeoman count, but I mean, let's be honest, nowadays it never feels good to play full infantry up against cavalry. Just get picked apart, left, right, and center, as Puppy Paw has been doing pretty much the entire game so far, as soon as he was able to cross that mid-map. And the village account speaks for itself. Puppy Paw severely ahead. I mean, we're kind of witnessing history here, KP. House of Lancaster might have their first loss in a very long time.
It does feel like we'd have to dust off the records to go back to a time they could actually lose. Especially in tournament play, we're constantly respected as a ban-worthy civ. I mean, we've had 1 or 2, upsets where like Lancaster loses, but usually there's a big elo gap. There isn't really an elo gap between Puppy Paw and Wham. They are mutually and equally matched. We even saw it in the stats. What was it, 60 wins, 60 losses?
Very severe. might look to slowly be changed. The winds of change seem to arise here. What looked like a very steady early game here for Wham is now becoming more and more dire because the mass charge, the Rohirrim here from Papipo go directly in. Wham seeks shelter underneath the Abbey as the angle synchronized.
He spread it. He tried to min-max it. It done nothing. Now the Knights just able to bait out the few remaining spears. There's just not enough crossbowmen surely to clear this. Gonna be a dive on deeper into the base. One upside at having these yeomen, they do run away fast. Problem is, your base can't run away. And Poppy Paw looks here to stay. He's gonna grind it down to nothing. And even if he has to come back again, it's just that headlock now with a Sacred Site timer ticking behind that makes this feel like an all but inevitable loss for Lancaster.
The final form of Ruse here. The Boyar's Fortitude, the upgrades, the mass composition of Knights, Horse Archers, and Warrior Monks. Something we thought we might not see as often nowadays is back in full force here, and Poppy Paw looks to utilize it to its full extent. Just like Wham did up against Marine Law last week.
Yeah, Zebra can't change his stripes, right?
Exactly.
And ironically, House of L's might finally do that, might actually take the L. Wham! Resilient as always. These bloody horse archers, they haven't got an army to fight anymore, so they're going to go look for innocent, unarmed villagers. But that's not true, is it? They've got a short bow in their pocket. They were armed and dangerous. They had to be put down. 40 worker lead now, and the GG is finally there. Look at that. Lancaster can lose.
Once again, we see Ruse making a stellar comeback in the meta. Initially taking out Chinese last week on Pigeon's View. We're going to see Lancaster is the next victim on their list.
It's interesting as
takes
well.
the lead in this set.
It's interesting because I remember I talked to Wham after one of his Roos performances. Like, I think they just over-nerfed Roos. But I think more is just there was some adjustments needed. You know, their role is different, but they still have strengths. They still have power, as we saw in this game. And, you know, looking back at this, it felt like there was a moment where Wham should have been in control. But, you know, what people have done so well, understanding the map of Gorge. Gorge is very difficult when it comes to dealing with cav sieves because of the wide flank raids. And there was a moment where Wham looked like he should rush into the enemy base. Poppy Paw, what does he do? Instantly just decides his car no longer has any brakes. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Just kept that pressure balling into the economy, which prevented Wham from even using that strong point timing to go for, to find the momentum or the pressure that would have given Lancaster control.
It looks like Poppy Paw wants to end it in style here. Wham picks his next map of choice. It is going to be Kawasan. He leans onto either the English or the Ayubids here. English can be potent on Kawasan, and Poppy Paw recognizes that, so he snipes them out, would rather not deal with it. Allows the Ayubids to go through instead. And this must have been such a tough choice here for Wham, I think, as to which civilization to get rid of. Tughlaq, which is the new kid on the block, making waves on hybrid maps, looking very potent. And then the old dormant elder, looking for a final hunt here.
Yeah, I think
Chinese.
I think this maybe sets up for Dry Arabia to be Tughlaq or French versus Golden Horde or Sengoku, funnily enough. I don't know, like maybe Wham wants to go for a classic. We have to remember when English started to come in with the 2TC meta, Wham and Poppy Paw were the most prolific innovators of those fast Imperial builds. They really were the ones to shine a light back on Wingard Raiders. So it's definitely on the menu still. I mean, you see he tried to sneak it through. But Ayubids versus Chinese, I mean, wonder how they're going to try to approach this. We have to remember the Canadians have historically had a quite different approach to Ayubids than the rest of the regions.
That they have indeed. Especially Poppy Paw for that matter, though I'm sure Wham is perfectly aware of his brother's strategies. They have went for some very interesting wing choices with mixed but often fantastic results. So curious to see whether Wham looks to pull out something similar here. Of course, it's a bit more difficult on a hybrid map like Kawasan. Your choices, I think, narrow down a little bit further than they would on your standard land map. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. But China and Kawasan, right? It's a comfort pick here from Poppypaw, right? And Chinese, I mean, they can play any map in the game and do perfectly fine. They might not be the best civilization on Kawasan. That spot probably still goes to Jushi potentially, maybe even KT, but
just getting
Chinese...
flashbacks to the Barbican drop timings, you know, on the ponds. We'll have to see if it comes through. A specialist pick, a cherry on top, maybe to close out the series. Poppypaw with the lead up against his brother Wham brings out a signature sieve. The Chinese and Wham will try to hold on here in the upper bracket with an Ibid pick on Kawasan.
Well, I'm looking to make his mind up here as he moves directly straight towards the goal to gather the 30 needed for what looked like to be an advancement, but instead places a house first. Also going onto the wood line, it looks like, potentially. People go straight for the age up as well. Do we have a mill, actually? I think we do, right? For those taxes? Yeah, we do. Sometimes we see them opt not to go for it to save that wood, but not here. In the past, that was the case, at least. Not anymore.
Does feel pretty wasteful in these type of situations, right? Whereas this keeps you flex. If you feel like you got outplayed on the pond side, it gives you a backup option to play land, aggro, and then deny. Whereas if you commit to that type of build, your land strategy is maybe a little bit weaker. I mean, even on water, could stunt your ability to go things like demo ship springolds.
Exactly. The 30 gold is in now for Wham. 130. So advancement is all but confirmed here. He's going to make some fishing ships, however, besides this. So it won't be the completely naked advancement that we have seen Anatan employ in his set. It's going to have a little bit of padding with the fishing ships. And I think this makes perfect sense as well. I mean, the timing won't be as sharp, but at least you have a little bit of fallback here, right? You can use these fishing ships not only to heal and help you in those early skirmishes on the water, but also a little bit of extra food income, because you're not Jushi as Ibids, right? You're not going to have an 150 food per minute meditation gardens to pump villages alongside military ships so easily. This makes perfect sense, I would say.
No, it's fair. Like, you don't really have that same immediate surge on this map. There's that fully explorable detail. But, you know, compared to Jushi, I feel like there's less volatility with China. It's why China has, for a long time, still been seen as a more desirable pick in the drafts than their cousin Civ.
Yeah, it's more reliable, right? Chinese is like the responsible brother, you know, who takes care of the younger one, make sure he doesn't get into too much trouble. But Jushi doesn't care. He still just goes out to the nightclubs, gets too drunk.
Somehow is still considered the charismatic person. Everyone wants to be friends with him, you know. But you're the big bro. You have to be firm. No, we have to do this thing. All the kids in the club hate you, but you know the parents love you. You have the stable job. You're reliable. All right, let's stop. This analogy getting too deep, but it's kind of accurate for Jushi and Chinese.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed. Oppo, of course, got to be first up to this feudal age. The Imperial Academy is already up and pumping. The first official about to hit the field to start collecting those juicy taxes. Now severely boosted by the Imperial Academy. And advancement, meanwhile, for Wham. 25 seconds out now. He's gonna dock, in anticipation, the second pond here. Does have a fishing ship there on the forward on the south pond, so smart little detail there, just to make sure he spots exactly when and if that dock comes up.
There's a move out now with a worker. So Papa is prepping it. Has got the type of wood income that should allow him to just eject an archer ship almost immediately, or at least rather queued up the moment that the dock completes.
Oh, if you're gonna torch my dock, you can say goodbye to these sheep, says Wham.
Yummy. All right, dock coming in now. Interesting choice with two villagers coming out in the center side. Like, it might be that Poppypaw tries to pivot out here and then switch other pond. Not an uncommon strategy with Chinese/Jushi on this map. But if you're going to do that, you want to be fast. I think Wham has queued up the archer ship for his safe pond, the south side one.
Indeed, so there's going to be no attempt there by Poppy whatsoever. A bit surprised to see the galley coming out so early, considering there's no attempt whatsoever from Poppy to dock there. I'm not sure if Wham... No, now he definitely knows. The scout is now in position. He does spot the dock, so he knows. Second galley's here as well.
Yeah, he's got both covered now. Galley on galley to begin. Should be enough to at least stabilize him here at the beginning of the aggro play. The challenge, of course, is the fact your opponent already has fishing underway. You don't have anything, but we do now see him trying to react with a second dock play. The tricky part is Wham already has an archer ship on that A-side pond, so realistically should never be happening.
And the timing you can see here, why exactly China doesn't see as much priority here. I mean, of course, they're a solid civilization, but it's more reliable on land. But why Jushi gets the priority on Kawasan instead? There's no real timing here for Puppy Paw, right? I mean, despite Wham already having docked and fished on the southern pond, with advancement, he matches this age up pretty close by and is able to match the commitment on that second pond as well. Fish, ship for ship.
It just feels a little bit weird right now. And even the fact that he hasn't cancelled the blueprint, even though he knew he couldn't build it up, that's kind of important because it slows down his ability to just bulk out extra boats over here. Like, maybe there's a world in which he could have snuck a second dock here, so he'd at least have leverage. Instead, wow, just taking advantage of Ibid docks being much cheaper to double up himself and make sure that if this turns into a never-ending boat slog, he'll always have the edge. Archer ship, even intercepting, so another boat loss coming in for Puppy Paw.
With this demo, though...
Wait. Ooh, hold on. Yeah, with the villager repairing. Oh, that's going to be a double loss. Sick hit from Puppy Paw.
Yeah, that's about the worst possible outcome there for Wham on that second pond. Both the villager and the springboard ship falling for him. That might mean the dock is finished. The pond is finished for him, potentially. Despite the secondary dock. Oh, but it's arrow slits, KP. Yep.
Yeah. An unexpected play. He set up the mining camp, actually committed to it, so this might be his more reliable defense for both ponds. Not something you as often expect from IU on a map like this. That's more like a Mongol opening or Shushi with stone.
Makes quite a bit of sense though, right? We save a lot of wood on the dock, so that opens up the avenue for to sneak in a mining camp on that stone and compensate there. And the arrow slits is still so potent to this day. It makes it very hard to contest water, but of course, it's such a ship advantage. It might be possible for Puppy Paw to secure himself a pond after all. But make no mistake, Wham still quite decisively in the lead here. Already fishing. You can see the economic count is very close by, but 4 of those for Puppy Paw are of course the Imperial officials.
Yeah, it's a bit of a deceptive detail. We do have Desert Raiders being queued up, by the way, but Horseman Pump already coming from Puppy Paw. I like this idea, just... I don't think it's necessarily about the Desert Raider threat. It's just the idea that these can be effective raiding groups onto land. Demo Connect is going to be there to slow down the removal of the Ivy docks. With the burn power on land as well, it does feel like rational inevitability is creeping in there. The villager. Oh. Actually dives, gets it, and gets out.
That's the second economic kill now for Puppy Paw this game. I think on this fishing ship, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Wait, no, sorry, it's the demo, remember? Demo and then the
worker yes. Kill. I had the demo. Yeah, that was painful. So 2 workers, actually. Probably more valuable than a fishing ship at this point in time. So,
now he's
hefty losses here for Wham.
Yeah, I mean, Wham. The idea was cool, but Puppy Paw, despite the indiscrepancies and the reluctance, like, you say yourself, it doesn't look like the most powerful opening. He's done a bloody good job to scrape it back and even it up. And even if you end up being like 50-50 here, you're very happy with that as China. Like, that's an edge for you.
Part of it is that investment into that galley in the southern pond as well, when it mattered most in these early dock timings, right? I mean, it makes perfect sense. This is one of the powers of Chinese and Jushi as well. The sheer speed at which that dock goes up means that you're often late to react if you don't pay attention. Against other civilizations, I kind of doubt that we would even see that investment into the galley, and the game might look very, very different, but I'm suffering for it now.
Interesting. Well, I'm just going raw Desert Raider mass, just trying to leverage that extra food. A classic one for Ibids when they get these type of explorable positions, but the Blob Horseman from Puppy Paw is a decent answer to that.
It is, especially with this mass.
Okay.
I'm looking for the song. Wow. On the second gold there. No, on the first gold, actually. That's going to definitely secure it, and Woodline as well, secondarily there. Gonna cut off the opening, so there's not as much avenues for entry for Wham if he ever does make it across the map, but looks like Puppy Paw doesn't want to allow that whatsoever.
I wonder. Yeah, okay, he is actually full reacting. We've got archers now coming in. It's kind of curious, actually, considering the amount of gold gathering you just saw. Puppy Paw knows this is a castle play, so he believes that he can stop it, or at least heavily damage it.
Certainly looks like there are more and more delays coming in here as idle time is caused on the wood line as well. And the Desert Raiders do decently against the Horsemen, especially on the defense when the Horsemen cannot get the full wraparound that they need to take advantage of that bonus damage. Makes it harder once those archers and now Zuganu come into effect as well. That's really going to deal with the Desert Raiders, especially in the Feudal Age. Growth is on the way, however.
Yeah, that's my fault. It's like with Song already being there, like the growth wing is just more or less to offset the problem. Doesn't put you ahead necessarily. Yes, you got the age up advantage, but like let's say Puppy Paw realizes that. We know how China works here. They stop everything and just rush greed. They're so damn good at it. Horseman now going with a clash. Scout does absorb some of the shots, gives it a better trade for Desert Raiders. Inevitably, it does start to set in. He has to retreat against a faster moving unit. And archers are following this up as well. So Wham needs to get as much gold as possible. I end up getting pushed off here. Does at least get the outpost up with the arrow slits to try and hold on. Puppy Paw, if he wants to break this now, is going to have to consider a ram.
The forward gold must leave such a sour taste in Wham's mouth as well. Never what you want to see, especially as a parcel-orientated civilization here, like the Ayubids. Makes it all the ever harder here to make this defense feasible for him. Done a great job of keeping these Desert Raiders alive, but really they're kind of relegated to a range role at this point in time. Moving into melee means certain death, especially with the massive Zuganu building very quickly here for Puppy Paw. Spearman as well to follow. This is a full committal.
It's kind of wacky. You know, you think, why not just take the tech up? It feels like the easier win. I mean, it's more that Ibeds get real good options if they get castle. Ghoulam, Camel Lancers, Archer massing. It starts to really come online for them. The Feudal always feels like this dodge point where a few Desert Raiders can do a lot for you. Very hard to find the right situation to scale into that. And if you're not scaling to Desert Raiders, what are you really getting out of Feudal that you want as IU?
Second tower now being rushed up by Wham.
Okay.
He understands the threat that's coming for him. Additional stone has been gathered as well, yeah. Exiles do arrow slits on that first tower. The jump is through.
They're trying to dive in. They're so slow. And then the burn is slow on these towers, remember. They do have the fire armor. It's not the easiest kill. Puppy Paw is going to just back away. I feel like he maybe missed the timing here. Probably worth starting to think about castle.
The siege engineering on the way, I feel like he's instead going to fully recommit now.
Okay.
The rams, he just wants to send it. I mean, you can't get enough stone here to both get the arrow slits and the fortification as well as pumping units at the same time. Puppy Paw knows this and he's going to look to try and take full advantage. But the pump of the Camel Lancers is fully underway here for Wham. Does run into the mass though and loses so much for it.
I mean, this is the main of the Desert Raiders. Those are things that were meant to die anyway, right? The Camel Lancers is the thing that Puppy Paw needs to answer. You're seeing he's pumping quite a lot of spearmen, but this is the power of the Chinese economy. Yes, he's pumping spears, but look at the food income. He's still rocketing towards a castle timing that would enable him to get veterancies in just 30 seconds. There will be a window for Wham to try and mount an offensive, but it's such a small window, and his army is already so small. He's now switching into Ghoulams.
Yeah, this is definitely a meme here. The least impressive Chinese eco game right here.
Heck W, didn't even get a pawn to start with. Wouldn't even believe it. Push comes in now. Ram onto the outposts. Spearman into the choke point, trying to hold off against this. Chuknu damage is tickling away at the Camel Lancers, but every little counts here to shrink that cav line. First tower gets broken. He will be forced to retreat. But remember, he's already now teched up. So you can start getting that veterancy in on the Chug against a player who has not bothered to go for Undermesh.
The spear count is a bit anemic for Puppy Paw, and he's now suffering for that lack of investment as the Camel Lancers march on through and more. And these are the type of situations where they're going to do quite well because this charge is online soon, again, very soon. But the Spearman...
He's not supervising the Chug. He's not supervising the upgrade. This is really freaking slow, actually. But the speeds... this is the classic just body with the crap I don't want, isn't it? Killing Chug isn't necessarily a good thing here for Wham if it lets the Spheres get a free pass on their execution. The Golems, I mean, I feel like the Golems, whenever we see them like this mirrored, it's like a please don't kill me maneuver.
It really is. It almost just buys you time because it takes so long for these Juggernaut to kill them that behind this you can maybe do another switch or move out onto the map where you won't be noticed. The full armored mass is gonna keep Wham in this for now and allows him to push across the center map here. Veteran Juggernaut are now on the field. People are queuing up lances behind this as well as crossbows. He is losing a lot on the retreat though. It's actually getting a little bit scary now. Wham even finding the breathing room to go for that monastery and get his first dervish in queue.
I think the Chug veterancy has now just turned into a bit of a waste, hasn't it? I mean, he does at least have a little bit of extra damage here to pump into these camel lances that do not even have undermesh. So eventually Wham will be forced to retreat. I love the short route charge just to get a recommit with the extra damage. The army will have to reset and walk away. Also, maybe just a little bit of miss macro there. Wham was holding him to a lot. It's going to be a crossbow switch from him too. The problem is Poppy Paw is already ahead on that. And Spees love fighting crossbows.
Definitely don't mind frontlining against them. Just effective trades are in order. The reinvestment of the Lancers, there's a lot of them. I think it might be a triple, maybe even quadruple stable play here from Wham. Allows them to get out in such big batches quickly. Ram on the way now. He's going to look to contest the pond directly, and that makes sense as the first direct target for Wham to hit here. The crossbow count is building so quickly here for what people. Supervision might be on the way as well. 11 in queue for him. Level 2 steel arrows coming in. That damage is going to make a big difference. Meanwhile, Wham doesn't have a single blacksmith upgrade yet.
It's a repeat of game one. Just tragically, in this game, it truly does matter. I mean, it's not the first game of the series where he just hasn't been pumping those techs, but it's definitely the most important one.
He's just not noticing. He has the gold income for it as well. This could be a very painful detail that he's going to realize maybe when it is too late. Now he realizes, okay, undermesh is on the way, but there's no supervision for the Ayubids. Might even need a second blacksmith here for that steel arrow as well, now that his crossbow count is building. But what are we really making crossbows for here at the end of the day? The one Lancer was enough to bait Poppy Paw into a big investment into crossbows now, which, I mean, technically his crossbows will be better once he has his upgrades and Sultan's Mamluks, but that seems a bit far away for now.
Wham. My concern here is, like, you back up this much, there's a risk you do just lose full pawn control. You know, if Target Fire goes over there with some rams. But now, it just does seem to be a chill and wall type situation. We have got Wham creeping around the back, though, on the south side. He's looking to make a move with those Cam Lancers onto Poppy Paw, who I believe is actually gathering the deer right now.
A big hit by the Lancers could really help Wham out in this case and give him the breathing room he needs to recover. And there's a lot of targets to hit as well.
Don't attack the building, don't attack the building, don't attack the building. It attacks the building. Villagers are still going to be slow to pull away, though. So Cam Lancers will find some hits. Poppy Paw, in the meantime, looks to A-click Ooga Booga into the base. Crossbowman to clear the Golems. And Wallalow to get rid of the Camel Lancers for the moment. They do steer over towards the Taxmen instead. And the push continues. The Mangonel strat. Oh, that ends up being bailed on. He says, you can't get away. Distract them. Crossbows and archers just try to use it to buy a little bit of time. Poppy Paw with strong numbers here. And if you look at that gold, the amount of outpost commitment shows you how desperately Wham needs that to keep the income up.
Yes, and the Manjanique, well, this is how you deal with them. Prevent that mass from ever getting critical in the first place, as the very first Manjanique gets dealt with. Camel Lancers find some damage, but they're completely cleaned up. Undoubtedly not worth it here.
Wait, did he not pull the workers away? Look at the worker count. Those bodies are peasants. Wham! Got distracted again in the midst of that. I think he was microing the military. So the workers were just prime targeting for the crossbows.
On the gold as well. Only now has he dealt with a few palace guards and spears on the gold. All that idle time. Bodies around there as well. Wow, I'm just taking even more damage.
It's getting harder and harder to believe, isn't it? Song Dynasty's just been inherently there all along, slowly eking out a bigger and bigger lead for Puppy Paw. I think we've also had Wham. We've checked the pond, maybe over leveraging the fish. It's not an uncommon thing here when you have a timing attack or defense in mind to burn these all the way down to no food, which means you're now going to start having gaps in your income.
He's not utilizing the shoreline fish either, unlike Puppy Paw. You see, there's so many shoreline fish left for Wham. He hasn't even touched them. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw is taking full advantage. So many of the fishing ships are actually on the shoreline. All of these are untouched and the gathering rate.
And the costs will drop.
Yeah.
Oh,
This might be the nail in the coffin here for Wham. He has 4 relics going for him, but with no fishing, where will he get the food necessary to hold a candle to this Chinese military now in full force?
It's not a Barbican on the pond. It's even better. A single archer ship says I could take on the world, but it's deceiving itself here. We have got cams at least raining towards the berry gatherers. He needs anything he can get before his fishing fleet gets sunk.
Wham. Clambering desperately to find some damage here, find some raids, but there's very little room to maneuver on this map. I mean, the left side is completely inaccessible. The wall is there. The vision from the docks is there. The center is so narrow and under full control of Puppy Paw. Your really only avenue of attack is on that right side, and you've already played that card. Puppy Paw will expect it now after last time. Oh, here we go. We know what's coming.
It's undeniable. To cut the map straight down the center. Puppy Paw just miles ahead at this point. Wow. He's ready to step up, but this is the crazy thing. Like, his bro is getting ready to go Imperial while having much more firepower to wield here. It just feels like inevitability is knocking. And he's just waiting to put that cherry on top of this Kawasan cake.
All that food secured, and at the same time, all that food denied from Wham. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Wham just taps out the moment this Imperial Age notification comes through for him. You wouldn't be able to blame him either. I mean, what can you even do? Even if you had the resources to match the timing, the House of Wisdom, it will take so long for the to actually click through.
And he's fudged the numbers with this. You know, they were perfectly even before this series. 60 wins, 60 losses. Now it's going to be a 2-point lead. You know how difficult it's going to be to recoup these numbers, Myriad? Especially the way that Puppy Paw is currently playing in the Master Finals.
Yep, he's going to need to 3-1 him back exactly to maintain that 50% in the next time they meet. This said and done, absolutely.
Checkup complete. 1 voucher on, please. And a ticket through to the upper bracket finals, if you don't mind.
The Baochan is going to clean up whatever stragglers are left on this water. Fishing ships or military ships for that matter. Although there are no military ships left for Wham. Wham stays in it. This is the last game of the series. He's going to fight tooth and nail to clamber back into this. The Manjani count is now building up to 2 at this point in time. Not quite enough, and they do technically outrange the Great Wall Gatehouse, but not utilizing the full damage when doing so. So even if he wants to take it down, he's going to be here all night.
Cool. Bit cheeky to already being queuing up hand cannoneers. Are we maybe getting ahead of ourselves slightly? The relic coming as well. I was like, well, everything is going to be required here, lads. Maybe Puppy Paw, like, you know, I pulled a few of the keys out of his keyboard. Maybe he'll accidentally A-click into me. Altuan will be intercepted by a double demo at least. So fishing will stay alive a little bit longer. It feels like Wham is trying to go Imperial.
He has to, right? He has no choice. He can't possibly fight this army. Castle Age into Imperial Age, but it's the classic. It's the classic situation. You find yourself under an age down like this. You have to invest to keep up the pressure and sustain your presence, but at the same time, you delay your Imperial Age.
Oh, wait. No, what the Stop going at... He griefed himself there. He has got the healing to slowly... That was so close to almost a tragedy. The mangoes got in range, and then when they retreated, the nest of bees trap shot beyond them. Oh, he's trying to get these workers because they're all really low. Oh my god.
Can't even find the right angle to actually start the bombardment of these Manganiques who are now, well, humping each other.
Is that how they make more Manganiques?
Apparently so. Let's see if he makes a fourth one. That would confirm the theory. No, not quite.
Unorthodox, but we did already cover that the Canadians have cloning, so...
It's true. He does manage to click the button for Imperial Age. Finds the resources to do so, reinforcement, and... Well, we know that Desert Raiders in Post Imperial are magic, but with this full surround from Puppy Paw, with the upgrades, the Wallalo...
Retreats away. Manganique spread fire is good here. The Puppy Paw, remember, he's got those elite techs in. Wham's army cannot stand long against it. He's banking everyone on the Manganiques. He's even got the workers on the front line. The AoE healing's going to be nice. Most of the front line of Puppy Paw has been removed, but he's got more Palace Guard where that came from. Just looking to grind him down. Crossbowmen are starting to trade with that backline now. The Mamluks' bravery actually has helped out quite a bit, but now we're talking about workers fronting the hits to the face just so you can keep on fighting. The lead on a colony continues to build. The armies are neck and neck, but the tech up is still an entire minute away for Wham.
Buys himself some time, however. We can see the sheer potency of these Manganiques, especially on the defense like this. Despite the full spread formation there from Puppy Paw, covering basically the full breadth of the shore there, he still has to back out. Combine that with the Sultan's Mamluks, means that Wham holds for now and actually takes a favorable engagement there, considering he's a whole age down with upgrades as well. But does still have some breathing room here in this series. But there is still a mountain to climb.
Like, look at this. Like, Puppy Paw's finally been like, okay, why do I keep just building Boucher ones? Let's at least get an archer ship out there. And now, he's taken the fish. Like, this is where things get really difficult. The Manganiques, they're disgusting. You know as well as many. Like, it's ridiculous what they can do. They achieve a great feat there. But next time, it's going to be Mass Palace Guard. The question mark is whether Puppy Paw is going to remember to elite them.
The veterancy, the castlage is already coming in, so shortly after that finishes, you should be able to get
I'm talking about the Palace Guard. Puppy Paw is like, he's still free pips.
I just noticed we have actually regular men-at-arms support.
Yeah, for some reason we do that, yeah. They got a little arrow in the corner, so you know they're different.
Yeah.
Nesta, he's going Master. He's like, okay, wait. You're going to build Manganiques? Let me show you what Nesta Bees can do with extra barrels. What?
Even the little raidery on the side, but we're looking to mount pressure on the flanks now as well. Because why not? He very well could. Although, something very severe is happening to Puppy Paw's food income now. Up to below 500 at this point in time. Even lower than Wham's, who just lost complete water control.
Yeah, the shoreline fish ran out. Well, he's getting the next wave ready. It's going to be Nesta Bees to replace the Palace Guard after they inevitably die. And oh, well, you look at that. More food on the map that the Ivans could not have.
Big detail here, however, is Puppy Paw, seeing the priority of siege here from Wham, fully leans into the Palace Guard, which would work great normally. But the issue here is that he doesn't actually know about the Desert Raiders. He might find out now if he pays attention that the Desert Raiders will decimate the Palace Guards.
I think he knows, and that's why he's going Nesta Bees, right? Nesta Bees destroys Desert Raiders.
Yep.
It's pretty freaking crafty. It's a double whammy to deal with Wham, funnily enough. Like, you can deal with both the Manganiques, if you have enough Nesta Bees, and the Desert Raiders.
Yep. And it's going to be pretty difficult to try to get a surround onto those Nesta Bees with so many defensive capabilities for Puppy Paw. The Great Wall Gatehouse, the Keep, even a Barbican on the left side there.
Her crew is wasting a lot of time. He also has some inefficiency. Some of them aren't even actually doing it. Wham. Does he have this bomber out, the rush through? The moment it goes down is going to be the big question on everyone's mind. I've got a spear switch coming in from Puppy Paw. Palace Guard are going to hit the club down on the castle from Wham. It will complete. But this is getting worrisome. It's a 50-worker lead for Puppy Paw.
And only looks to build it further. Now the Palace Guard starting to
the
run
push.
in, even without Yuan.
That's the beast count.
position,
Oh my god.
it is critical, KP. 8, 3 more in queue. Doesn't even need to be clocked out. I mean, this is the OG Manjanique right here.
Oh yeah.
The nest of bees.
Don't step up. You'll regret it. Look at this. Just a tickle so far. Don't be a noob. Be a knob. Manjaniques. They try. They're not really that friendly though. Nest of bees creeping deeper. Trebuchets need to retreat. And the Manjaniques, look at the damage they're taking. Just 2 nest of bees tickling onto them. The Dervish stepping up going, come on. Please, overcommit onto me. I don't know what those villagers are thinking. You can't repair the enemy nest of bees. Oh, looks like the attempt to hold by Wham. He's just giving a lot of ground right now. Alsgard even getting for the double Manjanique sniper. He doesn't have an answer to nest of bees.
What even is the answer at this point in time? The spears are there, the crossbows are there. Everything Wham can possibly produce is fully dealt with ahead of time by Puppy Paw here. It's not like Wham can afford all the Imperial upgrades he needs either to turn this Desert Raider into the unit it needs to be. Looking to get this around, but
He's got no food. Like, this is literally it for Wham. He's not even tried to fix the food. He's just getting culverins and praying. Nest of bees, they step up. Snipes out the traps. Only 2 remaining. Now the reload shot's going to come through. Good luck dodging. Does pull back a few. He's got the healing from the dervishes. Every little counts here for a man who has 59 food a minute. And then some desert raiders to boot. But it feels like Wham is getting booed out by his bro here. I mean, Puppy Paw. It's just never ending. He's up to 11 nest of bees. And the Corvs! What are they doing? They spawn out of the Fort Siege workshops. One's already down. That's going to force the fight. Villagers on the front line. A Warlord to try and hold the area. But the reload shot comes on in. The workers now look for the counter dive. He just can't deal with mass siege. Melee strike. No. Get
and
some
the
range.
workers went in to soak
Wait.
up the damage from the nest of bees, right? It was an attempt, but it's not quite enough here. He just melt KP.
If only it was horsemen. This is the thing. Desert Raiders have that range tag. They melt like butter in the summer sun. As Puppy Paw will be the chosen one from Canada. Canada. He's going through upper bracket finals. Wham may have beaten Marine Lord, but Puppy Paw takes it a step further, books himself a date against Vortex in the upper bracket finals. And man, what a way to do it. A signature pick, Chinese, and a reminder myriad that nest of bees are still pure filth.
Indeed, a blast to the past here from Puppy Paw on the Chinese. One of his OG civilizations and one of the OG boogeymen of Age of Empires 4 with the boogeyman unit to boot. The nest of bees making a big return here when he needs it most as well to close out the series 3-1. Oh, Wham. Taken out by his brother. Though not out the tournament just yet. He's down to the lower bracket. Gonna have to face some pretty potent players there as well, as we have seen. Not an easy fight there either.
No, it's easy. It's just a rematch, right? Like, you know, he just needs to get through Beastie, and then he gets the rematch against Marine Lord, unless Anatan turns on. I mean, it's tough, right? Like, that lower bracket is just sharks waiting to feast, right? We've got Beastie showing back on form with a 3-0 over Luciferon, Marine Lord waiting there who 3-0'd Lu MT. Realistically, there's no easy routes to this, right? Everywhere is a minefield waiting to kill you.
It's true. That's the level of competition we're witnessing at this point in time. The margins are so thin. Despite 3-0s, we talk about it all the time, right? And players mention as well. The level is always increasing. The plays are very close. But the levels are shifting day by day. A 3-0 one day might be completely the other way the next day, right? It's very much possible. some players have off days, some players have great days, and that often determines results, and that is part of competition in any sport for that matter, not just esports or Age of Empires 4 for that matter. That's what keeps things so exciting as well, and enables such fantastic results back and forth in tournaments, leading to a great show for us all to enjoy here.
Yeah, and now that means tomorrow we get into the stories of like Wham, Beastie in a best of 7, Anatan, Marine Lord in a best of 7, because we're done with the BO5s, and it's a different dynamic then that you have to consider compared to your BO5s. You heard earlier from some of the players. I mentioned Beastie was saying, it's very different once you get to BO7s, BO5s. He doesn't feel as stable. We're gonna have to really stick it to the test because we've seen a lot of upsets in a best of 5 format. Anatan's win over Marine Lord, Wham's over Marine Lord, Vortex over Beastie so dominantly. It's a completely different ball game, and the thing we have to keep in mind is with this new snipe system, an unexplored one.
Yeah, the complexity of drafting really comes to fruition in these longer sets. That is when your mind is fully put to this test, and your understanding of the matchups, of the maps, and ability to read into the future as well. Understanding what makes the difference when these sets go the longest and you're left with the civilizations that you would hope you never even needed to play.
Well, it's finally time to talk to our final victor of the day. We've got Puppy Paw on the line to give us a little bit more in-depth analysis of the strategies, the meta, and how it feels to have to be the one to slay your bro. Puppy Paw, congrats on the win, mate. I always say these are like bittersweet victories, though, because you do have to put your brother down in the lower bracket to do it. Also, kind of a wild experience, I guess, because your biggest scrim partner, I guess when you get into these, it comes down to who held some secrets back in your scrims, right?
Well, we didn't practice this week, which I think probably was a mistake, but yeah, I still have a good idea of what he likes and what he doesn't like, especially when looking at his drafting, and obviously I know his playstyle very well, but yeah, we didn't practice this week, so it was a bit of guessing and trying to figure out what he's been doing.
Talk to me about like how work-life balance works, right? Because it's not easy to keep up with these people that are grinding full-time hours on AoE4 alone while having to do a 9 to 5. How do you approach that, and how do you turn that into maybe some sort of advantage?
Well, I am, just for full disclosure, in case people want to know, I'm working 3 days a week now because these tournaments, honestly, they give me a lot of money compared to what I make from just working. Yeah, I'm still working a lot, like 3 days a week compared to most of these top pros is not easy to manage. But it does take off some stress, and I still think about the game a lot. I still watch the game a lot. Yeah, I really have to keep this like tournament mindset where I'm just thinking about the game like a lot of the time, even if I'm not playing.
I think there's been players that have proven the advantage of that, right? Mister's always been the S tier example of like you can not be actually playing the game for half a year and it'd be a good thing. We've heard it from Renal before. I guess there's such a thing as like overthinking it, and I guess now's probably a good time, right? Like with the new civs, new patch, there's a lot of theoretical and not much time to practice it all.
Yeah, I think with the new drafts and obviously the new civs coming out, and there's a lot of fresh stuff, and the meta has changed a lot since the last tournament. So I think for me that's exciting. I always feel like I do better in that type of environment. Yeah.
And we got to talk about what's coming up, right? Vortex, I don't know if you felt it as well. I said it in his interview. I think he's quickly becoming the one to beat in this tournament. How do you go about approaching that?
I think Vortex, yeah, he's looking super strong. He's obviously done very well in the KPMs and in this tournament, right? He's 3-0 versus Anatan, 3-0 versus Beastie. Yeah, I think I have a decent chance. Like, I always approach the matches a lot different, I think, than most players in the way I draft and the way I play. So I'm not going to play his style. I think I'm going to try to mix it up a little bit, and yeah, I'm going to get him out of his comfort zone, because when I watch those games, like, I feel like he has an exact idea of what he wants to do, and he just executes them, and he's playing very, very well. So we'll see, but I think I'm just going to mix it up, and I'll have a good chance, I think.
Sounds like the way you described it, it feels like the type of series that could easily be a snowball either way, maybe, with the different ideas on how you play the game versus how Vortex does.
It could be a snowball, yeah. I think it's going to be a scrappy series. Like, I typically have pretty scrappy series with a lot of aggressive players, and I don't think this is going to change. Like, I think it's going to be back and forth.
No, that's true. I still remember that Chinese game up against Vortex's Ottomans on Lipany, where he decided to outpost rush him in the feudal age and trebuchet him down. So no, it'll be a wild set, and I'll be excited to watch it, mate. But big congrats on the win. Looking forward to seeing what you got when you face off against Vortex tomorrow. Oh, sorry, next week. So you go get some rest. Enjoy the Sunday off.
What is?
Look, unless Wikipedia lies to me, yes, we've got lower bracket tomorrow. What's your predictions there? Who's coming out of the lower bracket run out of Wham, Beastie, Anatan, and Marine Lord?
I think it's going to be really tough. I mean, we have, Wham versus Beastie, right?
Yep.
I'm going to go with Wham. I mean, he's my brother. I think he's playing pretty well. Like, he could have played better versus me, but in general, I think if he just plays his game plan, he'll be like a 60-40. I mean, Beastie's obviously, he showed that he's been playing pretty well, right? And I'll go with Anatan because he's a Giga Chad, you know? And I want to see him win, so yeah, Wham and Anatan.
I do just want to be like, Jesus Christ. If I was your brother, I wouldn't want to be watching this interview right now. Like, jaw hits the floor. Like, he didn't just immediately say me. He had to hesitate.
Well, looks like we may have had a freeze on KP here for a little bit. He's going to rejoin.
Provider, you know what that's like. But no, enjoy the rest, mate. I'm excited to see more of
Thank
you. NA maybe on top at the end of next week. We'll talk soon.
Yeah. Bye.
This is actually why having side buttons on mice is actually a curse. I was like excited. I went, accidentally clicked and left the call. But
Happens.
I don't know, man. Like, how would you feel if you're his brother right now and you get asked that question? Who's gonna make it? And there's like this very long pause and then a diplomatic answer.
Well, you want to be honest, right? And at the same time, be understanding and really consider. I mean, it just depends what your perspective is, right? He could go the full meme route and say, oh yeah, no, Beastie's going to destroy my brother, or oh yeah, my brother's going to destroy Beastie. But realistically, it's probably going to be close, right? I mean, so much, it's just always hard to call because of what we talked about before in terms of forms that are changing daily. Like, it's so hard to predict, and I think that's a big part of what makes this so exciting. I mean, how many people were going to predict 3-0 Anatan against Marine Lord, for example, right? You can't predict these kind of outcomes historically. So yeah, it's one of those things. But once again today, the paw is the law up against Wham.
Yeah, I mean, it's also to the point that we're getting to that stage now where you're getting a healthy 8 to 10 that could do it, right? Like, you know, I think there's very clearly in people's mind at the start of this playoffs, you're like, okay, there's like 5 or 6 names I think that could take it, which is refreshing because I feel like at this point in most tournaments, we've diluted it down to 2, maybe maximum 3. That's a good sign for competitive AoE4. That's exactly the direction we need to be going in. It gets boring when you have one player win every tournament over and over again. Like, it's cool at first, right? You're like, look at him go. And then you get to like 7, 8, 9, and you just want to see something refresh. So, refreshing to see. But reminder, folks, tomorrow we have got more elimination series. In fact, it is a day of blood sporting. 3 series, Wham versus Beastie, Anatan versus Marine Lord, and then the winners of those 2 series only one will remain standing in our penultimate weekend of the EGC Masters Finals 2025. Start time is as it always is, so make sure you tune in, because we could be saying farewell to Marine Lord, Anatan, BC, or Wham. We'll be saying farewell to 3 of those 4, which I still can't believe I'm saying out loud before Finals weekend. But you have a good evening, and we will be here same time tomorrow when the action continues in the EGC Masters Finals.
Do not forget. See you there.